While Commander Samuel was trying his best to hold his urges from erupting, Mistress Candace was lying on her stomach inside a random Solidar's dream. The poor dude was having a wet dream without realizing that it was caused by Mistress Candace. In front of Mistress Candace was a mirror that showed memories of Commander Samuel when he watched Felix's trials. The moment Felix's face appeared up close, Mistress Candace paused the memory and placed her lean finger on Felix's exposed void eye. "Who are you?" she murmured while caressing his void eye with her finger. As she was doing so, her forehead started to split from the center until a pink pupilless eye emerged in it. The moment she had seen Felix's void eye, she recognized it almost immediately since she possessed one too. Unlike Felix, she was able to cross from the void realm and the matter universe quite easily by using it. Right at this moment, her physical form was floating in the void realm while a wisp of her consciousness was the one residing inside the poor Solidar's dream. That's how she was able to access the dreams of men during their sleep without alerting them. How could they be alerted when her physical form was in another dimension? He should be one of my lord's imitators. But why is he hunting down those cuties? Is he trying to climb up the human race ladder by getting many achievements? Still, why is he doing it in my playground? Mistress Candace titled her head in confusion, not able to understand his objectives. She was certain that Felix was an imitator since nothing else could explain his possession of a void eye and his utilization of void energy. Unlike humans who couldn't see Felix inside void creatures, she was able to see his body's outline clearly by using her void eye. This made her conclude that Felix was absorbing the void energy of those abominations. Although she figured out as much, she couldn't comprehend his real aim. After all, why absorb void energy from void creatures when he could simply enter the void realm and have an infinite amount? Adding this to the fact that he was fooling around in her own playground made her bewildered by his actions. However, instead of reaching out to him and ask him personally, she decided to watch him from afar to see his final objective. She was quite curious about it because she knew that the imitators were extremely hard to predict. That's why she was pissed when she received intel about the guild's movement from one of her sex slaves. She didn't want anyone to ruin her fun. Unbeknownst to her, this misunderstanding and her curiosity was going to cost her more than she could ever imagine. 2 hours later, Felix could be seen chilling above a scarlet sand dune while munching on a fruit salad. He was staring at the two closest gigantic white moons that were even bigger than Earth itself. As he was eating and enjoying the view peacefully, Faye and Wolverine were observing him from afar by using binoculars. "Sis, he is not going to invite us," Wolverine complained while scratching his tail in annoyance. For the past 2 hours, they had been doing nothing but following Felix up close. Faye made sure to leave enough distance for Felix to spot them but not too close that they would be hindering his hunt. She believed that when he sees them, he would invite them over to express their reason for following him or something. Unfortunately, Felix had completely ignored their presence. "How long are you going to ignore them for?" Asna asked. "Until I finish my break," Felix replied while chewing. He could ignore them much longer and continue his hunting, but he didn't want to have such a drag behind him. So, the moment he finished eating his dinner, he turned around and made a gesture with his finger for them to get close. "Finally, what an arrogant prick," Wolverine murmured in irritation after they were given permission. "You better keep your mouth shut, or I will break it in front of him." Faye glared at him and drove her vehicle to Felix. She might despise her father for his shitty treatment, but still, she had to conclude all of his missions perfectly if she wanted to stay in his good favor. She didn't want to end up like her distant sisters and brothers who were left behind to manage their territory like some commoners. In a few minutes, Faye and Wolverine stepped off their vehicle and walked towards Felix, not wanting to cause a scene by throwing off sand all over the place. "What do you want?" Felix asked indifferently the moment he sensed their presence behind his back. "Morning to you too, bastard. Arrogant asshole." Both Faye and Wolverine didn't react pleasantly to his impoliteness. Since they were descendants of an origin bloodliner and an assembly member, they were used to a respectful approach by everyone. Still, they reeled in their pride and focused on the mission at hand. "Sir Lance, It's truly a pleasure to meet you at last. Faye spoke with an alluring smile, feeling quite confident that she would get a reaction off him. That's because her beauty get enchanted immensely under the moonlight due to her bloodline. Sure enough, her fluffy ears and two creamy white tails started to shine akin to crystals after the moonlight touched them. Her crescent moon tattoo on her forehead also started to glimmer, making Felix glance at her face for a second. Just as she wanted to force a blush, Felix praised, "Cool tattoo." Faye's charming smile stiffened in its place, not knowing how to reply to his absurd praise. Here she was on her finest appearance she could muster. Yet, the fucker only praised her bloodline symbol? This punk. He is doing it on purpose. Faye gritted her teeth while still smiling, making her expression seem a bit twisted. So, what do you want? I still have a minute in my break. Felix reminded them while glancing at his bracelet screen. Seeing that he wasn't joking around, Faye stopped trying to appeal to him with her beauty and introduced herself and her brother. I am Faye and this is Wolverine. We are one of the main descendants of the Fong. Faye's tone rose a little as she added, I believe you have heard of him? Yes. 40 seconds. Felix replied bluntly, not caring about the tint of pride in her tone. Seeing that he was actually counting made Faye and Wolverine understand that he was being literal with the duration. This forced her to dish out speaking about her father's achievements and his squad in her speech. She immediately jumped into the mission given to her by the guild. We have been sent by the assembly members to assist you in your hunt fully. Faye bowed her head slightly and added, We will be at your service and listen to all of your orders without anything in return. We can even sign a contract if you don't believe us. So, they have chosen this approach? Upon hearing so, Felix couldn't help but chuckle lightly. By giving him those two, it would allow the guild to spy on Felix's method of hunting elites without creating a conflict between them. If he refused their help, it would be the same as not respecting the guild. After all, they were already being polite by not bothering him for the past 2 weeks. If Felix wasn't strong, they would have already sent someone to drag his ass back to the base without questions asked. Unfortunately, Felix wasn't interested in entertaining their curiosity. You can leave. I don't want company. He rejected their offer calmly. This arrogant bastard. Who the hell does he think he is? His response angered Wolverine the most. The guild went an extra mile to avoid antagonizing him by sending him 2 strong descendants that would act as his subordinates. Yet he had the nerve to reject it? Stay calm. Faye chided Wolverine with a hidden glare and switched back to her lovable persona while creating a holographic contract. She presented to Felix while requesting, Please reconsider Sir Lance. Felix glanced at the highlighted terms of the contract and couldn't help laugh faintly. Why is he laughing? Faye was weirded out by his reaction. That's because the terms were literally all in his favor. The only thing he needed to do was tell them the truth about his involvement with the suicide phenomena. Is there something, yo? Before she could ask him if he wanted a term to be changed, Felix displayed a holographic contract in her face that was titled Army Consultant. After taking a quick glance at the terms, Faye's mouth went agape in disbelief. How does this make sense? She mumbled while reading the terms without a single blink. What are you talking about? Curious, Wolverine stuck his head and read a little as well. After a short moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, Have they gone nuts? Wolverine knew that the army had been eyeing Felix just like them. But not in his wildest dream did he expect that their offer would be this stupid. They asked nothing from Felix. The moment he would sign the contract, he would be the same as a free agent getting paid without doing anything. He wouldn't need to obey the generals or the commander. He would be assigned with the honorary title Army Consultant that would allow him to do as he pleased in the army. In addition, he wouldn't need to be restricted in the planet he would be hunting in like the way ranking system works in the guild. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have taken black missions. Unfortunately, even if a squad accepted a black mission, they wouldn't be authorized to head to the fallen planet. Mercenaries had no business in them since their job was to clear out void cells, not an entire infested planet with millions of void creatures. So, they were hung there just for display. Moreover, the contract didn't enforce Felix to show his methods of hunting the void creatures or explain his involvement with the suicide phenomena. This term was the one that stunned Faye and Wolverine. If Felix was given all of those benefits, they could match them as well after a quick call with their father. However, that's only if Felix exposed his method. What's the point of giving him all of those benefits without achieving their main aim? It was simply illogical. When Felix first gotten the contract by an email coming from General Aztec, he also couldn't believe it. He really thought that they were pulling his leg or hiding a loophole in the contract or something. Yet, after reading the contract thoroughly in the past 2 hours, he realized that they were dead serious. They really were willing to give him all of those benefits without anything in return. The icing on the cake was the fact that he could break the contract anytime he desired without any penalties. Last but not least, he wasn't required to breach his mercenary contract to sign it. I don't know if they offered me this contract to spite you guys, show their utmost sincerity to befriend me, or some unknown reason, Felix said while dusting his pants from the sand. He looked at them with a carefree smile and said one last time, "Whatever it is, I have already signed it, so there is no point in me playing ball with you." Felix would be a fool to miss out such a freebie. He didn't know the real reason for such an offer and had his guards up. Still, he accepted since he had nothing to lose. He didn't need to even interact with the army after signing it. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could break the contract anytime he desired. Wait! Faye jumped in front of driver's door and blocked Felix from entering his vehicle. "Please move while I am still being nice." Felix smiled faintly at her. Faye would be lying if she said that she wasn't afraid. Yet, she held her ground and spoke firmly. "Please give me a minute to contact my father. I believe he will give you an even better deal." "I doubt it." Felix laughed. Felix knew that the army's deal could be given by only the commander since the generals didn't have the authority to give off such crazy benefits for free. Meanwhile, the guild could never do the same since it was ruled by 5 assembly members. The Fong didn't have the authority to write such a contract and approve it without consulting with his peers. Felix knew that it would take days to months for those 5 to make a decision about whether to match the army's contract or not. Why would he waste his time waiting for them to match the army's deal when he already had it in his hands? That damned lunatic commander. Faye knew this as well. But still, she didn't want to fail her mission and come back empty-handed. "I am not moving until you give me something to bring back to my father." Faye spoke with reddened eyes, appearing like she was to cry. This vixen. Wolverine's eyelids twitched at the sight of his sister's pitiful look. Unfortunately for her, Felix was already immune to those looks due to the other vixen in his mind. So without hesitation, Felix placed his hand on her shoulder and picked her up like a doll. Upon sensing his suppressed monstrous strength on his fingers, her fur got puffed up in fear instinctively. "Stay here and behave." Felix placed her next to Wolverine gently and entered his vehicle. The moment Wolverine saw that he had turned on the engine, he pulled his stunned sister and jumped away, not wanting to get showered with sand. "Now what?" Wolverine asked while staring at Felix driving into the horizon. He wanted to force Felix into confessing of his method, but upon seeing the way he dealt with his sister, he knew that his ending wouldn't be pleasant. "Let's report everything to father." Faye exhaled a deep breath to control her emotions and said, "We did our best. It's not our fault that the commander has lost his mind. Good luck." Wolverine jumped into the car, not wanting to get scolded with her. "Little shit." Faye cursed his cowardliness and dialed her father. "Cluck, you better have some good news," the Fong stated with a stern voice. "We were too late, father. The army had sent him a contract that is impossible to refuse. He has already signed it and expressed his disinterest in having us be with him." Faye switched the blame to the assembly members in a subtle manner. In other words, if they didn't dilly-dally in their discussion for 2 weeks, they might have had a chance to get some positive results from Felix. "Here it is." Before the Fong could comment, Faye struck while the iron was hot and forwarded the army contract to him. Immediately after the Fong read it, His first reaction was disbelief, then it was switched into a burning fury in an instant. "Are they screwing with us intentionally?" he yelled with a livid expression. This was the only reasonable explanation for such a logical move by the army. In the Fong's eyes, the contract made it clear that they didn't care about Felix more than they cared about pissing the guilds off. "Keep following him from afar. We will take it from here." The Fong ordered his daughter and hung up. Then, he contacted the assembly members and waited until they grouped up before relaying the news to them. All of them were reacted the same as the Fong, treating the army's move as an act of aggression. So, they all called Commander Samuel, wanting to hear an explanation for his move. Unfortunately, Commander Samuel had blocked off all sources of communications and went to sleep, hoping that he would meet with Mistress Candace and inform her of the good news. He was that desperate to get his daily dose. How disrespectful. Does he think so little of us? We are origin bloodliners as well. God damn it. Winfried's playful persona was no more as he raged with his mohawk hair set on green flames. The others didn't take the unresponsiveness of Commander Samuel calmly as well. He was blatantly disrespecting the guild and all of its members. This wasn't the first time he ignored their calls, since his decisions during the war were always questionable, making them contact him in hopes to change them. "We have been patient with that fat fuck for hundreds of years. But he is just pushing it now," the Fong growled. "His dictatorship is now affecting us more than ever," Hamaru said with a stern tone. "If we remain silent, he might start to think that no one in the Empire has the balls to stand up against him. This shouldn't be happening at all, since the Void Guild itself was just a branch that belonged to the SG Alliance. That goes to all the branches in the universe. This entailed that if someone attacked a Void Guild branch, it was the same as attacking the SG Alliance instead of the race managing it. After all, the Void Guild's existence was to assist the armies in stopping the Void invasions throughout the entire universe. With each falling galaxy into the hands of the Void invasion, tens of thousands of new Void portals emerge, affecting the stability of the universe as a whole. Although Commander Samuel didn't attack the branch, his recent actions in the previous years were starting to influence the guild negatively. The assembly members were simply being patient and respectful to Commander Samuel, believing that he would get his shit together one day and lead them back to the right path. It was to their own benefits to think like this, since their territories were attached with the fall and rise of the Empire. But this was different. This was an insolent act of disdain and contempt to guild's authority. "It's time to file a letter of removal against him to the other empires and the guild's main headquarters," Hamaru proposed. "I agree," the Fong stressed. "I had enough of his shenanigans. Let's add all of his previous failures in the past centuries," Winfried said coldly. "If we are doing this, then let's do it properly to get completely rid of him." The assembly members knew that it was difficult to remove Commander Samuel from power, since his strength and old achievements were too prominent. That's why no matter how many battles they lost due to him, they never bothered to think of filing a letter against him. Neither the empires nor the alliance would sack him because of a few lost battles. The cause needed to be significant, like betraying the human race to the Void invasion or something like that. In addition, if the letter failed to achieve its purpose, it would merely offend Commander Samuel, making him target them. They didn't want that to happen, since their squads could be affected poorly if the army didn't fully back them up. After all, the army could simply back up other squads and its job would be considered as over. But now, Commander Samuel had shown his bad intentions without them doing anything to him. This was a wake-up call, letting them understand that Commander Samuel had long stopped thinking reasonably or politically, especially after seeing that illogical contract. "Make sure to forward our movement to other squads, generals, leaders, and other authoritative individuals in the galaxy. In fact, release the letter to the public," Hamaru informed. "We need as many signs as possible to let the Alliance and other empires know that no one is pleased with the current leadership." Although the Guardian Empire was called an empire and Commander Samuel was its emperor, in reality, it stopped being an empire the moment the Emperor started having control over the galactical army. Only its name and legacy was left behind, unlike the other two empires in the Milky Way galaxy. After all, it was impossible for those two empires and other kingdoms to give off part of their armies annually to the army of another empire. No one was stupid enough to make his rivals stronger. So, in ancient times, a proposal had been given to the Guardian's Empire royal family. It entailed that the royal family would keep its territory intact and be given reinforcement from other kingdoms and empires on a yearly basis. The only condition submitted was to give up its royal authority on the army. Instead of the royal family doing what it pleases with the army, it would be turned into a galactical army that was led by an individual voted by the empires, the royal family, and other noteworthy backgrounds who contributed to building the army. His appointment, removal, decisions would have nothing to do with the royal family anymore. The royal family could only agree to this proposal. After all, if they rejected it, their empire would fall in no time against the Void invasion without the support of others. So, it was much better to at least keep their territories. In addition, the voted individual could be one of their own since the only requirement were military achievements and being at origin realm. Just like that, the strongest autonomous defensive shield against the Void invasion was born. At this very moment, an unprecedented event was going to occur. That would be the first official request to remove the army commander was going to be written and signed. The assembly members knew that there was a small chance of it working due to Commander Samuel good relations with the other upper echelon of the galaxy, but it would be enough to kickstart an investigation. Even if the investigation ended up with no positive results, the assembly members would simply try again years later after he makes another shitty decision. Based on his latest performance, they knew that was definitely going to happen. After the letter was written, the assembly members were the first to sign it. Even Wilson, who was always absent, signed it after it was forwarded to him. This letter wasn't forwarded to just him but everyone on the guild and outside it, Felix included. Sigh. I messed up with the timeline again. Felix could only smile wryly after reading the letter that was condemning the commander and requesting his immediate replacement. In his previous life, Commander Samuel was removed from power only after 15 years from this moment. The reason of his removal was the fall of half the empire at the hands of the Void invasion. Only after it got this bad did the other two empires realize that the bastard was going to doom them all. Because of Commander Samuel's personal life getting worse and worse due to Mistress Candace, he had already lost his connections and network with the upper echelon of the galaxy. How would he care about them when the only thing in his mind was constantly having sex with Mistress Candace? Maybe this is a good thing. Felix smiled faintly while signing the petition as well to voice out his support. He signed for no other reason than to avoid seeing half the galaxy getting devoured again. No one would like to have insects in his home and Felix considered the entire galaxy as his home. You are really a shameless one, Asna chuckled. The commander gave you the best contract you can ever dream of, and you backstab him like this. I didn't ask him. Felix shrugged his shoulders carelessly. They were the ones willing to show this kind of support without anything in return. I know for a fact that there is no free lunch in this world. Felix snickered. I will find out eventually the real reason for giving me this contract. While Felix was chasing after a void pack, the news of the removal letter went viral throughout the entire galaxy. How could it not when the letter was forwarded to almost everyone? From civilians to kings and emperors. Even the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire received the letter. After reading it, almost everyone signed it and chimed their support to remove the commander. Everyone knew that Commander Samuel had lost his touch. However, when hundreds of his mistakes and failures over the past 100 years were stacked up in a single letter, it gave them a totally different look at Commander Samuel. Especially when those mistakes weren't harmless. Each one costed millions of lives to be lost, planets destroyed, civilizations migration, instability in the empire, and more negative outcomes. I almost got fired by my boss for spilling coffee on his trouser. Yet, this old bastard is still leading the galactical army after hundreds of fuck-ups? Are you kidding me? I have been preaching for years to replace that old man. His time has already come hundreds of years ago. When are we going to wake up and remove him? After the entire empire fall at the hands of the Void invasion? Wake up, people, and sign the petition before it's too late. Our votes might be useless to affect the decision, but it would surely show our stance to our leaders. The network was buzzing with people discussing the letter. Celebrities, SG players, politicians, Bloodliner clans leaders, influencers, and more people with their own platform were pushing their followers to sign the letter. Some really cared and some simply joined the fun to get some clout and increase their fan base. Whatever it is, Commander Samuel was under heavy fire from the public. As for the upper echelon, no one had yet to voice his opinion on the matter. That's because the moment they signed the letter, their vote would actually make a difference. It wasn't called Galactical Army for nothing. Everyone who contributed to building it would receive a real vote on the matter. Naturally, the numbers of votes received was based on the amount of contribution. Those who sent more fleets and advanced weapons like the Mariana Empire and Bardo Empire would obtain more votes than the rest. Right now, all of them were investigating the reason for the guild's sudden attack on Commander Samuel. They understood that the assembly members were a smart bunch, who wouldn't start this mess without a solid reason. After asking them directly, they found out that whole matter was sparked due to one person and a contract. This baffled them at the start, but when they heard all the details, they also felt that Commander Samuel had gone too far with his dictatorship. They didn't really care about the suicide phenomena of the void creatures since they had their own matters to handle. But still, they were displeased by the manner Commander Samuel treated the issue. They could see that he went an extra limb to free Felix from any inconveniences imposed on him by the army and the guild. Since Felix signed the contract, he could do as pleased since he was considered as a high-ranked official of the army. The only difference was that no one was above him to order him around. Hence, there was no reason for him to share his method with either the guild or the army. After understanding the real cause, all important figures throughout the Milky Way galaxy decided to summon Commander Samuel to offer an explanation to ease up the tension. Naturally, the assembly members would attend this meeting since they were the aggrieved party. If it was any other time, the leaders wouldn't even care to address this issue. However, since the letter went public and everyone was clamoring to replace Commander Samuel, they could not ignore the matter at hand. Felix simply wanted to hunt void creatures in peace to hatch Nemo. Instead, he created a galactical conflict that involved almost everyone. Everywhere he goes, trouble follows. After Commander Samuel received the summoning letter, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he sneered and went to make himself a cup of coffee in his office. Bunch of fools. The 2 royal families and the 10 councilmen are backing me up. Commander Samuel knew that it was nigh impossible for him to get replaced. After all, it wasn't easy to get another Origin bloodliner that wasn't affiliated with those 3 superpowers in the Galactical Army. All the current generals were supported by either the Mariana royal family, the Guardian royal family, or the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire. Since noteworthy military achievements were required as well to be promoted to the commander rank, this reduced the list even further to only a couple generals. All of them were affiliated. The only one without affiliation was Commander Samuel. That's why he was extremely respected in his golden age. He reached such heights without the support of any major background, making him the perfect candidate to lead such an autonomous powerful force. The public assumed that he was still in his position due to being buddy-buddy with their leaders, but in reality, there was simply no other candidate to fully trust by all 3 superpowers. So, they would rather keep him there and hope that he would regain his spark back then promote a general belonging to their rivals. It was all politics, and Commander Samuel made sure to play it with them by simply not showing favoritism to any of them. To be more safe, Commander Samuel forced the few unaffiliated generals into choosing a side. The 3 superpowers didn't stop him from doing so since they were gaining additional Origin bloodliners into their force. Even when they knew that he was doing so to solidify his ruling for years and years to come. Now when the guild finally had enough of Commander Samuel crap and filled a motion to replace him, there was not a single candidate to consider. Commander Samuel might be a slave to Mistress Candace, but it didn't mean that he had lost his craftiness. He was still the same Commander Samuel who achieved so much against the Void invasion. The only difference was that he stopped caring about the war and focused wholeheartedly to fulfill Mistress Candace's desires. 2 weeks later, the network was still buzzing noisily about Commander Samuel. There was no way it was going to stop anytime soon when the assembly members kept holding media conferences to push out his removal. Since the mercenaries hated Commander Samuel just as much, all the squads stepped from the shadows and condemned his leadership. On the other side, General Aztec and other important figureheads in the army all defended Commander Samuel by retelling his old achievements like they just happened yesterday. They weren't doing it because they were ordered by Commander Samuel or wanted to kiss his ass. If it was up to them, they would have joined the crowd and cursed him in hopes of replacing him. Unfortunately, the backgrounds supporting them weren't done yet with Commander Samuel, forcing them into defending him in public to alleviate the flames a little. While this drama was ongoing without signs of stopping anytime soon, Felix continued hunting void creatures peacefully. No one was focused on the suicide phenomena anymore while this juicy drama was happening. As for the assembly members, they made Faye's squad continue following Felix since the option to use stealth aircraft was gone forever. The moment Felix signed that contract and became an army consultant, his rank was high enough to be respected by the assembly members and even the generals. One of the many perks of such a high rank was protection from espionage by Queen AI. Anyone trying to spy on him would be punished by army laws. So the assembly members were left with no choice but to send Faye and her crew to hunt nearby his location and relay any important news. After all, the Queen can't stop squads trying to do their job. Sis, he is doing it. Wolverine shook Faye's shoulder as he watched Felix fire off two dark purplish blasts from his compressors towards a massive chasm. I am up. What did I miss? Faye rubbed her bloodshot eyes and pulled out her own binoculars. Just the usual. Wolverine clicked his tongue after watching Felix drive off his vehicle after firing those blasts. In the past 2 weeks, they had been taking shifts to surveillance Felix's movements from 20 kilometers away. Because of such distance, the Queen had nothing to say about their surveillance. After all, they could simply claim that they were surveying for void creatures in the direction that Felix happened to be. The Queen AI basic version was still an AI that followed the rules strictly and lacked common sense. He disappeared again from the radar. Faye knitted her eyebrows and said, "His car is still moving, and he didn't leave it? So what's going on?" Because of their distance and the dark windows of Felix's vehicle, it was impossible for them to see the inside. To add salt to injury, Felix had been hunting only void packs underground exclusively, making it impossible for Faye and Wolverine to comprehend what he was doing. In their eyes, he was firing 2 blasts underground to make fun of them or something. After all, how could they figure out that Felix was targeting void packs underground by using void seekers then teleporting inside their bodies while his car was still on the move? It wasn't really that hard to pull off, as Felix only required to mark the upper face of the chest with his void energy and leave it inside his vehicle while it's on autopilot. After Asna get done absorbing the void energy, he simply teleports back and continue his journey without even leaving his vehicle. Should we forward this to Father again? Wolverine asked nervously. He really didn't want to tell his father that they still had nothing new to give. They already sent him a recording of Felix's shenanigans, and the Fong had showed it to the assembly members. Just like them, they also had no idea what Felix was doing and what were those purplish blasts. Because of the current ongoing conflict with Commander Samuel, they didn't have enough time to focus thoroughly on Felix. In their eyes, the replacement of Commander Samuel came at a great priority, since if they failed, Commander Samuel was going to make an example of them by treating their territories and squads like shit. No need. Faye shook her head. Let's contact him when we have something crucial. He already has too much on his plate to bother with us now. Wolverine nodded his head and continued his surveillance. The void packs are getting lower in this zone, Felix thought as he glanced outside the window with his void vision. It had been more than 4 hours since he last saw a void pack either underground or above it. You should consider changing the zone, Asna suggested lazily. You have almost cleaned this zone in the past month. Sure enough, the void packs that Felix hunted alone had already surpassed 150. Since each void pack had more than 10 void creatures, he should have killed more than 1,000 void creatures by now. Plus, the other squads and foot soldiers were cleaning the zone at the same time. It was expected that they had taken care of at least the same amount. No, I am not taking another mission here. Felix smiled faintly. Since I have permission to head to fallen planets, it's time to pick up some black missions. The only reason Felix had chosen red missions in the first place was his inability to accept black missions as well as his lack of live practice. Now that he had both, it was time to hunt in those infested planets that didn't have a single soul residing within. Because of the massive numbers of void creatures, he wouldn't be wasting time locating them or bothering to hide his abilities. If he didn't receive the army contract, Felix would have signed the contract with the guild and let them see his method since he couldn't avoid them forever. They were bound to know one way or another unless he slowed his hunting speed to keep the secret going. That's why the moment he signed the army contract, he returned to hunting only underground void packs exclusively. There was no need to let them know of his connection with Void Element when he would be soon heading to a fallen planet. If I don't locate another pack in the next 3 hours, I will turn in my mission and leave this shithole, Felix decided. Since Felix had been killing the void creatures underground, he was naturally receiving void points for them and marked as his harvest. Considering the number of packs slayed at his hands, he had already concluded his side of the mission and could turn in his results for all to see. After all, the red mission he accepted was a public mission. In other words, there was only one reward to gain, and in this case, the squad with the highest points at the end of the mission duration would earn an additional 100k void points. So far, Felix had yet to expose his gathered points. A couple of hours later, not a single void pack had been located by Felix, making him give up and change his destination to the void base. There was no point in wasting more time in this planet when he had now much better options. As for being a hero and going at a limb to fully clear the planet, yeah, that ain't happening. This planet was doomed before he took the first step on it and would be doomed after he leaves it. Now that there was an ongoing conflict between the guild and the army, Commander Samuel didn't hesitate to leave only the minimum amount of soldiers and fleets to guard the planet. After all, the planet was one of the shields for the Fong's kingdom. If it fell, the one hurting the most would be him. In Felix's eyes, killing void creatures here or in a fallen planet were all the same. As long as he gets rid of void creatures, he was considered as doing his part for humanity. Let's see how much I have earned. Felix requested, Queen, please conclude the mission. Are you certain, Sir Felix? Queen AI informed, the moment you conclude it, your final score will be unchangeable. Yes, Felix confirmed. Upon hearing so, Queen brought out a holographic list before Felix and said, your mission has been finalized. Check your inventory for your earned void points and the mission leaderboard to see your position. Felix glanced at the list and couldn't help but smile wryly. 1. Lance Squad, a rank, 1 member. 2,145,391,001 VP. Click on the name for the full stats. 2. The Forgivers, S rank, 12-member 98,141 VP. Click on the name for the full stats. 3. The Sinners, S rank, 10-member 84,446 VP. Click. 4. Imagine Dragons, S rank, 9-member 78,119 VP. Click. 20. Voidmakers, a rank, 10-member 8,411 VP. Wiped out. I should have probably concluded the mission after I reached the base. Felix massaged his temple, realizing that he messed up a little. His current location was extremely far from the void base, which meant by the time he reaches there and cash out his points, the leaderboard would have already gone viral. Whatever, I am leaving the planet either way. Knock knock. HM? Didn't I tell you not to bother me? The Fong said irritatedly while looking at his office's wooden door. Sir, this is big news. His assistant cried out from behind the door, showing a rich amount of emotion in his voice. Something that the Fong knew rarely happened. Come in. Did someone die? The Fong asked the moment his assistant entered his office. I wish. It will be simpler than this. Agitated, the assistant displayed a holographic list, showing the leaderboards of the malaria zone. The instant the Fong noticed Felix's name and his absurd score, his mouth went agape in utter disbelief. 2 million? Is this a prank? The Fong looked at his assistant with a widened eye, hoping that he would start laughing mockingly or something. Alas, his assistant seemed like his soul had been drained from him by the news, making the Fong understand that this was the real deal. Impossible. Just impossible. There must be a mistake in calculation. The Fong had spent too much time with void-related matter. He saw many freaky and outright mind-blowing things. Yet, he believed in them since they had some basis to support them. But this? The Fong would be a fool to believe that a single man, who was constantly monitored throughout the past month, would have hunted thousands of void creatures by himself. He wouldn't have believed it even if a squad pulled it off. From the leaderboard, the squads on them never reached even 100k VP after spending more than 3 months hunting down void creatures. Yet, Felix gathered 2.2 million VP in a single month while under radar? Hell no! The Fong refused to believe it. The first thing he did was click on Felix's name, wanting to see all the stats. Lowborn void creatures killed, 890. Elite void creatures killed, 198. Compressors used, 6. No, 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 no. Because the Queen kept tabs over everything, those stats were as real as they could get. Knowing this made it hard for the Fong to deny them even when his mind found it incomprehensible. What do we do, sir? The assistant asked with an agitated voice. Before he brought the news to the Fong, it had been already leaked in the network by the squads on the leaderboard. Right at this moment, a mayhem had been started in all social medias due to Felix's absurd score. If even the Fong reacted like he had seen God himself, it was to be expected the reaction of the public would be more intense. Get me Lance on the phone right this instant, the Fong ordered with a livid expression, not liking all the mysteries that Felix was hiding. He could excuse the suicide phenomena, but hunting more 1,000 void creatures all by himself? He could never allow Felix to walk away with such a secret that could affect the war to their favor. Ring ring. Before the assistant could call Felix, the Fong received a call to a meeting with his peers. The moment the call was connected, Hamaru asked with a stern voice, "Did you see the latest news?" "Yes," the Fong informed. "I was just about to call Lance personally to explain the situation." "Don't bother." Toby sighed. "I have just tried it and the call didn't connect. He must have blocked all communications." "That son of a bitch," Winfried snapped angrily. "He can't just go around doing what the hell he wants and leave us to handle the pressure from the public." Since they were the assembly members and Felix was part of the guild, anything he did would impact them as well, whether positive or negative. The fact that they still couldn't even explain the suicide phenomena to the public over a month now already made them appear incompetent. They were saved by the rising conflict between them and Commander Samuel, since not a lot of people kept talking about the suicide phenomena. Before they could get a breather and focus on the conflict, Felix went ahead and dropped another unsolvable bomb on them. If they couldn't offer an explanation to this one as well, the public wouldn't treat them kindly. As for the treatment that Felix was receiving currently, it was mixed between the supporters and the haters. The supporters were curious about Felix's method to hunt so many void creatures alone, but they didn't grill him for it online. Instead, they celebrated his achievements and called him a new rising hero who would turn the war around. Most of them were civilians in the Empire who didn't give a shit about the details, as they were just happy that the void creatures were slaughtered by him. On the other hand, the haters were the opposite, as they grilled Felix on his method and kept pressuring him with tweets to make a conference and share his method. In their own words, his method could be the salvation to this war. If a single mercenary could achieve this much, imagine more people using his method? It wouldn't be far-fetched to call the war as half won. Most of them were mercenaries and high-ranked army officials. Unfortunately, no matter how much they clamor and try to pressure Felix, it was futile attempts. Felix had gone through much worse public backlash than this and came up on top every time. "Since we can't contact him, we can only send someone to meet him," Hamaru suggested. "I believe that he is returning to the base," Toby reasoned. "Since he has concluded his mission, he should be stopping his hunt and returning to cash out." "My thoughts exactly." The Fong nodded his head. I will tell my Faye and Wolverine to block him in the base's lobby and question him in public. Smart. Winfried smirked. If he ignored us, the others will see that we are not at fault and that he is the one being uncooperative. The last thing the guild needed was to be cursed by the public for not being able to control one of their own. We can even expose the details of his army contract and show everyone that he is one of them. Toby proposed a better plan. This should help us in switching the blame to the army. Since Commander Samuel is the one writing the contract, he will be burnt the most by the public if he didn't give them an explanation. Haha, that's a good one. Winfried laughed. Commander Samuel already is treading on a thin line. By switching the blame to him, it will show to the public that he can't do anything right. This is a good strike for us. The Fong snickered. Especially when the date of the meeting is fast approaching. It had been decided that Commander Samuel, the assembly members, officials of main headquarters of the Void Guild, and the leaders of the galaxy would be meeting in 7 days. Naturally, the meeting would be hosted in the UVR and streamed live for the public to spectate. Right now, everyone could see that Commander Samuel suffered from a terrible reputation and that keeping him in his position would be a truly foolish move by their leaders. Since the leaders had yet to show their stance on the matter, it was still up to debate what would happen in the meeting. The assembly members were going to make sure that when the meeting arrives, Commander Samuel's reputation would be at the bottom of the barrel. Contact your daughter and tell her to continue following him, Toby added. Also to send all the recordings she had on him. If he won't tell us, then we need to figure out by ourselves. Hamaru supported his suggestion. It might seem like all they cared about was not taking any bad publicity from Felix's stunt, but in reality, they were the most interested in how he hunted so many void creatures without being noticed. They must possess such a secret at all cost for the sake of protecting their territories. After 3 days of non-stop journeying and hunting a pack or two on the way, Felix finally returned to the void base. He kept his helmet on and made sure that the glass wouldn't be seen through so he would avoid getting spotted. He had seen the chaos that he started in the network with his score and knew that a lot of people had their eyes on him. The moment Felix stepped foot inside the lobby, he could feel that the atmosphere was extremely tense, unlike the first time arrived. The mercenaries and soldiers kept glaring at each other whenever they had eye contact. They already hated each other guts, and this conflict just further intensified that hatred. Even though most soldiers hated their commander and wanted him replaced, they felt that the guild attacking him was the same as attacking them whole. So they could never be friendly with each other. Good thing I am leaving. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he walked to the elevators. He felt like a war could start between those two with a simple spark. He had no intentions to remain here and be part of it. Unfortunately, the guild wasn't planning on letting him walk away freely after causing all this mess on his own. Sir Lance! Sir Lance! Wait for me! Out of nowhere, Faye shouted cutely while chasing after Felix. Wolverine and their crew were following right behind her. Sir Lance? Is it him? Why is he wearing a helm? Was he trying to sneak by? It must be him. The silent crowd of mercenaries and soldiers all switched their focus from each other into Felix. When Felix noticed this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What an annoying bitch. Sir Lance, I just want to congratulate you on your amazing harvest. Faye bowed her head respectfully at Felix in the middle of the lobby. Congratulations! Wolverine and the rest of their squad played along with Faye. They had been ordered by the Fong to make sure that Felix either answer their inquiries or walk away after doing so. Unfortunately for them, Felix didn't even give them enough time to ask him, as the moment the elevator opened up, he turned around and entered it. You are not running away from me. Upon seeing so, Faye walked with quickened steps towards the elevator, wanting to stop him from leaving. Meanwhile, the mercenaries and soldiers glanced at each other for a split second before dashing towards the elevator, hoping to ride along with Felix. They knew that he was strong, but they didn't really worry about him harming them since he was bound by the rules just like everyone else. If it wasn't for so, Faye wouldn't be so bold after experiencing his monstrous strength. Too bad. It seemed like everyone had forgotten about what happened near the mercenary store, when Felix was bothered by a hulky, What a drag. Felix removed his helmet and stared at them indifferently. The moment they looked into his violet, frigid, triangle-like eyes, their bodies all stiffened up like an invisible hand had just grasped them tightly. Thud, thud, thud. Some of them lost their balance and fell into the ground while others remained static in a weird posture. Whatever it is, no one was moving or talking. Even Faye and Wolverine, the supposedly descendants of an origin bloodliner, were met with the same fate. The only difference was their ability to move their fingers and lips unlike the others. It can't be. Even Father has difficulty casting his spiritual level upon us. Horrified and shocked, Faye exclaimed in her mind while staring at Felix's cold eyes. She already knew that Felix could use a spiritual level since she watched a recording of what happened near the mercenary store. Yet, she was never worried about it due to her previous experience with her father. Now, she could only watch the elevator closes up on Felix without the ability to even speak. Tearing. The moment elevator door closed up, everyone was freed from Felix's spiritual pressure, leaving them gasping for air with sweaty foreheads. Meanwhile, Felix wasn't having it easy as he felt like a sledgehammer was smashing his head. Warned you, Jormungandr said calmly. Spiritual pressure shouldn't be used against those closer to you in the social ladder. Didn't think the backlash will be this harsh. Pained, Felix replied while messaging his temples. He had been taught all about spiritual pressure by the tenants in his mind the moment he felt like he could freeze someone with a single look. Spiritual pressure wasn't a gift to be messed about. Everyone was able to receive this gift as long as they could enhance their inherited potential to a defying level. For example, the entire human race as a species was born with a defined potential that placed them in a specific placement in the social ladder in the universe. Even if a prodigy was born and celebrated about to be the most gifted human in history, his defined potential was a tiny bit better than a commoner. Only after breaking through Origin Realm would a human enhance his defined potential significantly. That's because Origin Realm meant a new birth of another human species. So, Origin bloodliners were able to cast their spiritual pressure on other bloodliners and commoners. On the other hand, we have beings like Nimmo, whose spiritual pressure was on a completely different level than almost everyone without even hatching from his egg. His strength might not be noteworthy, but his defined potential was just too extraordinary. He had inherited capabilities to reach the top from birth, unlike Felix, who had the potential to gain those capabilities in his journey and reach the top as well. Every time Felix improved himself by either integrating with a primogenitor bloodliner, getting a second perfect manipulation, merging with a devourer heart, etc., he was in fact enhancing both of his strength and his defined potential. Just like that, he slowly climbs up the social ladder of the universe and increase his spiritual pressure, making him able to cast it on those below him. This might seem simple and easy, but remember the extraordinary things that Felix had to do to achieve so. No other person of any race was capable of doing so, making it impossible for them to change their fate. As long as Felix kept taking advantage of those heavenly defying opportunities, his defined potential would keep increasing until he would be able to cast his spiritual pressure on origin bloodliners and other powerful entities. Tearing. After the elevator opened up, Felix stopped massaging his temples and walked towards the mercenary store. Just like the first time, there was a long queue in front of it. This time, Felix didn't even bother to line up with them as he kept walking in direction of the store's desk. Before the mercenaries could open their mouths and curse him for skipping over the queue, they found themselves unable to open their lips or move an inch. Felix might struggle to cast his spiritual pressure on Faye and Wolverine, but for the rest, he wasn't affected negatively in the slightest. Hello. Give me everything on this list. Felix forwarded a small holographic list that was packed with a large quantity of items. Welco. Me back, Sir Lance. The clerk stuttered with a sweaty forehead as he bowed slightly. How could he not recognize Felix when the mercenaries were all frozen yet again just like a month ago? It's him. No wonder no one can move. Only he is capable of doing so. The moment the mercenaries heard him mention that name, they all stopped cursing him in their minds and began thinking of ways to get chummy with him. All of them had seen his gathered void points. No matter how much they talked shit to him in the network to expose his method, They were desperately hoping to join his squad. Right away, knowing that Felix was quite an impatient man, he didn't dare to chit-chat with him and focused on the holographic list. A second later, his eyes widened in disbelief after seeing the crazy quantity requested. 50 kilogram of life negator? The hell? Is he planning to rob the place clean? The store clerk glanced at Felix's eyes and saw that he was dead serious. When he recalled that Felix possessed more than 2 million void points, the clerk didn't dare to ask if he could afford the price. He quickly requested the queen to calculate the final sum and listened to her response. Sir Lance, this will cost you 1.2 million void points, more or less. The store clerk coughed and showed him the calculation done by the queen, so he wouldn't fault him. Okay. Felix paid the amount at once and gestured for the clerk to get him his stuff quickly. After the clerk went to the back of the store, Felix turned around and looked at the elevators, hoping that those two annoying brats would be scared of him after experiencing his spiritual pressure. If it was up to him, he would have slapped them unconscious ages ago. Alas, the contract he signed before entering the planet forced him to act chummy with everyone. Tearing. Sigh. Never once wanted to beat a girl so badly. Felix rubbed his eyelids wearily after seeing Faye's pretty face emerge from the elevator. Lance, stop abusing your spiritual pressure. Faye yelled from afar, not daring to approach Felix after seeing the stiffened mercenaries behind him. Your voice is really making me want to punch something, Felix replied softly while beaming 2 earbuds. He wore them casually in his ears and turned his back on her, not wanting to acknowledge her existence. If only he treats all girls like this. Asna smiled with a pleased expression. While she was pleased, Faye felt immensely humiliated by his treatment. Since the moment she met him, he was being nothing but an asshole to her. Still, she didn't let her emotions get the best of her and decided to conclude her mission. I don't know, why are you avoiding us? Faye spoke out loud, so everyone could hear her. She didn't care that Felix acted deaf to her question as she continued her narration for the others. The assembly members simply wants to learn your hunting method, so we can be as efficient as you. Upon hearing so, the mercenaries and soldiers' ears all perked up, eager to learn his secret as well. Any one of them would wish to have the ability to hunt 1,000 void creature alone in a month. Although most of them knew deep down that whatever Felix was doing wouldn't be possible by them, they still had a tiny hope of copying the method. Too bad. Felix didn't even hear her question as those earplugs were made out of nanobots as well. After waiting a couple of seconds and noticing that Felix planned to remain silent, Faye clicked her tongue in criticism and condemned him. It's not like we will be getting it for free. We are willing to pay a respectable amount for your information. Still nothing from Felix. He merely kept tapping his finger on the store's desk, waiting patiently for the clerk's return. By now, both the soldiers and mercenaries started to feel irked and displeased by his nonchalance to such a serious matter. They could see that the guild was trying its best to figure out his method and see if it could help them against the void invasion. If it was replicable, then it would be good news for all humanity. If not, then nothing much would change besides Felix hunting more void creatures than the rest. In their eyes, his refusal to share made it seem like his method could be used by others as well. He was hiding it to avoid having mercenaries and soldiers compete with him during his hunt. If everyone could kill 1,000 void creature on their own, then cleaning planets would be a job for 10 mercenaries at best. I guess Commander Samuel told you not to share it after you signed his contract. Faye spew lies with a straight face after seeing that Felix wasn't listening. Commander Samuel? What does he have to do with Lance? Contract? There was a deal between those two. Clear confusion were written on everyone's faces after hearing her bring out Commander Samuel. Before some soldiers could jump out and denounce Faye for trying to make their commander appear bad, she created a big holographic contract that was called Army Consultant. This is what I am talking about, Faye stressed as she highlighted the crazy terms of the contract to everyone. Immediately after reading them, the soldiers and the mercenaries with their heads turned around couldn't help but take a deep cold breath in disbelief. Your reaction is logical, unlike this contract that offers Lance benefits of being a high-ranked official without being part of the chain command. Faye narrowed her eyes at the soldiers and pressed on her agenda. How does it make you feel to know that all your hard work over the years to climb the army ladder means absolutely nothing to Commander Samuel? Whenever he likes, he can simply push one to the top without experiencing the same hell you went through. The soldiers wanted to retort and tell her to stop spewing lies since no one with a sane mind would offer such a contract. Yet, when they saw Commander Samuel's famous signature, they could only swallow those words back. It was simply impossible to fake a signature with the Queen's supervising almost all contracts. This can't be real. I have been a sergeant for over 5 years now and in the army for more than 10 years. A middle-aged soldier removed his hat with bloodshot watery eyes as he stared at the term that forces sergeants and below to show proper respect to Felix like they met a general. He knew that he was just a weak 6th-stage bloodliner unlike Felix, but this was the army, not the guild. In the army, everyone needed to climb the ladder with their splendid achievements. Yet, Felix skipped over all of that. The soldiers all felt a sense of betrayal from Commander Samuel, making their hearts burn from grievance. He really went mad. If that old fat fuck isn't replaced, I will quit this shitty-ass job. Even the mercenaries were angered to see the benefits of that contract since it made fun of their ranking system as well. They needed to kill and kill void creatures to increase their rank to receive more access and benefits. Felix had just received access that was available to only SS-ranked mercenaries and generals in his first month. This will do the trick. Faye laughed in enjoyment after seeing the heartbroken expressions and angered looks of everyone. Her mission could be considered as concluded. She had exposed the contract and framed Commander Samuel for being the one that making Felix keep quiet about his method. With the help of her squad, who were recording all this, the news would go viral in the network. Based on the soldiers' reaction, it was clear how the rest of the army would behave when they hear about the contract. The guild might have lost Felix, but they made sure to ruin his reputation with Commander Samuel. At least that's what Faye and Wolverine believed. But in reality, Felix could have cared less about his reputation since he was using a fake identity. That's why he still didn't bother to turn around even when he could feel the soldiers glaring at him like he stole their wives or something. Sir Lance, here are your items. The store clerk handed Felix a spatial card with a bewildered look after seeing the giant holographic contract and the tense atmosphere. At last, Felix thanked him as he took the spatial card. Not wanting to remain here another second, Felix didn't even check his items before taking off towards the elevator. When Faye saw his cold eyes as he approached her, she gulped a mouthful and retreated to the side, not wanting to block him. In her eyes, he might not harm her now, but he could do so in the future if she pushed him too far. After all, the contract that was making her feel safe was active only on this planet. If even she was scared, don't even mention Wolverine and her squad mates. They opened the way for him to enter the elevator without Felix requiring to do anything. Just as the elevator was about to get closed shut, Felix glanced at Faye and smiled a little. In the far future, you will realize how laughable your actions were. Tearing. What does he mean? Faye was left bewildered and a bit curious with his final words. As he said, she would realize what he meant when the time comes. For now, Faye got rid of his words and contacted her father, informing him that she succeeded in her mission. Good job. The Fong smiled in a sinister manner and said, "It's time to prepare another media conference. Exposing the contract and sharing the recordings were only the start. The real deal was the Fong confirming it and letting the public know that the guild filed the motion for the sake of the army. In the other words, the army was always pressured by Commander Samuel to not disobey him. If not, how could they not file a motion to replace him even when he was clearly disrespecting the sacred army laws? While he was preparing for the media conference, Commander Samuel could be seen strapped by ropes like a pig above a hot furnace. The heat and the smoke was hitting his back, turning it scarlet red. Yet, he couldn't even scream due to having a gag in his mouth. Based on his erection, he wasn't complaining one bit by this treatment. The guild was pulling all stops to replace him. Meanwhile, he was enjoying his time with Mistress Candace, not giving a shit about anything they use on him. In his mind, as long as there was no candidate, he was unreplaceable. He has just summoned his spaceship to pick him up. Mistress Candace knitted her eyebrows. Why is he leaving already? Wasn't his aim to take advantage of his void powers to climb the ladder of the human race? He left without even asking for an achievement from the army after hunting that many cuties. Mistress Candace kept tapping her finger on her elbow as she stared at Commander Samuel absent-mindedly. She was trying her best to figure out Felix's plans, but nothing made sense so far. As long as she kept believing that he was an imitator instead of a human with void abilities, she would never figure out his agenda. The only way to really solve this was by simply paying a visit to Felix's personality in his dream. But Mistress Candace was too playful and curious to ruin her fun with direct methods like those. So, she kept her eyes on him, waiting for his next move. If only she knew that he would be heading to a fallen planet, she would have taken her shot here and asked him personally. If only she knew. After Felix exited the void base under the glares of soldiers and envious looks of mercenaries, he found his aircraft already waiting to pick him up. He jumped inside, and the Queen took him to the dark deviant that was waiting for his arrival on the peak of the troposphere layer. In a few moments, the aircraft got admitted inside the spaceship and went to its designated parking lot. "Queen, take us away," Felix requested while changing his spacesuit into comfortable pajamas. Without needing to walk, the artificial symbiote created a chair underneath him and took him to his bedroom. Because of the clearance given to him, his spaceship wasn't stopped on its way out by the army. In less than a few minutes, the dark deviant was back in space and speeding far away from the Scarlet Planet. "Queen, give me a list of all the fallen planets," Felix requested after he logged into the UVR. Queen showed him thousands of planets from all sizes and colors listed with all of their details. Not a single one wasn't marked with a red X, stating that the planet was given up on. Filter the recent ones. Queen did as she was told and got rid of more than 80% of planets from the list. Felix didn't want to head to planets that had been infested for tens of years since it would be extremely difficult for his spaceship to make it through. In addition, the laws and elements of the planet would be almost gone, making it hard for him to adapt to the environment. The recent ones have fallen in the past years. Felix scratched his chin as he picked a planet and read its details. He found that the army had given this planet 100 years lifespan before its core would get absorbed by the void creatures as well. 100 years was really a short duration since to completely devour an entire planet, millions of void creatures were required. Based on their calculations, the planet should be infested with more than 20 void creatures. Felix scrolled below and read its location. Then, he requested the Queen to calculate the distance between him and the planet and how long it would take to arrive there. "It will take less than 3 months at our fastest speed," Queen replied. "I see." Felix asked, "Is there any other fallen planet that is nearer?" "The nearest fallen planet is 2 months away," Queen answered and pinpointed the said planet on the list. After reading its details, Felix found out that it had been invaded a decade ago. Better stick with Gamora. Felix decided to return to his first choice even though it would take an extra month to reach it. "I will need some time to restart my integration anyway." Felix didn't want to arrive at a fallen planet with only his current set of abilities. He wanted to at least unlock 2 more passives and 2 more active abilities. Maybe he would be given an ability that would fasten his absorption process or such. Queen, display the mission board and filter all missions beside the black ones, Felix requested. When the list emerged in front of him, Felix took a quick glance and saw that a black mission related to recovering planet Gamora was posted. The requirement was simply cleaning the planet from the void creatures. No matter what method used, the reward was split into 3 parts. Straight promotion to SSS plus rank, 10 million void points, an official position on the main headquarters of the Void Guild. Nothing noteworthy. Felix was truly disappointed by the rewards. In the case of the rank, he would automatically reach to SSS plus after his finishes with his incoming genocide. He had no use for the points since the items on the store weren't really that useful with his current strength. He already purchased everything he needed with only 1 million void points. Last but not least, the official position in the main headquarters. It might be the dream to the Fong or other political figures seeking higher positions in the guild's ladder, but for him, he really just wanted to hatch Nimmo and focus on other matters. Let's see the army rewards. Felix smiled wryly. Hopefully, they offer something useful. Felix switched to the army's website and went to search for rewards given to anyone able to recover fallen planets. After seeing that the reward was a straight promotion to a general position, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch in vexation. He could sense that the army simply placed the reward not as a motivation but to demotivate anyone trying to go for recovering a planet. That's because the army had already tried many times to achieve so and failed miserably. So, there was no need to send others to waste their resources on those wishful dreams. It was better to invest those resources in other planets that were under attack. Useless crap. Felix closed the website after accepting the black mission. He might be disappointed by the rewards, but he would never say no to freebies. Are you done? Thor stressed. You need to restart your training as fast as possible. I believe that you are ready to begin learning Psychic Shield. If you mastered it, it would help your mental defenses immensely. Before Felix could agree, Lady Sphinx mentioned calmly, "Today is my turn." "I know that." Thor coughed. "I am just saying." Lady Sphinx ignored him and informed Felix, "Meet me in my 4th lab. I will be teaching you today how to concoct a 5-star difficulty rank 3 potion of misery." "On my way." Felix agreed at once, knowing that Lady Sphinx disliked leaving her waiting. So far, his potion concoction techniques were getting more refined after Lady Sphinx took the helm as his teacher. He had improved to the point he was able to concoct a 4-star rank 3 potions with a 30% success rate. It might sound little, but if any other witch knew that Felix could concoct almost all 4-star rank 3 potions with such percentage, they would die from envy. One shouldn't forget that witches usually pick 3 to 4 potions and spend their lifetimes mastering them to increase the percentage as high as possible. Felix clearly wasn't taking that road, as he wanted to reach the same height as Lady Sphinx or even surpass her. When it comes to potion making, he wanted to create new recipes, concoct his own elemental potions, and be a full-fledged researcher in the art of potion making. This was going to be a long journey, but it would be totally worth it when he reaches the summit. A week later, the news about a new mercenary slaying over 1,000 void creatures alone in a single month had already gone viral galaxy-wide. This time, even the leaders paid attention to this piece of shocking information. They wanted to know if a special weapon was used or something like that. Unfortunately, neither Commander Samuel nor the assembly members managed to enlighten them. Everyone was just as ignorant as the other. Only now did the leaders realize how infuriating the contract that Felix had signed. No one could question him or threaten him with anything. He was bulletproof, and Commander Samuel was responsible for it. Yet, no matter how many times they ask him, he always sends them recordings of Felix firing off Void Seekers. Recordings that were published by the assembly members to show that they were trying their best to investigate the matter, unlike Commander Samuel. By now, even the leaders were starting to get pissed off by Commander Samuel's antics, since it affected them negatively as well. Still, it didn't matter if they disliked the guy or not. As long as there was no candidate to replace him, they could only swallow their displeasure and prepare to support him in the summit. Speaking about the summit, it would be occurring in the next hour or so inside the Guardian Empire Royal Palace. Right now, the outside of the assembly hall was already packed with reporters from every reputable media company in the galaxy. They were waiting patiently to be summoned inside this prestige hall. Some reporters were clearly excited and eager to participate in such a glorious summit. Meanwhile, the veteran reporters didn't seem to care really. They had attended many assemblies like those since it was hosted on a monthly basis to discuss important matters related to the galaxy as a whole. It was almost like the previous United Nations of Earth. The only difference would be that the reporters were allowed inside only when there were matters that needed to be shared with the public. Just because it was a summit, it didn't mean that no classified issues were being dealt with inside. The summit was erected to deal mostly with external threats that affect the galaxy entirely. So the decisions made needed to be kept classified at all costs. It was impossible for any leader to leak what's discussed to the public, since they had signed a strict contract that forbade them. Not a single leader dared to betray the galaxy since the punishment imposed was too gruesome. "Are you guys ready?" the Fong asked with a rigid tone as he looked at his peers. Hamaru, Toby, and Winfried nodded their heads with stern expressions as they stood together in the Fong's UVR office. All of them were wearing formal clothing, appearing like they were attending a wedding. "Let's nail this son of a bitch." The Fong smiled coldly and then started to disintegrate into light particles. The others pressed the invitation link in front of them and teleported as well. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves sitting on their designated chairs in the assembly hall. Since they were leaders of the Human Race Void Guild's branch, it was only natural that they would have some authority in matters related to the galaxy. The 10 councilmen, the 2 emperors, and that dog have yet to arrive. The Fong noticed that the highest seats in the assembly had yet to be filled, unlike the other seats. He could see that more than 200 seats had been filled with authoritative figures from all parts of the galaxy. Each one appeared more unique than the other since almost every one of them was an origin bloodliner. The summit was only for authoritative backgrounds with at least one alive origin bloodliner. That's why many kingdoms and ragtag bloodline clans weren't included in the summit, such as the Alexander Kingdom. Their king was a mere peak 6th stage bloodliner, no matter how he called his territory and how many star systems they own. As long as they don't have an origin bloodliner in their ranks, they weren't considered as a real authoritative background. On the other hand, backgrounds with elderly origin bloodliners on the verge of death were able to send representatives. That's why Maganda Chief, Zoja Everglow, and Gabriel Lotus were attending the summit as well instead of their elders. They were sitting at the far corner of the assembly, making it clear that their placement in the galaxy's hierarchy wasn't too good. That's to be expected since their origin bloodliners were on their deathbed. The only reason they were still alive was because of them going through hibernation to save off every bit of energy. Meanwhile, the placement of the Mariana royal family was at the very top, towering over everyone. Even though its golden age had gone, and now it was infested with hundreds of kingdoms, its placement didn't change due to the number of origin bloodliners in their ranks. After a few minutes, the assembly hall was packed to the brim. All backgrounds had taken their seats, not daring to miss out the monthly summit. If they missed it and a decision was made that would mess up with their territory or businesses, they needed to be there to protest against it. After the hall was filled, only then did the 2 emperors and the 10 councilmen showed themselves. They teleported into their seats almost instantly. No one behaved abnormally to their sudden appearance since they were used to this informality. While the 10 councilmen were wearing a gray uniform that exuded gloominess and strictness, the 2 emperors wore glamorous royal golden robes and crowns. Yet, all of them gave off an authoritative pressure that would make it hard for commoners to stare at them in the eyes or even breathe out loud. "Where is Commander Samuel?" Emperor Charles inquired softly after seeing that the seat next to him was still empty. He was the current emperor of the Guardian Empire. At least that's what the public assumed. But in reality, Commander Samuel was the one ruling the empire. After all, he had full control over the galactical army, making him the real lifeline of the empire instead of the royal family. Right now, they were nothing more than figureheads of monarchy and legacy of the empire. "He dares be late even when he is the main subject of today's summit?" A tiny man with bronze fur and rat-like features growled in displeasure. "Easy there, 7th councilman." A delicate girl with eyes closed shut and 2 crystallized antennas on top of her head spoke with a brittle voice. Her pale skin seemed to glimmer whenever light reflected on her, making her seem otherworldly. "It doesn't matter if he arrived now or later," she smiled gently, "as long as he is there when we deal with his issue." "TSK, you are always too nice to assholes like them, 2nd councilwoman." The 7th councilman clicked his tongue in irritation and remained quiet after, joining the others in their silence. "Who wants to honor us with his voice this evening?" 2nd councilwoman asked faintly as she titled her head at her peers. Upon hearing so, all councilmen either lowered their heads or stared in different direction, clearly not wanting to deal with the hassle of hosting the summit. "How about you emperors?" "I hosted 2 months ago." Emperor Charles rejected politely. "I pass." Meanwhile, Emperor Raval of the Mariana Empire merely waved his hand indifferently at her. He didn't even bother to turn his head, which was quite disrespectful behavior to another origin bloodliner. Yet, the second councilwoman seemed used to his haughty treatment and didn't react much. Bunch of lazy old geezers. Second councilwoman sighed as she stood up. I guess I will be hosting it again. She climbed the steps of a podium that gave her a clear vision of everyone participating in this summit. Then, she smiled politely and greeted, "Good morning, my friends. Today, we will be kicking off another monthly summit and hopefully, it will be just as successful as the previous ones." Everyone started to applause vigorously, delighted that second councilwoman would be hosting the summit. Unlike the others on top, she was the only approachable figure in the upper echelon. She never puts airs and response to everyone's inquiries. She treated commoners, bloodliners, and authoritative figures all the same, making her well liked by all. Adding the fact that she was as cute as an angel made it easy for anyone to drop their guards near her and be themselves. That's why she was nicknamed by the network as Miss Buttercup. Let us begin with the first issue on the agenda. Miss Buttercup pressed a button on the podium and 5 men got summoned in front of stands like the ones in courts. All of them looked somber and disheartened. Introduce yourselves and make your case, Miss Buttercup requested. One of the men turned around to look at everyone and introduced, "We are the Galactical Association of Explorers. We handle all matters related to either hunting undiscovered galaxies, ancient ruins explorations, locating new mines, etc. In the past years, we have noticed a massive spike in crews getting wiped out during their explorations." The association leader brought out a holographic screen that showed a graph and read it. As you can see, from 10 years and before, the death of exploration crews isn't alarming at all. We lose tens of exploration crews at best. He pointed his finger at a red arrow that suddenly spiked at 60 degrees and said, "Out of nowhere, exploration crews began getting wiped out on the majority of their missions. Even T1 missions that should be doable by the least experienced crew." The leaders below began to chat with each other after they recalled that they had also lost many of their exploration squads as well over the past years. They didn't think too much of it since they had more important issues to handle. Plus, the death of exploration crews wasn't really that strange. After all, ancient ruins were filled with mysteries, and no one really knows what would happen inside. But after the data got gathered like this, and they realized that it wasn't just them, they could smell a conspiracy. Before their chatter could get even louder, the association leader raised his tone and continued on. "After a thorough investigation, we are finally confident to point our fingers at the culprit, or in this case, an entire race of culprits." He said so while replacing the graph from his screen with an image of slimes. Slimes? Is this a joke? Those slaves can't even harm a fly, nevertheless harm veteran bloodliners. Everyone was shocked by the reveal. They expected an organization in the shadow, hunting down all exploration crews and taking their loots or something like that. Instead, they were given slimes, one of the weaklings of the universe. Believe me, we also thought that it was impossible. But after hearing this recording of a fallen explorer, we were left with no choice but to suspect them. The association leader sighed and played a recording on the screen. The recording was a confession of a man who was in his dying breath, buried deep down under rubble of a pistachio-green rocks. Cough. "We have been betrayed by the newest addition to our crew, Mocha. He is a slime that we bought to scout the ruins for us, but the fucker activated a trap willingly without us knowing about it. I know for a fact that he did it on purpose since he smiled at me deviously before I got buried under this rubble of this weird energy-absorbing rocks. I don't know how he managed to betray us like this while the slave contract was active. I hope that the association figure it out to warn other exploration Surrey." Rumble, rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, an earthquake occurred, resulting in the shift of the rubble. Because he was buried underneath and was completely spent, he could only embrace his death by getting squashed between those moving boulders. After that, the screen went black and everyone glanced at each other with stern expressions. No one would disbelieve the words of a dying man. His warning helped us get a target for our investigations. After watching recordings of many other explorers who gave their permission, we realized that they all got wiped out by traps. The association leader mentioned with a heavy tone. Majority of them were either activated by slimes or the others after the slimes failed to warn them. Upon hearing so, the leaders were left mostly confused than angered. They could see that it was an organized movement by the slimes. But how exactly did they achieve so? They all thought. They knew that it was impossible for them to have any thoughts of betrayal in their minds, since the queen would either deliver punishment instantly or relay their words to their owner. It was only natural to assume that it was close to impossible to betray someone without thinking about it just once. When the association leader saw their confusion, he enlightened them with the answer. Knowing that it was impossible to break Queen's AI contracts made us seek answers from Slime's experts. Their theory was that the slimes that betrayed the exploration crews were just copies. The association leader disclosed. Copies? Makes sense. Slimes are able to make copies with wisps of their consciousness, making them able to use them as suicide bombers. So, you are telling me that slimes allow their copies to get caught and sold in auctions to hunt down exploration crews? Chatter started yet again in the assembly hall. Everyone knew that slimes were able to copy themselves. Yet, they didn't expect that this trait would be used in such a manner. The slimes actually willingly put their copies in the open, so they could wipe out anyone who purchased them. They literally turned themselves into suicide bombers to make sure that anyone who want their services better be ready for a world of pain. We, the Association of Explorers, beseech the leaders to seek an explanation from the Slime Nation. The association leader voiced his plea. This is an organized attack against the human race by the Slime Nation. It was understandable to see it from this perspective. After all, thousands of exploration crews had met their fate at the hands of their own slimes. Clearly, it wasn't over yet. In their eyes, this was a secret racial war that needed to be dealt with swiftly lest all slime slaves start rebelling as well. That's what the Association of Explorers were afraid to off. Not the fact that copies were killing the exploration crews, but their patriotic acts affecting the real slave slimes. The ones who would die immediately after having a single thought of betrayal. If they were influenced by those copies to also betray their crews and die in the process, then the slimes would be like time bombs. No one would dare to buy one even if they made sure that the slime purchased wasn't a copy. Since those crews needed slimes for scouting, if they betrayed them while deep inside an ancient ruins, they were fucked. The leaders were smart enough to figure this out on their own, making them understand that the situation wasn't pleasant at all. Slimes are important assets in exploration missions. If we lose them, our exploration success rates will crash down almost immediately. The association leader concluded his case with one final plea. Please help us solve this issue. Thank you for bringing this matter to light. Miss Buttercup smiled gently at the association leader and said, You can leave now. You will hear from us soon. The association leader and his men nodded their heads in appreciation and teleported away. So, what do you guys think? Miss Buttercup asked everyone. Instead of everyone giving off their opinions at the same time and creating a ruckus, they all remained quiet and pressed a button in front of them. The first one to press it was given permission to speak by Queen AI. I believe that we should make a contact with the Slime Nation. A Bloodline clan leader stood up as he offered his own take on the matter. We are not giving them a hefty amount of resources annually to receive future suicide bombers. Most of the leaders nodded their heads in approval. It might seem like the Slime Nation was starting a hidden war, but in reality, the leaders knew that was far from the truth. The royal family of Slime Nation was the one helping all interested parties to enslave their own people. That's because it was their greatest way of revenue outside cheap labor. Imagine how much they earn on a yearly basis after trafficking millions of their own kind to other races. So, the leaders believed that all of this was the doing of a secret terrorist organization who wants to free slimes from their slavery by creating intimidation. Anyone else wants to share a different opinion? Miss Buttercup asked. This time not a lot of leaders pressed on the button since most of them agreed with the Bloodline clan leader. We need to check if all exploration crews over the universe has been affected by this terrorist organization, or was it just us? Maganda Chief proposed calmly after being picked. The leaders nodded their heads in acknowledgement. This question would offer them many intel about this terrorist organization, such as if it was big enough to affect other races at the same time, were the human race their first target or not, etc. After Maganda Chief shared his opinion, a few more leaders followed and gave off their own take on the matter. Some were good and some were just useless. Yet, that didn't stop anyone from continuing this discussion until they finally voted on the decisions that would be made. There were many decisions taken, such as sending out a galactical warning to everyone about the existence of fake slime copies. So, everyone would be wary of slimes, from breeders, traffickers, auction houses, and explorers. All of those decisions were against the slimes. Not a single one was to support the cause of freeing the slimes from slavery. How could they do so when they were benefiting from the slime services for years and years? Alright, this matter is concluded for now. We will share updates in the next summits if we have them. Miss Buttercup clapped her hands twice and said, "Next case will be about everyone's favorite criminals, space pirates." 2 hours later, the summit had reached its last stretch after more than 5 subjects had been dealt with properly. The only issue that wasn't mentioned yet was the replacement of Commander Samuel. Everyone seemed quite irked since Commander Samuel had yet to show up. Ha ha ha. He has really lost his mind. The Fong laughed in delight as he heard the nasty comments of the leaders near him directed at Commander Samuel's absence. If they don't replace him after this, then there is no hope in him getting replaced ever. Toby thought to himself. Commander Samuel was showing such a blatant disrespect to everyone attending this summit with his absence. The fact that they hold his fate in their hands just made it even worse. Second Councilwoman, delay a little more. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Miss Buttercup smiled and walked back to her seat. However, just as she wanted to sit down, she noticed a flash of light to her left side. She turned around with the others and saw Commander Samuel smoking a cigar while wearing his formal military outfit. He was sitting causally like he didn't just almost miss out on the most important day of his life. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am sorry for being late." Commander Samuel apologized with a sincere smile. "I have just received news of a new portal opening up, and I needed to deal with it." Upon hearing so, the councilmen and the emperors couldn't find fault in his tardiness anymore. It didn't matter if he lied or told the truth. Critical matters related to Void Invasion should always be placed as a priority for the great commander of the army. "Thank you for your service, Commander." Miss Buttercup smiled politely and returned to the podium. Then, she explained to the assembly members the reason of Commander Samuel tardiness and requested them to pardon him. The leaders could only swallow their annoyance after hearing his excuse. Let us begin with the main case of today's summit. Miss Buttercup gestured with her hand at Commander Samuel and the 4 assembly members. Almost immediately, they got teleported into the stands in the air so they could be seen by all. As we promised the public, this case would be watched live. Miss Buttercup clapped her hands and all the reporters waiting outside were summoned into their own designated area. Without wasting a split second, all the reporters pointed their cameras and AP bracelets at the stands and kicked off the live streams. They were already packed with tens of billions of people, waiting patiently for the screen to light up. "Guild leaders," Miss Buttercup permitted with a faint smile. "Please make your case. A decision has been made." Miss Buttercup extended her hand to Commander Samuel and announced, "He will retain his position, but he will be placed under close probation." Tisk as expected. Felix closed off the stream after watching the meeting ends on such a disappointing note. He tuned in to watch from the start to the end since he also wanted Commander Samuel to piss off. In his previous life, he was the reason why so many portals emerged throughout the Guardian Empire until it was nigh impossible to control the invasions. He had seen the guild fight viciously for their case by offering many proofs of Commander Samuel's incompetence. They even brought Felix's name and the contract. In addition, they promoted General Aztec for the replacement after naming all of his splendid achievements over the years. Unfortunately, they had no idea that General Aztec was affiliated with the Bardo Empire. There was no way in hell the Guardian Empire and the Mariana Empire would approve of him. On the other hand, Commander Samuel merely apologized once and said that he would do better in the future. That's all it took for the top leaders to quickly vote against his replacement, forcing all of their allies to do the same. They ended up having the majority of votes and finalized their decision. Because of the frenzied reaction of the public against their decision, they decided to place Commander Samuel under close probation. It did alleviate some anger, but it wasn't enough to satisfy the public. The only thing that could do so was getting rid of him. Though the summit ended up on a bad note, there was some good to it. That was the top 3 superpowers coming into agreement to cultivate an autonomous candidate to replace Commander Samuel. They realized from his demeanor that Commander Samuel was going to screw up badly in the near future, and they had no intentions to clear up his mess again. In their eyes, he was a lost cause, and it was time to get rid of him. Unbeknownst of their secret decision, Commander Samuel returned to Mistress Candace's embrace, not caring about anything in the world. Meanwhile, the assembly members couldn't be more devastated by the decision. They brought some many materials against Commander Samuel that should have been more than enough to put him as far as possible from the army. Yet, they didn't affect even one of the 3 superpowers. This made them understand that Commander Samuel was untouchable and that all of their efforts were laughable in his eyes. What's worse, the invited officials of the Void Guild headquarters didn't protest against the decision. They were satisfied with the close probation and besought the assembly members to play along for now. The officials could see that the 3 superpowers were hell-bent on keeping him, and they didn't want to get the main branch into a struggle with them over this. Right now, the assembly members stopped moping over spilled milk and focused on doubling down their protection of their territories. They knew that Commander Samuel was going to wait a while until things cooled down before coming after them. With this, the brewing conflict between the guild and the army got settled for now. The only good thing resulted from this conflict would be the atmosphere between the mercenaries and soldiers getting a bit friendlier. That's because both of them hated Commander Samuel to the bone and want him gone as fast as possible. The contract really did some nasty damage to Commander Samuel's falling reputation in the army. 3 months later, in the chilling darkness of space, the dark deviant spaceship cruised slowly towards a small-sized planet. It was impossible to see the planet troposphere since it was covered entirely with thunderclouds. "Easy there," Felix murmured as he stared at the planet from the spaceship's cockpit. He didn't want to increase the speed to avoid getting noticed by void creatures. They may not be visible, but he knew that millions of them were down there, devouring the planet to its core. In a few minutes, the spaceship penetrated the atmosphere and the thick thunderclouds. The moment it emerged outside them, Felix was creeped out by the horrific image before him. The entire ground was painted pitch black like it was a wormhole, leading to nothingness. If it wasn't for the void creatures' heads and limbs moving all around like little insects gathered tightly, anyone would be left confused by the sight. "You will dive right there." Asna felt goosebumps course on her skin after imagining Felix getting embraced by the sea of void creatures. "I am getting used to it by now," Felix replied as he unfastened his seatbelts. The spaceship had been stopped by the Queen immediately after escaping the thunderclouds. "Queen, hid the spaceship within the clouds after I leave," Felix requested while getting naked. "As you command." After hearing her confirmation, he removed all 4 bracelets and placed them on his seat. He had already discussed with Asna and the rest that he wouldn't wear any AP bracelet after he starts the absorption. That's because he would be wasting time repairing them after they get damaged by the void energy. This meant only Lady Sphinx would still be able to log in to the UVR. The others would need to stay in his consciousness space until he hatches Nimmo. Both Thor and Jormungandr were fine by his decision since they were used to spending time in his consciousness space anyway. On the other hand, Asna didn't even protest since she would be spending almost the majority of her time absorbing the energy and feeding it to Nimmo. She couldn't do it carelessly since the little glutton had a limit to how much he could take every day. Because none of them had signed any contract that required them to keep their consciousness connected with Queen AI, Felix didn't need to worry about the Queen sending Alliance forces to hunt him down. On the other hand, he had signed the SG contract, which forced him to not remove his AP bracelet for more than 2 hours. However, Felix had a way to go around this. "Queen, I want to use a wish to remove the 2 hours penalty of my SG contract temporarily. Felix requested. You currently possess 3 wishes. Queen informed. If you used one, you can remove the penalty for 6 months. If you used them both, you can remove it for over a year. Use one. Are you certain? Yes. Upon receiving his confirmation, Queen AI took a wish from his inventory and notified him that the penalty had been disabled. God bless those wishes. Felix grinned as he walked away from his AP bracelet. He always kept a few wishes in his pockets for scenarios like those. He would never use them to wish for materials, potions, or treasures. Those were obtainable assets, unlike disabling penalties, voiding entire contracts, creating new identities or such. Only wishes had such powers since it required the Queen and SG Alliance approval. The reason he wished for only 6 months was because he had no idea how long it would take for Nemo to hatch. He didn't want to waste a second wish to add duration just to end up not needing it in the first place. After a short while, Felix reached one of the gates of his spaceship. He opened it up and got slammed immediately by a strong gale of wind. Rumble, rumble. Thunderclaps kept booming around him as he stood below the storm. The bursts of light showed Felix's nude skin gleaming like a mirror. This was due to him coating himself in the life negator dust. Without it, his spaceship would have been attacked before it could enter the Gamera's atmosphere due to his life signal attracting the void creatures. Let's hope this won't take too long. Felix wished as he summoned 2 dark purplish blasts from his palms and shot them at the massive pitch-black blob. Before it reached them, Felix jumped from his spaceship and dove after it, making him get struck once or twice by thick lightning arcs. Alas, they did nothing but boost his speed towards the army of void creatures. Poof poof. Almost soundless, the 2 blasts penetrated through tens of low-born void creatures and kept sinking within the pitch-black blob non-stop. The moment Felix felt like it was deep enough, he snapped his finger midair with his eyes closed shut. A split second later, he opened them after sensing warmness all over his body. When he looked around him, he realized that the size of the blob had reached more than 100 kilometers underground. Since he noticed that its surface spanned over hundreds of kilometers, Felix couldn't even fathom how many void creatures were making this blob. No wonder it's impossible to recover fallen planets. Felix sighed. There is no weapon able to blow up this humongous blob without destroying the planet in the process. It's not like there was no cosmic weapon able to blow even planets. The metal race, dwarves, and a few more races owned such a horrifying weaponry. Even humans were able to invent one since their weapons engineering wasn't to be joked about. However, they would never use them on fallen planets right from the start since they wanted to keep void creatures occupied. Each fallen planet helps them contain tens of millions of void creatures for over hundreds of years. Only when a planet reaches its final years would the army use a planet destroyer weapon to get rid of those void creatures at once. Asna, let's get this over with, Felix said as he closed his eyes shut, wanting to join them in the consciousness space. All of you will be lazing around except for me. Asna grumbled as she watched Felix join Thor and Jormungandr on their table. Stop whining. Nemo eats only for a few minutes before going to sleep, Felix retorted as he dealt poker cards to his masters. Even Lady Sphinx decided to join them. You can't be wasting half a year doing nothing but playing cards. Lady Sphinx looked at Felix as she suggested. I will be giving you books to read only daily basis. You are still lacking when it comes to knowledge about potion making. Will do, Felix agreed. He recognized that he rarely spent time expanding his horizons on potion-making knowledge due to his rigid time management. After all, he had 3 masters to accommodate. Now that he would be doing nothing but sleeping inside a giant blob of void energy, it was the best chance to devour as much knowledge as possible. Meanwhile, Nemo was on cloud 9 as he kept rolling on the lake with his tongue stretched out like a puppy. A flood of potent pure void energy kept pouring into his stomach, making him feel blessed. It had been over 2 months since he tasted void energy again. The void chests had been already finished by him, making him go through a drought that made him throw a tantrum that lasted for 2 seconds. One smack by Asna allowed him to remember that he wasn't entitled to anything in this consciousness space. This kind of disciple was integrated in his being now. So, when he hatches from the egg, he would be fearful of Asna's subconsciously, even though his spiritual pressure was enough to blow Felix into pieces. In the royal palace of the Mariana Empire, Prince Balin and Princess Alma could be seen walking elegantly towards a magnificent crystallized gate that was decorated with a dragon head made out of red gems. "Has father arrived?" Prince Balin asked one of the guards in front of the gate. The guard bowed his head as he replied, "Not yet, Your Highness. How about the rest?" Princess Alma inquired. "I believe everyone has arrived but the queen." Typical behavior of that whore. Princess Alma spat in her mind while still showing a courteous expression on the outside. "Brother, should we go in now?" Princess Alma complained. "I don't want to make her feel good by being the last to arrive." "Haha. Don't be so petty, sis." Prince Balin pushed the gate with a single hand and walked right through it. Such childish behaviors are noticeable by father. "I am not being a child." Princess Alma pouted and followed after him. "Good morning, everyone." Prince Balin greeted politely as he looked at his brothers, sisters, concubines, governors, generals, and all the important figures of the Mariana Empire. All of them were sitting on chairs that were placed at the sides of a glamorous hall. At the center, the hall was empty and had only a long red carpet that was leading towards a crystallized throne. It was made out of golden gems that gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Anyone looking at it would wonder if it was comfortable to sit on it since it had no pillow or cushion. It was literally just a seat sculpted out of gems. "Morning, little bro." A savvy, youthful man with a luxurious piercing on his nose snickered while sitting on his chair inappropriately. Everyone else sat in a formal manner and nodded their heads at the royal twins without a change of expression. "Hope you slept well, fourth brother." Prince Balin wished with his usual polite smile and went to sit down. Princess Alma followed after him without looking at the savvy young man, knowing that if she did, she might end up cursing his mother. Upon seeing that both of them started ignoring him, the savvy young man sneered in his mind, "Keeping acting like you matter. Fucking losers with shitty bloodline purity." In royal families, bloodline purity was everything. No one cared about seniority, talent, or such. Only bloodline purity. The higher it was, the higher your position would be in the family. Prince Balin and Princess Alma had the lowest purity due to being born from a commoner woman, who possessed an unnatural beauty that charmed the emperor. In royal tradition, the emperor must not waste his seeds on commoners when he could offer them to his queen, who was also an origin bloodliner. If he wanted to change, he had a harem of concubines made out of the main descendants of other origin bloodliners. All of this to give birth to fine men and women with high purity to separate them from the other humans, who used the bloodline integration system. Those descendants inherit up to 12 abilities based on their bloodline purity and the mixture of bloodlines from both parents. They only needed to grow into adults to unlock those abilities without putting a single needle on their skin. However, since they had given up completely on the integration system, they could not reach Origin Realm. This was a win to the believers of the integration system. In their eyes, they might not make the breakthrough since it was a life or death one chance. At least they had such a chance unlike the pure descendants. Prince Balam and Princess Alma were the only ones in the royal family who uses the integration system since their bloodline purity was a joke. So, it was to be expected that the royal family would isolate them and make them feel like they were outsiders. Through the mocking glances and disgusted looks from his brothers and sisters, Prince Balam kept a polite smile as he stared at the crystallized gate. Abruptly, the gate was pushed open by two guards wearing an ancient knight armor made out of glistening white metal. Yet, no one paid attention to them. Their eyes were affixed on an elderly man in the center, who was followed by a breathtaking woman. White, oily hair gently hung over a skinny but dignified face. Glistening hexagon-shaped gray eyes set lightly within their sockets as they watched thoughtfully over the throne in front of him. Fair skin gorgeously complemented his eyes and left a delightful memory of his fortunate destiny. This was the face of Emperor Ravel Norfolk, a true challenger among humans. He stood high among others, despite his current light frame. There was something captivating about him. Perhaps it was his royal presence, or perhaps it was his fortunate past. But nonetheless, everyone in the hall took a knee and greeted out loud in veneration. "Good day, Your Majesty, the one and only Emperor of the Mariana Empire. Settle down already. I have told you many times I dislike that pretentious greeting. Does my authority mean nothing to you?" Emperor Ravel joked as he gestured with his hand for them to sit down. Everyone chuckled and sat down, knowing that he always say the same thing, but in reality, he loved having his ego get caressed at any occasion. "Commander Haid, did you finish your preparation?" Emperor Ravel inquired with a serious tone the moment his butt touched the smooth surface of the throne. "Almost over, Your Majesty," a long-faced man with bony bat-like wings responded respectfully. His cheeks were sunken in, and he didn't have a pupil, making him quite scary to look at. He wore a white military outfit and had many medals on its chest, showing off all of his achievements. He might not seem like it, but he was an origin bloodliner as well. One of the strong ones in that matter. Good. Although it's not how I perfectly wanted it to be, but we all know that fate doesn't work that way. Emperor Ravel said so as he stared in the eyes of his most trusted people, the core of the empire. All of them held their breaths, knowing what was about to come. "It's time to shake some things up in this rotten land," Emperor Ravel sneered faintly as he announced. "Tomorrow morning, we will be declaring war on those 3 maggots who are planning to overtake the royal family for years now. At last, I have sharpened my spear long ago. I really hope they don't reject it." The throne chamber exploded into cheers as everyone seemed excited by the announcement. The only ones shocked by it were the guards, who had no idea that the royal family would declare a war willingly. As for the royalty, they knew about the anti-royalty alliance and their preparation to overthrow them years ago. The only reason they didn't do anything about it was because of Emperor Ravel. He wanted to keep it under lids as much as possible until the anti-royalty alliance recruit more kingdoms into their cause and make their move. That would help them in taking down multiple targets at the same time. This was exactly what happened in Felix's previous life, 14 years from now. Unfortunately, because he created the Phantom Organization and allied with them, Emperor Ravel was left with no choice but to make the first move. Especially when he saw how mysterious the Phantom Organization and how strong Felix was getting. In his mind, if he gave them more time, the organization might help the anti-royalty alliance in getting more abnormal bloodliners like Felix. So, for the past few years he was preparing to launch a preemptive attack that was going to shake the galaxy from its core. The next morning, the civilians in the Mariana Empire woke up just like always. The kids ate breakfast and went to school. The adults drank a cup of coffee or tea and went to their jobs. The unemployed were still sleeping like pigs, planning to wake up in the afternoon. Before everyone could get used to their daily routine, a bombshell had been dropped into their media feed, forcing them to stop whatever they were doing and stare at the news with a widened eye. The Norfolk royal family has declared war on Maganda Tribe, Everglow Kingdom, and the Sanctum Federation. The title of the article was written in bold letters to magnify the revelation of the news. The first reaction everyone had was shock, then disbelief, and finally denial of the truthiness of the news. Almost everyone gave off a hollow laugh as they clicked on the article, wanting to see who was seeking death to spread such an idiotic rumor. However, after reading article content that was filled with quotes from the supposed declaration of war letter, it suddenly started to feel too real to be a joke. The final nail in the coffin was an active link to the source of the quotes. Everyone who clicked on it was taken to the real letter posted by royal family in their website. Couldn't be more real than this. Am I tripping or something? Is there really going to be a war? A freaking war? This can't be happening, right? There is no reason for the royal family to declare a war on those 3 superpowers. I never heard a whiff of conflict between them. God damn it. I just signed up to be a soldier for Everglow Kingdom to get a fucking pension. You guys are panicking for no reason. The SG Alliance isn't going to approve their declaration unless they provide a solid reason. Agreed. We never heard of any sort of big problem arising between those superpowers in the Empire. Phew. That's relieving to hear. Though, I do wonder why did they declare it. The network in the galaxy was flipped upside down by the news as it traveled to every nook and cranny in no time. A war was almost a foreign concept to current generations living in the galaxy. The latest war occurring was between two kingdoms in the Mariana Empire, fighting over the borders of their territories. It happened tens of thousands of years ago, and it ended quite fast since both kingdoms weren't really that strong. On the other hand, this was the real deal, an actual war between superpowers who ruled big patches of the empire and owned the strongest armies on it. A war of such a magnitude was going to attract even the attention of other races. While the public was freaking out, it could never amount to the intense reaction of Anti-Royalty Alliance members. Who did they find out? Maganda Chief roared with veins popping on his forehead as he slammed his palm on the meeting table. His bloodshot eyes would make anyone understand that he shouldn't be crossed at this moment. How can we know? Zojia massaged her eyelids as she replied with a suppressed tone. She might seem calm, but in reality, she was merely trying her best to contain her boiling rage. Gabriel, Barry, and Roca all had livid expressions as they stared at the declaration of war against them. All of them were either sound asleep or managing their kingdoms before they were all notified personally by the Queen AI of the declaration. They couldn't believe it at the start since it really came out of nowhere. However, after contacting their peers and realizing that everyone was notified, they knew that they had been exposed. Someone must have talked. Maganda Chief eyed each of them with a resentful look. He was clearly suspecting one of them, or at least their subordinates or people in their inner circle. Old Eagle, I know that you are pissed, but don't let anger cloud your judgment in such a critical moment, Zojia advised. She is right. Gabriel tightened his fists as he replied. It's impossible for one of us to betray the alliance. Our contract is more than secure. Plus, our elders are the real leaders of our kingdoms. We have nothing to earn by switching sides. Phew! Maganda Chief let out a long breath through his nostrils to calm his agitation. He knew that it was foolish to suspect them since the moment they have a single thought of betrayal, Queen AI would inform all of them. As for their subordinates, they were all trustworthy slaves who signed even stricter contracts. So, it was almost impossible for the leak to be from their side. If it's not from us, then from WHE. Before Maganda Chief could finish, his eyes widened in shock after recalling a third party that knew about their hidden agenda. The Phantom Organization, Maganda Chief shouted. It must be them. Zojia and the others jumped from their seats after remembering their meeting with the organization's leader during their negotiation. He showed them that he already knew about their goal to overthrow the royal family without telling them exactly how he did it. At that time, it seemed like the organization didn't care much about their conflict with the royal family. After all, the leader told them bluntly that the purpose of the organization was to create a path for the human race to surpass other races and remove the stigma of a weaker race. Could it really be them? Zojia wondered. We added a clause in our alliance contract to keep that intel with them. The leader seemed unbothered by it. Who knows? We are not like friends with them. Barry knitted his eyebrows. Our contract clause can be overcome somehow if they tried their best. Right now, they are the only variable that could cause such a scene. Zojia said, either that or our alliance has been exposed during our elders' generation before we were born. The Anti-Royalty Alliance was in fact founded by their elders thousands of years ago when the golden age of the empire began to wane. From that point of time to now, the alliance and its goal was kept a secret. After their elders went into hibernation to minimize energy lost, they took the leadership and carried on their planning from where they left. Let's contact the organization's leader first before we take this disastrous news to our elders, Gabriel suggested with a fearful look. He knew that his grandfather wasn't going to be pleased by their catastrophic failure and would punish him for it thoroughly. The same applies to the other elders. It was better to find a scapegoat to handle their fury. Unfortunately, they called and called, yet no one responded. They sent emails. Still no reply. Motherfucker! Try their dog Felix, Gabriel urged with an ugly expression. Too bad even Felix went deaf on them. Fuck! Why are they avoiding us when the news of the war went viral? Barry yelled. It's impossible for them not to see it and think that we might suspect them. They should have contacted us to clear suspicion of them. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was scratching his ass cheeks while chilling inside the void blob, not having a single clue that the Empire was about to flip upside down. He really took off his AP bracelet at the worst time. Fuck it. I will tell my elder that it was them. Raka cursed. He was a man of a few words and always kept his opinions to himself. But when it came to dealing with his elder, he was just as terrified as his peers. The only one unafraid was Zojia, since she was an origin bloodliner just like her uncle. She knew that he would scold her, but that was it. All right, let's group up again with our elders to deal with this matter officially, Zojia said and then logged out. The others followed after her, not wanting to discuss the war without their elders since everything would be for naught without their approval. After everyone logged out, Maganda Chief fixed his attires and walked with fastened steps towards the elevator. However, he ended up intercepted by Princess Bird and the rest of the royal family. Father, what's going on? Princess Bird spoke with a nervous tone. Are we really going to war? Not now, Elisa. Maganda Chief rushed past her, not having time to explain everything to his family. But he will talk to us when he is ready, little bird. Before Princess Bird could speak, she was held by a gorgeous, mature blonde woman who was wearing a dress made out of white lives and flowers. She had a wooden tiara on her head that was donned with brilliant gems. Mom! Princess Bird could only listen to her mother and watch her father descend on the wooden elevator. I hope he won't be treated too badly. Queen of Maganda tribe could only sigh in dejection. As the queen and the only partner of Maganda Chief, it was only normal that her husband had been sharing everything with her. Naturally, she had to sign the same contract as him to obtain such knowledge. Maganda Chief might trust her with every fiber of his being, but the same couldn't be said about the others. While the royal palace was in mayhem from the news, Maganda Chief had already reached the route where his elder was hibernating. He walked towards a gate and took a deep breath. Then, he knocked on it as he announced with a strict expression, High Chieftain, I have some bad news to deliver. The moment he finished, he was met with a deafening silence inside the royal tree's root. This silence lasted for a full 10 seconds, before the gate was opened up a little. Maganda Chief pushed the gate fully and stepped inside. What he found was a small cozy room that had only one object. A silver shimmering medicine pod that was filled with a green liquid. Within the liquid, a scrawny and bony old man was floating peacefully. He had thin wings that were completely ripped of their feathers. Anyone seeing his appearance would not be able to guess that he was a origin bloodliner and the true chief of the Maganda tribe. Here I was thinking that you finally have brought some good news related to the organization. Without opening his eyes or moving an inch, High Chieftain spoke telepathically with the chief. He didn't rely on Queen AI but delivered his voice straight into the chief mind, making him pick up a tint of dissatisfaction in his tone. High Chieftain, I hope you forgive me. Maganda Chief didn't dilly-dally for too long as he confessed right away. The royal family has just declared war on our alliance out of the blue. They did what? High Chieftain's eyes were snapped wide open at the sound of that. He expected many things to go wrong, but to hear that the royal family had declared war on them? He couldn't believe it because he knew that the repercussions were too serious. It happened half an hour ago. Maganda Chief sighed. We all received the declaration personally by the Queen, so it's the real duh. How did this happen? High Chieftain interrupted him, wanting to know who's responsible for the leaks. We don't know who exposed us, but we have suspicion that it was the Phantom Organization. Maganda Chief switched the blame immediately, hoping to minimize the punishment as much as possible. Phantom Organization? High Chieftain narrowed his eyes dangerously. How confident are you? Not much. Maganda Chief added. I am waiting for all of us to gather, so we can stab the declaration of war at SG Alliance Administration Branch. Maganda Chief knew that the royal family wouldn't declare a war on them just for giggles. So, while others thought that royal family didn't have a solid evidence for actively declaring a war, he believed that they had more than enough. They would be required to hand over that evidence for their declaration to be approved. The anti-royalty alliance would have the right to look at it as well. In other words, the royal family would most likely expose their source of intel for extra credibility. Only then could the anti-royalty alliance make sure if the Phantom organization played a role in this or not. High Chieftain understood what he meant immediately. Set up a meeting in half an hour. High Chieftain ordered while closing his eyes again. On it. Maganda Chief bowed slightly and retreated, knowing that it was his cue to piss off. However, before he could step outside the room, High Chieftain asked calmly, "Did you forget something?" Maganda Chief bit his lips tightly as he transformed his right arm into a sharp crystallized blade. Slice. Then, he cleaved his other arm in one swift motion. The arm dropped into the ground while blood began gushing out like a flood out his shoulder. Maganda Chief got down on his knees and picked up his arm without letting out a single wince. Then, he bowed again at the High Chieftain and walked away. He knew that he was lucky that the High Chieftain didn't want to waste his time on him when he had to deal with such a massive problem. Otherwise, his punishment would be far more brutal than just cleaving one arm. Meanwhile, Gabriel, Zojia, Barry, and Raka had all relayed the information to their elders. Each one dealt with it differently. For Zojia, she simply received a disappointed look from her uncle. As for the three boys, they received a physical beating like no other. Although all of them blamed the Phantom organization, their elders still punished them since all of this happened during their leadership. It didn't matter if they were at fault or not. As leaders, they needed to take responsibility for such an fuck-up. Half an hour later, Maganda Chief and the rest of the anti-royalty alliance could be seen sitting silently at a round table. They didn't dare to speak since their elders had joined this meeting with them. Besides Zojia's uncle, who appeared youthful with his snow-white beard and well-toned body, the other four elders all looked like a bunch of sticks. They had wrinkles all over their bodies while their scalps were fully bald and had colored brown patches on them. Anyone who see them would believe that they were walking corpses. Especially Gabriel's elder. He was barely capable of lifting his head up. Still, all five of them exuded a natural authoritative pressure that made it hard for the other five to disrespect them. "Who will do the honor and contact the SG Alliance administration?" Zojia's uncle asked with a gruff voice. Although it had been a long time since they saw each other, none of them wanted to waste their precious time on useless chit-chatting. "Allow me," Zojia volunteered. She quickly dialed the number of the administration president and waited a few seconds. Cluck. "There is no need to make a plea. The declaration of war has been approved by committee." The president answered her before she could even greet him. Just as she wanted to speak out, the call got disconnected. "They sure are quick." Gabriel sneered as he glanced at his email inbox. The moment the president hung up, all five of them received an email from him. It had the documentations that were given by the royal family to the administration. None of them thought that the administration would keep information from them to support the royal family. They knew that SG Alliance administrations were all neutral and would always be. Instead of reading the documents alone, Zojia opened the email and enlarged the hologram. Then, she pushed it to the center of the table. The moment she started reading the supposed evidence of their hidden scheme, she couldn't help but glance at Gabriel's grandfather with widened eyes. Her shocked reaction was shared by Maganda Chief and the rest. All of them eyed Gabriel's grandfather, who was the oldest elder of them all. When he sensed their looks, Gabriel's grandfather opened his dried-up eyes slowly and glanced at the documentations. After reading the first segment of the evidence, he let out a long exhale in disappointment. "It seems like my 15th dead wife has been the mole. Ah, she was my favorite too. Forgive me, age truly made me lose my edge." Gabriel's grandfather apologized with a husky soft tone as he closed his eyes again. The first segment showed how his 15th dead wife was a sleeper agent that had been cultivated from birth by the royal family. At age of 8, she was sent in the open with a mission to infiltrate the Sanctum Federation. However, She had no idea about the mission or the fact that she was a sleeper agent, making it impossible for the Queen to think that she was a spy. After all, how could the Queen AI figure it out when even the wife had no idea that she was a sleeper agent? Sleeper agents were truly terrifying individuals since they were brainwashed from birth to be loyal to a single background. So even if they were sent in the open with a new set of memories, the moment they get awakened, they would remember their mission and try to fulfill it at all cost. In this case, the 15th wife had probably signed a contract with the Anti-Royalty Alliance to keep whatever she heard to herself. For the most case, she did exactly so without any intention to betray them. However, based on the documents given, she had been awakened inside a pocket dimension that wasn't connected with Queen AI. She went to that pocket dimension for a mission that was imposed by her husband. After all, she was a strong, intelligent, and a beautiful sixth-stage bloodliner. That's why Gabriel's grandfather married her in the first place. Unbeknownst to him, the news about the pocket dimension was leaked by the royal family themselves. It was a bait to isolate his wife and her crew inside the pocket dimension. Then, awaken her and retrieve all the intel she gathered on the Anti-Royalty Alliance before killing her thoroughly. As long as she died in the pocket dimension without leaving a trace behind, it was impossible to figure out what happened in there. If it wasn't for her being a sleeper agent, she would have committed suicide the moment she realized that it was a trap. That's because only those believing in the cause and were completely trusted by the Anti-Royalty Alliance get informed of their plan. So when shit hit the fan, they wouldn't hesitate to off themselves to keep the intel secure. 200 years. This happened 200 years ago. Gabriel covered his despaired face as he murmured, "We are so fucking screwed." Who could blame him for reacting like this? The notion that the royal family knew about their secret alliance and planning for over 2 centuries was enough to chill anyone. 2 long damn centuries. How much did they prepare? Why did they take so long to come for them? What else did they know about their plan to take them down? So many unanswered, bone-chilling questions. What's worse, were there still other sleeper agents within their ranks? "It's all right, old William. It could have happened to any of us." High Chieftain comforted Gabriel's grandfather. He wasn't doing so because he was afraid to scold him or such. He truly believed that he was unlucky to pick up a wife that was a sleeper agent. The odds of doing so were way too slim. It was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. That's because the royal family must have absolutely zero connection with the sleeper agent after sending her in the open at a young age. Any kind of connection would have high chance of getting her compromised if she ever reached her target. After all, old William would have done everything to investigate her. From her roots to the moment he decided to marry her and get her within his inner trusted circle. All of her actions needed to be fueled by her own desire and goals instead of the mission that she had no idea about. Hell, even the Anti-Royalty Alliance had thousands of sleeper agents spread out in all backgrounds, hoping that one of them might infiltrate the inner circles of their rivals. Unfortunately, all of them had strayed to different paths in life, turning them into useless assets that weren't required to be awakened. So, it all depended on luck to get some positive results from those sleeper agents. The royal family was extremely lucky to have one of their sleeper agent reach so far in her journey and bring with her an enormous amount of useful intel. "The first thing we will do is double-check all of our people again," Zosia's uncle disclosed composedly. "It's highly unlikely that we have another sleeper agent in our inner circle, but we can't be too careful." "Agreed. We'll make sure it goes smoothly." Maganda Chief and the rest approved of his suggestion and sent out orders immediately to begin the process of filtration. Based on the rest of the documentations, it's fair to assume that what they have on us is 200 years old. Kara mentioned, "It's a small win for us since we have enhanced our efforts in the latest years." In other words, information that royal family possessed was too old to be used against them. In the previous years, there were drastic changes to the army structure, recruitment, changing pivotal assets from a planet to another, acquiring new classified weapons, etc. The only real downside of the information leak was exposing their planning and giving a lot of time for the royal family to prepare against them. Honestly, that was more than enough to scare the shit off Gabriel, Maganda Chief, and the others. Now that the declaration has been approved, It is up to us whether to agree or not. Zojia said, "We have merely a month to decide. Obviously, we can only reject it." Barry shook his head. "It's impossible for us to deal with royal family with our current preparation even if they didn't know about our alliance." Besides the elders, the others nodded their heads in agreement. If they were confident to deal with the royal family, they would have already declared war on them instead of continuing to add more strong allies on their side. Plus, they still hadn't received the first batch of mythical bloodline bottles from the Phantom organization. They were relying on them to counter the royal family's strong descendants. They had many of them due to the number of young origin bloodliners in their rank. The royal family was still a monarchy capable of affording to recruit origin bloodliners within their ranks, unlike the anti-royalty alliance. No origin bloodliner would be dumb enough to join them when he could go to the Bordeaux Empire and join the council or the Norfolk royal family. In fact, it was much better to start his own kingdom than join the anti-royalty alliance. Because the 5 elders of the anti-royalty alliance were way too old to be having descendants anymore made it impossible to keep up with the royal family. The current ruling generation of Maganda Chief, Zojia, Gabriel, Barry, and Raka all possessed weak bloodline purity, forcing them into following the integration system. Zojia made it into the origin realm, which was a win to the anti-royalty alliance, but the other 4 were still struggling to toughen their mental state and take the leap like her. Based on the origin bloodliner's age, Zojia was young enough to have strong and capable descendants. Unfortunately, she wanted to make them with an origin bloodliner as well, so her children would have the highest possible bloodline purity. Since no origin bloodline was willing to join them, she still had no descendants. "I don't care if our preparations are not enough or that we have been exposed." High Chieftain tightened his fists under the table as he stressed. "We are accepting the declaration of war. Elder, we can't. We are simply handing over our territories." Zojia and Maganda Chief shouted at the same time, not pleased one bit the elder's outrageous decision. Gabriel, Barry, and Kara shared the same emotion as them, feeling like the High Chieftain had lost his mind. "Silence!" Zojia's uncle glanced at High Chieftain and supported. "He is right. It is now or never. If we rejected the declaration, we will be required to offer compensations based on their evidence provided. Since we have been caught red-handed scheming against the royal family, the SG Alliance will rip apart a massive chunk of our territories and hand it over." Kara's elder, who remained silent throughout the entire conversation, finally chipped in his own take on the matter. Zojia and the others knew that the territories given wouldn't be just an empty space or deserted planets. Instead, they would be handpicked by the royal family. This meant they would aim for advanced territories where populations were at their highest or important solar systems that were rich with high-quality resources. The only territory that was safe was the capital territory, the main hub of each kingdom. If they gave such massive compensations, it would be nigh impossible to return to their glory days and prepare for another war against them. What's worse, since their bad intentions were known, the royal family would double down against them, making sure that they would never harbor another thought of going to war with them. Most importantly, we will have the right to declare war on them only after 500 years. High Chieftain sighed as he rubbed his eyebrows. "We will be dead by then except for Snowpiercer. I doubt I can last even 3 more decades." Old William chuckled softly. The atmosphere had gotten somewhat depressed after mentioning the elder's age. Besides Zojia's uncle, Snowpiercer, the 4 of them were hanging by a thread that could snap at any moment. They had already exhausted all the available methods to prolong their lives. At this point, they could only slow down the aging process by hibernating inside a special medical liquid. 500s from now, all of them would be dead, leaving the anti-royalty alliance with only 2 origin bloodliners to carry on their cause. What's worse, their armies, territories, and resources would be almost halved by the royal family. On the other hand, the Norfolks would either remain as strong as before or get stronger after absorbing their resources and territories. So, High Chieftain was right. It was now or never. Maganda Chief wanted to boast and claim that he would succeed in breaking through the origin realm sooner or later, but he kept those thoughts to himself. He knew that even if he broke through, he wouldn't be as strong as most of the royal family origin bloodliners due to their extensive experience. Even if it wasn't for so, they would still be just 3 origin bloodliners. If that was enough to overthrow the Norfolk royal family, they would have been gutted thousands of years ago. We are really screwed. Downhearted, Barry relaxed his shoulders as he leaned on his chair, appearing to be giving up on the cause. Imbecile! Fix your damn posture before I break your neck. His elder didn't take too kindly on his behavior. It's not the time to be giving up. High Chieftain narrowed his eyes as he said, "Since we have been declared on, we have the option to choose the war's format. Don't tell me you are thinking of choosing the ruleless format." Snowpiercer raised an eyebrow in surprise after picking up what High Chieftain implied. "Why not?" High Chieftain sneered. "With our lack of preparation, we will be just having our asses handed to us in the ruled format. At least, in the ruleless format, there will be many variables that may turn the tables around." Upon thinking about it thoroughly, they realized that he was absolutely right. At this moment, they really had no option but to pick the ruleless format or reject the war declaration and provide ruthless compensations. The fact that there were only 2 formats to handle a war made it harder to find better alternatives. "Ruleless war, huh?" Zojia smiled wryly. "It has been really a very long time since we have seen one in the universe." "That's to be expected." Maganda Chief shared, "It's not worth choosing since it is packed with variables that can affect the end result. Plus, even if you win the war with this format, the SG Alliance will make you feel like the loser. The Anti-Royalty Alliance always knew that if they declared war on the royal family, the Norfolks would have selected the ruled war over the ruleless war since it was more advantageous to them. That's because the ruled format meant giving off control over the war fully to the SG Alliance. The SG Alliance would turn their war into a series of games that would be spectated throughout the entire universe. There would be more than 50 games initiated between the 2 sides. The games would be varied from all types of formats with unique designs. There would be large-scaled games that target the fleets and armies, such as giving each side a planet and a similar set of fleet, then making them compete to be the first to conquer the other side planet. Games that test commanders and generals by placing armies made out 10,000 bloodliners and soldiers in one continent, then forcing them to fight until either side surrenders. Games that focuses on individual fights between the strongest fighters from both sides. There were even games that target the intellectual department of both backgrounds, scientists, researchers, engineers, etc. The only thing that matters was to test out the all-roundness of those opposite backgrounds instead of just the brawl side. So the final verdict would be as fair as possible. The way the victor get decided was by collecting victory points. Each game won provides a point. The background that collected the most points in those series of games win the war. It seemed like the better option for the Anti-Royalty Alliance to pick this format, but in reality, it would be a death sentence. That's because most games would still be based on battles and fights. There would be no limitations to the participate's strength. So, origin bloodliners and their descendants could participate over and over again in each of those fighting games. It only made sense to allow both sides to send their best in every game. It was illogical to limit the strength of one background by forcing them to place weaker bloodliners or soldiers because they used them in other games. This was a war after all, even if it was disguised as a series of games. In wars, the smartest, strongest, and most fortunate deserves to win it all. The Anti-Royalty Alliance was still too weak to handle the current upper echelon force of Norfolk family. Thus, it was better to pick the other format, the ruleless war. Well, it was just slightly better since the ruleless war would pose many difficulties for the Anti-Royalty Alliance as well. That's because a ruleless war meant a complete replication of the Mariana Empire territory and everything inside it by Queen AI. From stars, planets, kingdoms, countries, cities, towns, weather, structures, etc. Since the Mariana Empire territory spanned over a quarter of a galaxy, this entailed that the computing power required to achieve such an unfathomable replication would place quite the pressure on Queen AI. What's worse, the war would be a free-for-all. Any citizen that live in the Mariana Empire would have the right to join the war after pledging their loyalty to one of the 2 sides. From kingdoms, federations, countries, bloodline clans, and alliances, the backgrounds who refused to join a side wouldn't be able to put themselves inside the battleground even though their territory had been replicated. As for normal citizens, they would be given the same option to either join the battleground and support their own kingdoms or remain as an outsider. It was a serious decision to make since death inside the battleground would be as real as it could get. In other words, it didn't matter how you died in the battlefield. You would be executed by Queen AI in real life immediately. So, everyone needed to think carefully if they wanted to join the war or not. The citizens didn't need to worry about getting punished for rejecting the recruitment. The SG Alliance was their guardian angel in this case. Anyone trying to force them into recruitment unwillingly would be dealt with by Queen AI. After all, wars were taken into the UVR for multiple reasons. One of them was protection of innocent civilians who just wanted to live peacefully, without care of who's ruling above them. As for bloodliners, SG players, and other unaffiliated fighters, they could all join the war as long as they were citizens of the Empire. All of this was supervised by Queen AI and the SG Alliance. So everything would go smoothly even though it was a ruleless war. Because of their heavy involvement and the massive resources it takes from Queen AI to oversee everything after replicating a quarter of a galaxy, the winner of the war would have to pay for the Scallions' services. The replication of Quarter Galaxy with all of its tiny little details wasn't an easy feat and put some pressure on Queen AI's capabilities. So, the SG Alliance would get paid for each day this war lasts. The payment would be 200 million SC on each day. If the winner couldn't pay it, territories and assets will be seized by the SG Alliance as collateral. In addition, 98% of the stream revenue of war would be going into the Scallions' pockets while the remaining 2% would be split between the parties involved in the war. All of this to force backgrounds into solving their problems with other ways than wars. If they went and chosen war, then they must at least pick the ruled format to make it easy for everyone. Without placing those heavy penalties and punishments, the universe would have been engulfed in wars 24/7. I have a plan to give us a fighting chance in the ruleless format. If we won, the penalty will be dealt with properly. High Chieftain sneered. If we lost, we will make it as bitter as possible. Everyone snickered at the thought of the royal family getting forced to pay trillions of coins or offering resourceful territories to the SG Alliance. They knew that winning was going to require a miracle, but prolonging the war for years and years? That was more than doable for them. What plan is it? Maganda Chief inquired. You will be informed of it soon. High Chieftain clapped his hands and ordered. For now, go gather our allies. They must be squirming in their places after knowing about the war. Naturally, the Anti-Royalty Alliance had many allies, though almost all of them had no idea about their secret agenda targeting the royal family. They only allied with them for business deals and protection. In return, they would be needed to offer support when the time come. The time had finally come. None of them could reject siding with them in the war since it was signed upon. Planet Earth was one of the allies too. The Earthlings had been benefiting from the Anti-Royalty Alliance protection until they got on their feet. Now it was time for payment. Oh, make sure to invite every background to the gathering too. High Chief Tion brought out an empty contract and said, let's put down a bait that will be hard for them to ignore. Just as High Chief Tion mentioned, all of their allies were losing their shit at the thought of going to war with Norfolk royal family. They kept sending them invitations for meetings, so they could discourage them from accepting the declaration of war. Unlike the Anti-Royalty Alliance, they had no grudge against the Norfolk royal family. When they signed the contract, they thought that those three superpowers would never target someone and no one would dare to target them. Even if they picked on a background, it would be a weak one that could be handled by one of them alone. The fact that the Anti-Royalty Alliance never got into conflict or had previous history with Norfolk royal family bamboozled them hard. If those allies had caught even a whiff of conflict, they would have never signed the contract to avoid being placed in such fucked up situation. What's worse, the Norfolk royal family had published the evidence given to the administration in their website. Anyone who read it immediately got stunned by the fact that Maganda Tribe, Sanctum Federation, and Everglow Kingdom were the ones scheming against the Norfolks behind the shadows. They were literally caught red-handed, which justified the Norfolks' declaration of war. I know that the royal family aren't at their best, but to scheme to overthrow them and cause chaos to arise in the empire? I am greatly disappointed in those three superpowers. Bunch of sissies. It's exciting news that someone finally dared to raise their fists against the greedy royal family. All they have been doing is raise taxes again and again. I doubt those three superpowers will dare to accept the declaration. Did you see how long the Norfolks knew about their scheme? It will be a one-sided slaughter. I feel bad for their allies. They probably have been dragged into this war without them knowing about anything. The smart ones who read the published documentations through and through realized that most of the anti-royalty allies had been baited into signing the contract. They believed that the anti-royalty alliance meant goodwill by allying with them, but in reality, they just wanted to bolster their forces until the day they declare war on the Norfolk royal family. Such an insincere scheme truly pushed the anti-royalty alliance's reputation down the gutter even further. Inside the World Council, the head of state of each county in Earth were discussing solutions to avoid joining the war with the anti-royalty alliance. Their numbers had dwindled significantly since the moment Felix had left the planet. That's because a lot of countries started merging with each other to protect their interest from superpowers in the planet. How unlucky can we get? Mr. Rodriguez sighed as he stood on a podium in front of the heads of states. We finally created 10 basic fleets to protect ourselves. Now we need to use them against a damn empire? Mr. Rodriguez felt like fate was pulling a joke on them. During the past few years, the World Council went all out on their protection. They set a wide defensive net that encased the entire planet, making it impossible for spaceships to approach their atmosphere without getting bombarded by plasma missiles. They finished the tower on the moon that would act as a radar in the entire solar system, helping them spot uninvited parties from millions of kilometers away. They built tens of massive space stations around the planet and even 2 space elevators in 2 continents. Most importantly, they shaped up a planetary space army made out of 10 fleets. Each fleet had more than 20 armored spaceships made exclusively for war. It might not be much compared to other advanced planets and civilizations, but it was a start that made Earthlings proud. Especially when they had done all of this in merely a few years, while in reality, it should have taken more than 3 decades. All of this due to their earnings from the last planetary game that provided them with billions of coins, in addition to universal exposure due to Felix's results in the games. The number of tourists visiting the planet was off the roof, allowing them to earn hundreds of millions of coins in the past years. The exposure also assisted them in making many business deals with either the anti-royalty alliance or other interested backgrounds. Right at this moment, Earth was already on track to join the advanced civilizations in the Empire if they remained consistent like this. That's why the world leaders were so fucking pissed by the notion of going to war. The universe was just starting to open to them, and now they had to deal with an ancient empire that was founded over millions of years ago. How about we contact Felix? One of the presidents suggested. They may ignore us, but I doubt they will ignore him. Plus, he was the one who signed the alliance contract on behalf of the planet. True. We never wanted to ally with them in the first place. If he continued leading our planetary team in the games, we would have won many games and earned wishes plus billions of coins. That is enough to take care of ourselves. Some presidents nodded their heads in agreement, feeling like they were wasting the potential of their planetary team due to Felix's nonchalance. Weren't you happy that he never interfered in our leadership? Mr. Rodriguez scoffed. Now that things got somewhat real, you want to blame him and call him to fix it? Indeed, have some shame. If we call him every time we are in a pinch, there is no need to have a World Council. The other presidents supported Mr. Rodriguez with displeased looks directed at their peers. It was clear that the World Council was split between 2 parties. Ones that supported Felix truthfully and would do everything to support his decisions. The others wanted to benefit from him. They didn't care about his achievements or the heights he reached in the universe. They only cared about the traffic he brings to their businesses, helping them fill their pockets with coins. No need for hostilities. President of Japan eased up the tension before a ruckus could start. Then he said, I understand that asking for Mr. Felix's help might seem shameful, but we need to at least inform him. The news are all over the media. The same president from before sneered. He would have seen them unless he was blind or simply didn't give a shit about what happens to Earthlings anymore. Before Mr. Rodriguez could retort back, another president jumped into the fray and added with an irked expression. His strength and achievements must have gotten into his head. He stopped caring about the planet years ago, and you guys are simply not wanting to accept it. Couldn't have said it better. He probably has hundreds of billions in his bank account. Yet he never bothered to donate even $1 billion to the planet's fund box. Donate? He never called any of us to check on the planet's progress. Enough! Just as the chatter started to get heated up in the assembly, Mr. Rodriguez shouted furiously with veins popping on his neck. His bellow managed to quieten down everyone, but none of them looked at him favorably. After all, they were leaders, not school kids, to be shouted at like this. I dare any one of you to repeat the same bullshit when Felix comes back. Mr. Rodriguez had enough of dealing politely with those two-facets ungrateful presidents. Everything that they had was due to Felix's massive contribution. Even when he wasn't on Earth, they were still benefiting from his existence. Yet, they had the guts to keep badmouthing him simply because he was too busy to deal with their crap? He wasn't having it. Mr. Rodriguez also wanted Felix to come back and lead the Earthling team back on track. But he wouldn't go as far, those presidents. I have just sent him a message. Mr. Rodriguez eyed them with a threatening look and said, I don't want to hear anything else about this subject again. If he called, then good. If he didn't, we will handle ourselves just fine. Upon hearing so, the other party decided to compromise and let go of the subject, not wanting to anger Mr. Rodriguez even further. As the president of the strongest and most resourceful organization in the planet, his authority had already surpassed all the leaders. So it wasn't smart to cross him. Verver. Abruptly, Mr. Rodriguez's bracelet vibrated, making his expression brightened up almost instantly. He knew that only a few individuals were able to contact him while inside a meeting. Felix was one of them. Oh, it's them. Unfortunately, the message ended up being from the Anti-Royalty Alliance, asking him to attend a gathering in half an hour to explain the situation. It wasn't from Felix, but he was still glad about the summoning. He quickly informed the others about it, and they all shared his delight. It must be a gathering for all allies. Hopefully, it will be held to tell us that they decided to reject the declaration. Hopefully. Half an hour later, Mr. Rodriguez had been sent as the representative for Earth in the gathering. He could be seen getting sandwiched between a two-headed man and a small thin girl with a dark blue skin. Yet, Mr. Rodriguez didn't even eye them as he was looking at the hundreds of authoritative figures around him. Each one of them had the name of the background they represent engraved on a plank that was placed in front of their seat. There were known backgrounds to Mr. Rodriguez like Corona Kingdom, Alexander Kingdom, and the Three-State Union. But still, most of them were unfamiliar to him. This can't be right, Mr. Rodriguez murmured with a dazed expression. Are all of those backgrounds allies with the Anti-Royalty Alliance? It wasn't just him asking this question, as most representatives kept looking around them in surprise. Some knowledgeable figures had already realized that not only allies were invited but even outsiders. They spotted many representatives for strong bloodline clans, kingdoms, and organizations that were headed with active origin bloodliners. Before they could think too much about this, Maganda Chief, Zojia, and Gabriel had appeared in front of 3 podiums in a flash of light. The chatter quietened down almost instantly after they got spotted. While the outsiders showed curious looks, the allies eyed those 3 furiously, wanting nothing more than to punch the living shit out of them for scamming them. Thankfully, all representatives knew how to control their tempers, making them mask their displeasure and show a courteous expression. Welcome, my dear friends, to this prestigious gathering. Maganda Chief broke the ice with a polite greeting and handed the baton to Zojia, since she was an origin bloodliner. I don't like wasting my precious time, so I will be direct with you. Zojia looked at them indifferently and confessed. After long discussion, we decided to accept the declaration of war. Before her words could sink in, she followed it up with, the format will be the ruleless war. The moment she was done, the assembly hall had descended into a frightening silence, like it wasn't packed with hundreds of people. No one spoke, coughed, breathed out loud, or even moved an inch. They were just staring at Zojia with a stunned expression, not daring to accept her confession. The outsiders were shocked by the fact that the Anti-Royalty Alliance actually dared to accept the declaration and even pick that infamous format. Meanwhile, the allies felt like their world was crumbling on them. This can't be happening. Mr. Rodriguez kept repeating this sentence in his mind while heartbeats rose higher by the second. Fear, agitation, shock, and every other negative emotion flooded his mind and body. Who could blame him for reacting like this? Joining the war was already scary enough, but to actually join a ruleless war, where their planet would be replicated, and they would be forced to defend it against royal families' mighty fleets and powerful bloodliners? He knew that they would get massacred in the first few months of the war if the Empire placed even a bit of focus on them. This is outrageous. One of the allies finally couldn't hold it anymore and berated loudly. First, you made us sign an alliance contract without telling us about your intentions to overthrow the Empire. Now you actually accepted the declaration without even counseling with us. What the hell do you take us for? Immediately after he finished, the other allies started venting their frustration as well. That's right. Did you bring us here to make fun of us, or what? My government has just emerged from a civil war. Our forces are at their weakest, and you want us to fight the Empire and their allies? Not happening. I will rather hand over my kingdom than get forced into fighting like this. While everyone kept screaming at the top over their voices, creating a noisy ruckus in the assembly hall, Zojia merely kept staring at them with a nonchalant look. After a minute went by, she clapped her hands slowly and everyone got muted at once. Peace returned again in the hall. Excuse me for being impolite and muting everyone. Zojia apologized insincerely and continued. But we don't have time to indulge you in your cry out. All of you think that we have pulled the rug under you or something. Zojia snickered. But did you forget already how you behaved when we emphasized that we will be requiring your assistance in the near future? Upon hearing so, most representatives lowered their heads with stiffened expressions. As leaders, they were there when they signed the contract between them and the Anti-Royalty Alliance. So, after having their memories refreshed, they recalled that the members of the Anti-Royalty Alliance did indeed emphasize that part. At that moment, none of them cared to think thoroughly about it since they didn't want to seem insincere and end up losing the alliance deal. In their eyes, allying with one of the 4 strongest superpowers in the Empire would have more advantages than disadvantages. Hence, they gladly signed it. Now that it turned out that disadvantage was too much for them to handle, they started to bitch about and make it seem like they had been cheated. Zojia wasn't having it. She pointed her finger at a fat, middle-aged man with a beer bully and sneered, "Governor Jason, you forgot already how you came begging for our help to deal with a pirate organization that was running rampant in your territory?" The fat, middle-aged man lowered his head, not wanting to confront Zojia's frigid eyes. He was the loudest of the bunch in his bitching when everyone was screaming at once. Now that he was targeted, he was as quiet as a mouse. Thankfully for him, Zojia aimed at a few more of their allies, retelling all the help they received from the Anti-Royalty Alliance over past decades. "We almost never asked anything from you, and you were more than fine with it." Zojia narrowed her eyes at them and warned, "Now that we finally needed your help, you are planning on bailing on us? I dare any one of you to do so. We are fucked." Mr. Rodriguez closed his eyes in despair after hearing Zojia's threat. He knew that planet Earth had benefited way too much from the Anti-Royalty Alliance to bail out on them in their need. Since they were forced by the contract to help them out, the Anti-Royalty Alliance could totally give up on them during the war after their planet get replicated. All the allies understood the underlying threat of Zojia, making them keep their mouths shut lest they get turned into an example for the others. When Zojia saw that everyone started to behave, she unmuted them and displayed a giant holographic list. Everyone lifted their heads and read what on it with curious looks. What they found out forced the outsiders to affix their posture into a serious one. This can't be real. How credible is this intel? It must be a ruse. After finishing the whole thing, the outsiders started making a small ruckus by doubting the content of the list. Who could blame them? The list was showing many pieces of information on the royal family. The one that made the outsiders behave like this was a segment that exposed royal families scheming against all unaffiliated backgrounds in their territory. The information didn't really give too many details, but it did force the outsiders to pay attention more in this gathering. You can ask the Queen, and she will confirm that this piece of intel was gotten through one of our spies 300 years ago. Zojia suggested for the outsiders so they could drop their suspicion. Without exception, everyone asked the Queen, and she confirmed the list's legitimacy. So what? One of the outsiders yawned as he folded his hands behind his back disrespectfully. He seemed quite arrogant and proud from the way he kept his distance from the other representatives, not wanting to mingle with them. Zojia eyed the handsome laid-back man and asked, "What do you mean, King Solomon?" She excused his behavior since she knew that he was an origin bloodliner, who owned the 8th-ranked kingdom in the empire. While other strong backgrounds sent representatives, King Solomon came on his own. Zojia knew that it wasn't out of respect but simply because he was most likely bored. All of us knows that the empire harbor ill intent towards us. After all, we are occupying their territory. King Solomon shrugged his shoulders. So, why should I be surprised that they are scheming against us? Everyone nodded their heads and stopped freaking out in their mind. They could see that the Anti-Royalty Alliance was hoping to recruit them on their side by making a common enemy out of the royal family. Sure, the intel was enough to raise a few hairs, but to throw their lot with the Anti-Royalty Alliance in this war? Not a chance. You are right, Zojia snickered faintly. But, do you know what has been keeping the royal family from coming after you all this long? Not giving King Solomon the time to answer, Zojia pointed at her chest and proclaimed, "It was us! We always wondered why was the royal family passive against the unaffiliated backgrounds, even though we found out that they had been scheming to declare wars on them." Zojia disclosed, "Only now did we understand that the royal family had to postpone their plans after figuring out about our hidden intentions against them. So, if it wasn't for us diverging their focus from you guys, I doubt you will be sitting here with us now." When King Solomon thought about it carefully, he realized that she might be right. The royal family found out about the Anti-Royalty Alliance 200 years ago. Since Queen AI confirmed the intel of the Anti-Royalty Alliance, it was safe to assume that the royal family had to switch their aim from them to the Anti-Royalty Alliance. King Solomon was an intelligent man with thousands of years of experience under his belt. Hence, he figured out what Zojia was leading to before she could say it. If those pigs postpone their plan against us until they deal with the Anti-Royalty Alliance, then we will be royally screwed over after the war ends. King Solomon gulped a small mouthful, feeling nervous for the first time about the results of this war. He understood that if the Anti-Royalty lost, the royal family would have taken care of the 3 strongest superpowers in the empire in one go. This would leave the other entities in the empire completely vulnerable against them. After all, the only reason the empire had yet to make a move against them was due to those 3 superpowers leaving them on their toes. When they get rid of them, it would be their turn next and no one would be there to beseech help from. Without us being your shield, your days are numbered in this empire, Zojia said coldly. That's a fact that you can't refuse even if you wanted. Seeing that King Solomon didn't retort made other outsiders nervous too. Since they were sent as representatives, it only meant that they could see the bigger picture as well. In reality, they always knew deep down that the royal family wasn't pleased by their illegal occupation. However, after centuries went by and the royal family kept their hands held back, they started to feel like their territory truly belonged to them. You see, I believe that all of you had gotten too comfortable in your territories. The Norfolk's passiveness against you made them seem like they had lost their edge or given up on dealing with you. But in reality, they never stopped sharpening their spears. Zojia sneered as she looked at them squirm in their seats. It seems like they are finally ready to pull them out against us. My question to you is really simple. Zojia paused for a second, then laid out a question that echoed through the hall. Will you fight now or die later? Zojia said it in a way that made it seem like they had no other option at all. They could either combine forces in the war and overthrow the royal family once and for all or wait until the day the royal family decide to cull them. From the intel given, it seemed like that day would be happening quite sooner after the war ends in their favor. Seeing the grim expression of everyone below her, Zojia decided to give them the carrot now lest she lose them forever due to her forceful method. Did you even pause to think or ask us what we will be doing if we won the war? Zojia smiled as she watched them refocus on her again. All of them seemed pretty confused by what she said. In their eyes, there was no point in thinking about it since it was common sense that they would create a new royal family between them and rule the empire. One royal family goes and another arrives. Nothing much would change besides the royal family name. I know what you are thinking, and I can tell you right now that your conclusion is far from the truth. Zojia snapped her finger and a new hologram appeared before everyone. The hologram was a big contract titled as Constitution of the New Democratic States of Mariana Federation. Without exception, everyone's eyes bulged out a little in disbelief the instant they read the title. They were smart enough to figure out the content of the contract just by reading the title. In a swift manner, everyone copied the contract in their files and began reading it silently. No one spoke or made a ruckus anymore. Even King Solomon read the contract with a stern look on his face. Zojia neither interrupted them nor tried to explain their vision for the future of the empire. It was all summarized in that 10 pages contract, and she was confident that the majority would be moved by the terms if they had a slight ambitious for their backgrounds to climb even further. How could they not be moved when the contract offered them to be a member of a democratic federation? A federation that was headed by every background based on their contribution in the war. It didn't matter if a background had an origin bloodliner or not as long as they contribute heavily in the war. In the galaxy, all three empires had their own system. For the Bardo Empire, they had a council made out of 100 councilmen. Every background with an origin bloodliner had the right to compete to be one of the councilmen. As for those without one, they immediately get annexed by the nearest background that was part of the council. The Guardian Empire had a dictatorship system that was led by the great commander of the Galactical Army, while the royal family was merely there for the legacy. Last but not least, the Mariana Empire was the only true empire that still followed a monarchy system. Though its golden age had already gone, and now its territory was infested with hundreds of unaffiliated backgrounds. Some were still SG Alliance members and some had long gotten kicked out of the Alliance due to their team failing to win the games. Whatever it was, both of them were at risk. The only difference was that one of them couldn't be invaded without a declaration of war that was approved. The other was a free market for all. The only common theme in all of those systems was the negligence to those backgrounds that lacked origin bloodliners to represent them. It didn't matter if a background had the strongest fleet, the best economy in the empire, or the most advanced civilization. As long as they had no origin bloodliner within their ranks, they were considered as a non-authoritative member who had no right to sit in the big boys' table. It sounded unfair and honestly quite stupid, but that was how humans live by. There was always an elitist mentality that must be maintained and shouldn't be trampled upon. What the Anti-Royalty Alliance offered everyone if they won the war was a real democratic federation that was ruled by contribution instead of having an origin bloodliner. Contribution not just in the war but to further improve the federation in the future. So, this was in fact the only real opportunity for those unaffiliated backgrounds to escape being treated as nobodies and join the big boys table without needing an origin bloodliner. From the emotional looks those representatives have on their faces while reading the contract, this opportunity sure moved them thoroughly. Please take this contract with you and share it with your leaders. Zojia smiled. If possible, share it with your allies as well. It can only be called a democratic federation if we brought in as many backgrounds as possible within our ranks. Thank you for the invitation. Will do my best. I will come back with a replay later on. One by one, the outsiders started to teleport swiftly, wanting to take the contract to their bosses as fast as possible. When they accepted the invitation to this gathering, they were fairly confident that the Anti-Royalty Alliance would reject the war declaration and ask for their assistance to stand up again on their feet. After all, they knew that the royal family would bite a sizable chunk of their quality resources. Instead, they were shocked to find out that the declaration was accepted, and it would be held following the ruleless format, which totally unexpected. Before they could recover from the news, they were indirectly requested to join the war on the anti-royalty side. A laughable request in their eyes. Yet, after seeing the contract and the future goal of the anti-royalty alliance, their minds had been changed almost immediately. From thinking that the war wouldn't be held to having serious consideration about joining it, Zojia did her part remarkably in this gathering. After the outsiders left the gathering, the allies were excused as well. Only this time, their expressions were glowing a little. After all, they would be joining the war in either cases, so it was more beneficial for them that the Federation would be founded after they win. Right now, instead of thinking of putting the minimum effort in the war, they were really considering going all out to get as much contribution as possible. Based on the contract, the 10 biggest contributors in the war would be referred to as the head of states and would gain the biggest patches of royal family's territories. This was the plan that the High Chieftain made in the past hour or so. The anti-royalty alliance never had thoughts about sharing authority after they win. Unfortunately, their backs were against the wall, and they needed every help they could get in this war. Still, not everyone had their minds changed. Representatives like Mr. Rodriguez, who represented weak planets, still wanted to just avoid being in the war entirely. After all, even if they went all out, they would barely make a tiny bit of contribution and get themselves part of the Federation. That's if they remained standing after the war ends. Sigh. Where you, Felix? Mr. Rodriguez hated to admit it, but at this point, they really required Felix to step up and intervene. Too bad. Felix was currently laying in Asna's couch in his consciousness space, reading a book about potion making. He had no idea what's going on, and Lady Sphinx, the only one capable of connecting to UVR, didn't tell him anything about this war. It was hard to believe that she wouldn't receive news about this from her subordinates even if she didn't actively look for it. Just when he finally settled down and started reading something for once, war is about erupt? Lady Sphinx thought to herself, I will be a fool to break his focus now. Lady Sphinx was a rational being who cared little about the lives of Felix's friends or family members. She only cared about him and him only. While Felix was reading in peace, the content of the anti-royalty alliance had been leaked by many backgrounds who took part in it. The public wasn't even left to recover from the shock of the anti-royalty alliance's decision to participate in the war before the news about a new democratic federation had gone viral. Oh my God! Is the anti-royalty alliance trying to pull everyone in this war? This is huge. I believe that even the other two empires will be affected heavily by this war. A democratic federation? Heh, I bet my life that the anti-royalty alliance had no intentions of taking this route at the start. It's smart of them to share the loot to attract the bystanders. I know for a fact that their promise is going to move a lot of kingdoms without origin bloodliners. As a citizen of the Bardo Empire, I gotta say that I will be immensely entertained with this war. No one foresaw such an outcome, and it seemed like there were many supporters of this war. Naturally, most of them were from the other two empires, who wouldn't be as affected as the Mariana Empire. Since it looked like the war would turn out to be a supermassive one, the citizen of the Mariana Empire knew that tough times would be ahead. Sure, they wouldn't be killed or harmed, but they would still get negatively impacted. Such as, taxes would raise pretty heavily to support the war efforts, sons and daughters willingly recruiting themselves in the army to defend their homes, prices of necessities would raise since the leaders would be focusing on the war more than the economy or stability of their territory, etc. Even in the SG Alliance era, war was still able to cause many wounds to innocent civilians. Since the news had gone viral, it was expected that the Norfolks would have seen it as well. Emperor Revol was forced into holding an emergency meeting to deal with the anti-royalty alliance's plan of getting everyone on their side. We can't be quiet about this. Emperor Revol spoke sternly. We will be given a whole year to prepare in the new virtual battlefield. That is a long time to convince many backgrounds into joining those maggots. The royal family remained quiet on this one, knowing that Emperor Revol was addressing his governors, advisors, and generals. Isn't better this way? Princess Alma whispered near her brother's ear. She knew that her father was taking his sweet time in his preparation because he wanted the anti-royalty alliance to recruit as many allies as possible. So, when he strikes them, he would be getting rid of a lot of leeches at once. Prince Balin shook his head as he answered her telepathically. It's different. Father knew that the Anti-Royalty Alliance will mostly just lower bracket backgrounds. They hold no threat against us whatsoever. However, this new Federation dream would be attracting the big boys in the Empire. The top 10 strongest kingdoms, bloodline clans, unions, and more. Although most of them don't have an origin bloodliner in the lead, their fleets aren't a joke. Oh, I get it. Princess Alma nodded her head with a bit of worry on her face. She couldn't imagine how the war would turn out if all the strongest backgrounds in the Empire decided to go against them. Your Majesty, may I speak freely? Commander Haid requested with a deep voice. Please. Upon getting permission, Commander Haid stood up and spoke composedly. It's impossible to fight off forest fire with water only. To completely eradicate the fire, you need to use fire as well. So, our solution is to offer something that can come closes in value to the Federation dream and turn those leeches into our allies. The royal family was slightly irked to hear such a suggestion. That's because the commander wanted them to join hands with those maggots, who infested their territory. It was the same as asking a family to work together with a bunch of mouses in their house to eradicate the other insects. Sure, it was a solid plan, but for those proud royalties it was quite humiliating. Still, they kept their dissatisfaction in their heads, not daring to bash him loudly in front of the Emperor. What do you suggest we offer them? Emperor Raval shared. I believe that it will be difficult to move them with materialistic items when an opportunity to have it all is right in front of them. In other words, why would they accept resources when they could have legit authority over the Empire after they win the war? At that point, resources would come naturally after they split their territory. How about a ceasefire contract? Commander Haid proposed. If we make sure to offer them a peace of mind for the rest of their lives in the Empire, I doubt they will risk everything they built on this war. Father, you can't do that. The savvy fourth prince couldn't help but exclaim in disgust. The thought of offering their territory permanently to those leeches made his skin curl in revulsion. Right now, those backgrounds might be occupying their territory, but at least the royal family could get rid of them one day. Brat, didn't I warn you to not jump like this in our discussion? Emperor Raval gave an irritated side look at his fourth son, making him flinch and sit back down with his head lowered. Commander, your suggestion is well thought of, but I do agree with my son. Emperor Raval narrowed his eyes dangerously. There is no way I will give out my territory willingly to those maggots and cut off any chance of returning them. Understood. Commander Haid nodded his head and sat down, not wanting to push his suggestion further. He could see that Emperor Raval was adamant at keeping it all even if it meant risking losing everything. Still, I like the suggestion. Emperor Raval turned into his advisors in order. Try to write down a contract that will appeal to those maggots without giving off territory permanently. Everything else on the table. Get creative. In Emperor Raval's mind, there might be a few strong backgrounds that would reach out and accept his deal. Maybe they were already on the fence and this slight push would help them get in their side. Naturally, they wouldn't fight with them, but at least they would remain as bystanders in this war. Any other suggestion? Emperor Raval asked. After a few seconds of silence, one of the advisor asked for permission to speak. When he got it, he recommended, how about we try to hit the credibility of the Anti-Royalty Alliance and their contract? How so? Emperor Raval inquired, knowing that it would be hard to achieve since contracts cannot lie. Cough. I thought we can discuss it together. The advisor said sheepishly. Sit down. Emperor Raval glared at him for wasting his time. Upon seeing so, the others were even more inclined not to speak. They knew that Emperor Raval wanted well-articulated suggestions like Commander Haid's. When dealing with such a big problem, it wasn't easy to come up with such solutions. You guys can speak as well. Emperor Raval gave permission to his family after seeing that his subordinates were useless. Unfortunately, the royal family members all started avoiding eye contact with him, having absolutely nothing to offer. Before Emperor Raval could give up on them, he saw Prince Balin raise his hand with a polite smile. Speak. The moment he got permission, Balin stood up to draw attention on him. The fourth prince, and the other royal family members all gave him a hidden nasty look, not pleased that he dared to give off his own opinion on such an important matter. In their eyes, the twins deserved to be kicked out of the family or killed to clean the filth and restore their bloodline purity. Fortunately for the twins, Emperor Raval didn't think like that and also had different plans for them that he never disclosed. Your Majesty, I believe that we can use reverse psychology on them. Prince Balin spoke fluently. We need to demonstrate in a subtle manner to those background that we will be pleased if they decided to join the other side. This will give them the wrong impression that we have prepared our armies to deal with them even if they allied together. Since they had no idea about our hidden weaponry, we can leak some fake news like we own 3 planet destroyers, origin bloodliner killers and such. They may believe it or not, but it doesn't matter since it will arise a sense of crisis in their minds. Prince Balin paused for a second and concluded his suggestion with a faint cunning smile. The moment we notice that some of them started to waver, we can then buy them with rich contracts, following after Commander Hade's suggestion. It will be hard for them to reject it if we promised that we won't come after them for the next 500 years or so. That's all. Prince Balin nodded his head and then returned to his seat. At last, a good suggestion came out of this meeting. Emperor Raval smiled in a pleased manner as he praised Prince Balin. But father, his idea can screw us over. The fourth prince immediately interjected after his father's praise. We might get found out to be faking it and push the backgrounds to side with them even faster. They will think that we are weak and afraid of their alliance. This time Emperor Raval didn't berate his son since he did have a solid point. Prince Balin's suggestion was a double-edged sword. If it worked, it would help them minimize the backgrounds they would be fighting without much effort. But if they failed, even the backgrounds that weren't interested in joining the war would jump on this boat after they realized that the royal family was scared. That depends on you to make it work. Emperor Raval eyed them in a threatening manner. Make it work at all cost. His advisors, governors, and family members all nodded their heads in understanding. Discuss it carefully and come back with a solid plan. Emperor Raval excused them with a hand wave. Everyone started to teleport outside the throne chamber until only Emperor Raval and the guards were left behind. Now that they were gone, it was his time to start thinking of other ways to play this. He liked Prince Balin's idea, but it wasn't secure enough. He wouldn't be an emperor for so long if he relied on luck to push him through. Winning the war isn't enough. We need to crush them as fast as possible. Emperor Raval frowned. We really can't afford the scallions penalty. A month later, the Anti-Royalty Alliance finally declared their intention to join the war and the format they would pick to Queen AI. They made sure to take advantage of this month window to keep pushing their Democratic Federation agenda to the public. In this month, there were few backgrounds that jumped in their boat right away, clearly welcoming the notion of the Federation more than the others. As for the majority, they started to hesitate after they had gotten news from their spies that the royal family seemed nonchalant about them. In their eyes, it looked like they were actually more welcoming of them joining the war. After some information got leaked about their hidden arsenal, they realized that the royal family might have anticipated the Anti-Royalty Alliance and prepared to deal with them all at once. Obviously, they simply had doubts about the matter instead of getting cold feet from this war. The leaders of those backgrounds weren't stupid enough not to think that the royal family might be faking their bravado. Whatever it is, they knew that a thorough investigation needed to be carried away before truly deciding whether to throw their lot with Anti-Royalty Alliance or not. Better yet, they had a full year to decide. We have just received news from Queen AI. Zojia shared with her allies after hosting another gathering. She has started the replication process and will be done in 2 days. 2 days? That's quick. Queen AI sure is a blessing. To replicate a quarter of a galaxy in 2 days. I doubt even Metal Race Empress won't be able to get it done. The allies started to praise the Queen AI over her astounding efficiency that always pushed them to admire her. So, in 2 days, all of you will be given the choice whether to join the battleground or not. Zojia commanded. Make sure to accept it immediately. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. Zojia was assigned as the great commander of the Anti-Royalty Alliance by the 5 elders since they wouldn't be make too many appearances unlike her. As the great commander, Those allies needed to respect her authority lest they get punished by the laws of the latest signed contract. Everyone needed to sign a chain command contract to keep things straight during the war. The anti-royalty alliance couldn't afford disobedience in critical moments lest it ends up as the reason they lose the war. After you join the battleground and get yourselves comfortable in your replicated territories, we will start pulling our resources together, then trade them between each other to balance things out in each territory. This was a common practice between allies. For example, the majority of Party A fleets were designed for defending the planet instead of covert operations. Instead of leaving it like that, they trade with Party B, who had its fleets focused on swift and deadly operations. Naturally, this would be done only if both parties agreed to the trade. That's because there were some backgrounds that prefer having a specific style of combat. They trained and mastered it. It would be stupid to change their battle formation in the war. Still, the armies of each background needed to be as balanced as possible, so when the royal family decided to target them, they could at least buy enough time for reinforcement to arrive. 1 year might sound like a long period, but it's really not enough. Zojia sighed. So, we need to be as efficient as possible in our strategies planning. Every time Zojia sees those hundreds of heads below her, she gets a headache. Each head represents a background, a territory, fleets, armies, planets, important facilities to defend, etc. It was just a ragtag group of backgrounds, and it was her job to make sure that they turn into a unified army by the end of the year. On the other hand, the royal family had only a few allies in the empire to care about. They shouldn't even be called allies as they had gotten annexed by them. This meant their army had been in order for a very long time and their commander knew every nook and cranny of it. Such an optimization scared her more than actually knowing that they had planet destroyers hidden in their arsenal. Beggars can't be choosers. She hardened her expression again and refocused on the gathering. While Maganda Chief was doing this to return the empire into its golden age, Zojia was doing it out of revenge. Her parents were assassinated by the royal family, leaving her under her uncle's care. She didn't have concrete evidence, but she was certain that it was them. Now that she finally had the opportunity to exert her revenge, she wasn't going to waste it by crying that life was unfair. 2 days later, at first light when the majority were still sound asleep, a galactical notification had been sent into the minds of every person that owned an AP bracelet in the Mariana Empire. The Mariana Empire battleground had been replicated successfully. For further information on how to join the battlefield and its rules, please refer to either the Scallions website or Ask Me. Queen AI announced monotonously. Some were forced to wake up with groggly eyes and goosebumps going through their skin. Some woke up with excited and thrilled expressions, appearing like it was their calling to join this war. Some woke up with composed expressions and logged in the battleground almost immediately after agreeing to all its terms. Some woke up and went back to sleep a few seconds later, not giving a crap about this war as they had their own daily problems to deal with. Some woke up and tweeted about the announcement, hoping to get some clout for their social media account. Some didn't even bother to wake up. The notification wasn't enough to break their heavy sleep. As for those who were already awake due to the time zone differences, they instantly jumped into the network and started searching for news about the announcement. All those people were normal citizens, soldiers, bloodliners, and leaders. As long as one was a citizen of Mariana Empire, it didn't matter if he was in his home or in a different galaxy. They all received the announcement. Unfortunately, Felix didn't receive yet since he wasn't wearing his AP bracelet. So, he was still clueless. It's time. Mr. Rodriguez let out a long sigh as he stared at a red shimmering hologram inside the World Assembly Hall. The presidents eyed the red hologram with held breaths, wanting nothing more to click reject. Alas, it was grayed out for them due to their status as allies. Would you like Earth to join the battleground? Yes, no. Mr. Rodriguez relaxed his tensed shoulders and pressed yes. The moment he did so, every Earthling around the Empire received a notification of the decision. Then, a moment later, the same red hologram appeared before them, asking if they were willing to join the battleground to support their planet. The majority declined the offer instantly, not having any intentions of risking their lives for no reason. They knew that Earth was like a spark of dust when compared to the royal family's armies. So, they would rather hold into their lives in the real world and simply pray for the planet's survival in the battleground. Naturally, this didn't apply to soldiers or contracted bloodliners. For the soldiers, it was their duty to defend their home. As for the bloodliners, a 10 years contract to serve World Council had yet to finish, making them unable to reject joining the war. All the resources they had gotten to help them turn into bloodliners were given to them by the World Council. 10 years of service didn't seem too bad at the start for them. Who would have known that a galactical war that almost never occurred in the galaxy would erupt in their 10 years service? The only ones except from this were the Earthling team members and staff. They were too valuable for the planet to get lost randomly in the war. Thankfully, they had been sent into one of the best closed training camps in the galaxy that disconnected them from the outside world. The camp was designed to push bloodliners into reaching 6th stage of replacement as fast as possible. It was brutal, difficult, and borderline inhuman. Yet, most of the first team members decided to join it after continuing to hear about Felix's achievements out there. They knew that he had already left them way behind, but the least thing they could do was hit peak 6th stage of replacement before he returns. So, when they restart the planetary games, they would not stop due to their weakness. That's why Felix rarely contacted Olivia, Noah, and the team anymore. He knew that their bracelets were off, and he respected their grit to join that barbaric training camp to attempt and cross the distance between them if even by a little. 5 months later, Asna, where are we at? Felix asked lazily as he laid on her bed with a bunch of books thrown here and there. This little glutton seems like he still hasn't had enough. Asna replied from the outside while staring irritatedly at Nimmo. Right now, he was snoring peacefully on the lake without a single care in the world. The only change he had after eating such a large amount of purified void energy was his size. He had grown to a regular size. Well, I need to leave for a few minutes to reapply the removal of the penalty, Felix said. 6 months of continuous daily feeding was still not enough. Felix hoped that at least the egg would hatch in the next 6 months. He really didn't want to waste all of his 3 wishes on this, especially when he knew that he wouldn't be joining a game anytime soon. After he opened his eyes in the real world, Felix glanced around him and noticed that the size of the void blob had shrunk significantly. At least 30% reduction is there. Felix thought to himself, 2 years or less of this, and I will completely absorb this void blob. Let's hope it won't be that long. Felix swiftly blinked back inside his spaceship by taking advantage of the marked void chest. Since he was always full of energy down there, he managed to sustain this mark for half a year. Since he was out, the first thing he did was take a quick shower. After he was done, he picked all 3 AP bracelets and wore them on his wrists. We will be taking a day break, so go ahead and spend your time in the UVR. Felix spoke to Asna, knowing that Thor and Jormungandr weren't that interested. Don't call me for the entire day, Asna warned with a blissful expression. I will be going to the spa. Felix waved his hand nonchalantly and turned on his notifications and communication system. The moment he did so, his bracelet started vibrating like it wanted to get out of his wrist. Before he could react, a red ominous appeared in front of him. Would you like to join Earth in the battlefield? Yes, no. The moment he read it, Felix's eyes widened in disbelief, not knowing how to react. He instantly knew that it was a notification to join the battlefield for the Galactical War. It wouldn't make sense that the World Council would start a war on their own without his approval. Will you look at that? Thor joked. You went offline for half a year and your planet is already at war. The shock that Felix experienced couldn't be expressed in proper words since he actually knew the future. Because he knew that the Galactical War wasn't going to be a thing until at least a decade later, he never paused for a second and thought that it might happen at any moment. Who could blame him? This wasn't any random change in timeline. This was an actual catalyst that would change almost everything in the galaxy. A galactical war of such a magnitude would change the future of the majority. When the majority had their future changed, then the future itself would change, leaving Felix unable to rely on his previous life's memories. How the fuck did this happen? Agitated, Felix hastily waved the notification away from his face and entered the network. Before he could search for anything, he checked his email inbox, knowing that he should have been reached out by his grandfather, World Council, and the Anti-Royalty Alliance. As he expected, his grandfather updated him on the situation and asked for his health being. The World Council requested his assistance while the Anti-Royalty Alliance contacted him and his leader persona. In both emails, they expressed their intent to pay whatever it took to get the organization's support in their war effort. In their alliance contract, the organization wasn't obliged to help the Anti-Royalty Alliance in the war. That's because Felix had made it clear that the organization's goal was to serve humanity as a whole. So even though it was allied with them, it was still holding into its neutral status. This was the overlooked flaw that caused the timeline to change. The disrespectful way of the royal family treatment made him disinterested in entering in sort of communication with them at that time. They treated both himself and his leader persona with the same disrespect. So, if he had responded to them, he would have appeared weak and unworthy. If they treated him properly, he would have reached out and informed them that his organization would remain neutral as long as they were willing to pay a price. If that happened, the royal family might not have been rushed to kick off the war to avoid dealing with the organization's quirky methods of strengthening bloodliners. When Felix looked at the clues left behind, he reached to this conclusion as well. Fucking hell. How can a fake organization without even proper paperwork start the biggest civil war in the history of the galaxy? Felix was really pissed to the point he was left speechless by the current development. He started the organization as a shield from other backgrounds, but he completely forgot that every time he grew or showed some crazy new powers, the organization took the credit for it. This kept happening over and over again until the organization's existence was already on a mythical level in the galaxy. The best researchers in the galaxy would offer their souls to join their world-bending projects. Powerful and authoritative backgrounds invested tens of billions into locating them to put them within their ranks. Bloodliners were dying to be their next choice of development, hoping to turn out as strong as Felix. All of this had created an intimidating aura that was coded on the organization. Sure, it was fake in Felix's eyes, but in the eyes of everyone else, it was the future of humanity. The first thing that Felix did after getting control over his emotions was call his grandfather to check on his well-being. Clunk. Brat. I know you told me that you will be offline for a long time, but can't you at least call me when the war started? I thought you were dead. Grandfather Robert scolded furiously as he stared at Felix. Who could blame him for reacting like this? He always knew that Felix preferred having his communication disabled, and he had no issues with that. Just like always, he thought that Felix merely went offline instead of actually removing his AP bracelet for half a year. Because of his misconception, he thought that Felix either died or was in a coma. After all, he knew that Felix would have reached out to him when the war starts. The fact that he didn't made him assume the worst. Sorry about that. Felix sighed. I had to remove my bracelet to get something done, so I wasn't aware of the situation until now. Upon hearing so, Grandfather Robert's expression had been put at ease a little. He could see that Felix was honest with him even though he didn't really explain the situation. Knowing that he was a member of that organization, he kept his inquiries to himself. I am just glad that you are safe. Grandfather Robert asked with a stern expression. Did you join the battleground? Not yet, Felix replied. I will make a decision after doing my research. Can't you just stay out of it? Grandfather Robert hoped. You will be targeted by all parties if your identity was found out inside the battleground. In Robert's eyes, he didn't give a shit if his planet was ruled by the World Council or another background. He had no loyalty to the authoritative figures of Earth. Since citizens like him were protected by the SG Alliance during and after the war, he had nothing to worry even if the planet was taken by the royal family. He could simply ride a ship with his family and leave the planet entirely in the worst-case scenario. He was only loyal to his family and his business. That's why Felix didn't even bother asking him if he joined the war with the rest of the family or not. He already knew that all of them planned to remain hidden in the Sky Pearl Island until things settled down. I know that, but you don't have to worry about me. Felix smiled confidently. I am harder to kill than you think. I know that you are as strong as Origin bloodliners, but don't get over cocky. Robert warned. After all, the royal family owned the Origin Abolisher weapon. Wasn't it classified information that the royal family owned that weapon? Felix frowned his eyelids after hearing him mention that weapon. He tried to play cool to stop his grandfather from worrying about him, but he didn't think that he would know about that weapon. One of the Bardo Empire's most fearsome invention, a weapon that was able to target any Origin bloodliner and obliterate him in a split second. In Felix's previous life, he had witnessed this weapon in action through the Scallion stream of the war. He could never forget the bone-chilling scene of Zojia getting turned into dust inside her battalion spaceship. The only information he knew about the war was that it could release an extremely condensed ray of energy that travels at the speed of light, making it impossible to be dodged by even Origin bloodliners. The craziest part, the weapon was able to penetrate through almost all materials and alloys in the universe, which turned it into a deadly weapon capable of causing serious damage to most spaceships. Still, it was called an Origin Abolisher weapon for a reason. Not a single background that owned this weapon would waste it on spaceships since it was able to fire only one shot. Only one shot and it would turn into a metal scrap. The royal family had used it in the best moment during the war, making them take down the great commander Zojia. With her death, the royal family had an easier time taking down the rest. So, a single weapon had turned the tables around in the war. Felix knew that the only reason this happened was because it was kept exceptionally hidden. Yet now, even his grandfather knew about it. Things just keep deriving further and further from the future. Felix sighed and said, I will be fine, Grandpa. Just take care of yourself. You too, rascal. Grandfather Robert nodded at Felix and hung up, knowing that Felix must be impatient to learn about the war. As he assumed, Felix swiftly entered the network and started reading about the war from the very start of it. He wanted to know everything. Why did it start? When did it start? How far did it progress? Etc. He spent more than half an hour doing his research until he was fully updated of the situation. So far, the only difference is that the royal family declared war, and that the Anti-Royalty Alliance decided to lure in the others with their Democratic Federation promise. Felix pondered. In his previous life, the Anti-Royalty Alliance were the ones declaring the war on the royal family. This was supposed to happen 14 years from now, when they had already prepared enough to be confident in their ability to take the royal family down. The format chosen was still the ruleless war. The only difference was that the Anti-Royalty Alliance relied on their allies and hired services of other backgrounds. So, instead of making a promise to turn the empire into a democratic federation, they used this method to keep the leadership to themselves after they won. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the royal family knew about their scheme and were prepared for the war. Since they were declared on, they were the ones picking the ruleless format even when everyone assumed that they would go with the ruled format. Only when they brought out the Origin Abolisher and took out Zojia did everyone understand their reason for their pick. Weapons like those could be used in the ruled format, but only in specific game modes that allowed their usage. In these modes, Origin bloodliners didn't participate to avoid getting killed by those destructive weapons. It's been 6 months already. Felix knitted his eyebrows. Only 6 more and the war will start. Can I make it in time if Nemo hatched? Asna did him a favor and answered him. Based on this glutton's still increasing appetite, I believe it will take an additional year or even 2. 2 years. Felix's expression couldn't help but to turn grim in an instant. He knew that he couldn't leave the Guardian Empire after he started the hatching process. It will take him at least 6 months to return to the Mariana Empire and join the war due to the lack of wormholes in the way. Even if he decided to leave things half done and return as fast as possible, he understood that he wouldn't be able to provide much assistance in the war. If it was the ruled war, he would have represented the Anti-Royalty Alliance in so many games and earned them free victory points. But in ruleless war, his presence would be insignificant when the battleground was a quarter of a galaxy and all the major planets of the royal family were protected heavily with the latest defensive nets, space stations, fleets, etc. Only armies and fleets could make a difference in this war. The worst part, if he decided to defend Earth, he would be attracting more attention to it. After all, It was known knowledge that he was the only one capable of establishing enough strength to take down fleets inside a planet's atmosphere. When that happens, the royal family wouldn't hesitate to double down on their effort to take over the planet just so they could capture him. Felix's secrets were still desirable by many terrifying entities in the universe, and the royal family was merely one of them. It's best that you head there after you hatch Nimmo, Asna disclosed. Even if Nimmo was at his weakest form, his spiritual pressure is more than enough to make any human break down immediately. You are right. Felix nodded in agreement. Felix was investing heavily in Nimmo because he knew that even at his weakest, he would be a greater asset than anything he owned. Origin bloodliners? They don't stand a chance against him. Imagine if Nimmo was able to offer more. After all, he was the replacement of the Paragon of Sins. He was light years from the real Paragon of Sins, but he could grow to be stronger than him, which meant Nimmo would have a higher chance of possessing the same abilities as him. Heh, even if you went now and made it in time, the war will last for many years. Thor added his own take. In Felix's previous life, the Galactical War had lasted for more than 25 long years. That's because for the war to end, a side needed to eliminate the 10 leaders assigned, the great commander surrender willingly, or 95% of the army's fleet get destroyed. It was common sense to hide a few leaders in areas that would be almost impossible to find by the other party. So, even when Zojia had been taken down, the royal family had struggled to find the others and kill them. The only reason the war ended was because the Anti-Royalty Alliance's fleet had been down to merely 5%, forcing the Queen AI to conclude the war after 25 years. So, it was expected that the first few years would not be that intense. You guys are right. The best option is to join the war after hatching Nimmo. Felix made up his mind to stay away for now. This pleased the tenants in his mind since they were more eager to see Nimmo hatch than watch humans kill each other. They watched so many wars in their glory days they were indifferent to it. Still, I better do something to keep Earth protected until I return. Felix decided to call Maganda Chief and request his assistance on the matter. Naturally, he used his own identity since Earth was related to him more than the fake organization leader. Clunk. To what do I own the pleasure? Maganda Chief spoke with a tint of sarcasm in his voice. Chief, I have neither the time to explain myself nor do I plan on doing so. Felix didn't play along to appease him. I want you to offer assistance to Earth until I join the war. Upon hearing so, Maganda Chief stopped acting like a pouting child and asked with a serious tone, when are you planning on joining? Having Felix on their side was massive news since it meant having the organization as well. They had no idea how that mysterious organization would provide support, but they knew that it would be worth it from everything they had shown so far. From a year to 2 years. Felix replied truthfully, so they wouldn't count on him appearing before the war begins. 1 to 2. Maganda Chief murmured. It's still early in the war. So, deal. Maganda Chief agreed on behalf of the Alliance since it was a no-brainer deal. In his mind, all they had to do was protect Earth, and they would obtain support of an origin bloodliner plus the organization behind him. Only fools would reject it. I will forward you the contract now. Felix swiftly wrote one and emailed it to him. He knew that Maganda Chief and the others had already lost his trust on him after he kept ghosting them over and over again. So, instead of feigning friendship, he would rather keep it just business. Maganda Chief couldn't agree more. He read the contract and signed it. Then he confirmed it and they hung up on each other. Now, let's deal with those crybabies on Earth. Felix narrowed his eyelids in displeasure at the thought of the World Council. When he went through his emails, he had noticed that many presidents had contacted him and kept using different methods to make him request help from the Anti-Royalty Alliance. Some had begged him, some had requested politely, some had simply informed him. Hell, there were even a few daring ones who blamed him about this with masked words. Naturally, they emailed him with anonymous identities so he wouldn't take it against them. Unfortunately, Felix didn't need their names as he was planning to give all of them what they asked for. They wanted him to return and fix this problem? What's the point of having all of them then if they couldn't come up with something to defend Earth while he was gone? The first thing that Felix did was contact Mr. Rodriguez. After the call was picked up, Felix immediately ordered, "Hold a meeting in 30 minutes. I will be there soon." Then he hung up. Mr. Rodriguez's excitement died before it began, as he had realized that Felix was immensely displeased. He didn't know if he was displeased at him or at the entire World Council. Whatever it was, he knew that the next meeting wasn't going to be a pleasant one for any of them. Half an hour later. "Why are we here, Mr. Rodriguez? Didn't we hold a meeting just in the morning? Is there some kind of update on the upcoming war?" In the World Council, the presidents started to wonder for the reason of their summon. Since it was already past midnight, most of them were forced to wake up. So, even though their wording seemed polite, Mr. Rodriguez could see the annoyance in their eyes. "You will see soon," Mr. Rodriguez answered while standing behind the podium. If it wasn't for the podium, everyone would have seen that his knee was shaking a little, expressing his intense nervousness about this meeting. He had already stopped seeing Felix as a junior but a fearsome individual that ought to be respected and revered. Mr. Rodriguez was just a commoner, while Felix was considered as an origin bloodliner. Those two terms should never be treated as equal. After waiting a couple of minutes for nothing, some presidents started to lose their patience while others began to express their dissatisfaction. However, before they could raise their voice at Mr. Rodriguez, a flash of light emerged in the center of the hall, forcing everyone to lay their eyes on it. The instant they saw that it was Felix with his known half-white half-black hairstyle and triangle-shaped white pupil, they swallowed those words back instantly. With indifferent eyes, Felix looked around him and saw how some presidents' faces started to change in slow motion from being irritated into delighted looks. It was a surreal scene to see a politician's remarkable ability of face swapping in slow motion. They truly captured the art of acting. It would put real actors to shame. Everyone is corrupted. Besides, Mr. Rodriguez. When it came to commoners, Felix was able to sense even their mood and switch in emotion. He was that far ahead, he could do whatever he wanted with commoners. Even manipulate them with his spiritual pressure like puppets. Time to tidy the planet a bit. Felix closed his eyes and opened them again. The moment he did so, he started seeing everything at normal speed after slowing down his own processing power to match with them. That's how Lady Sphinx, Thor, Jormungandr, and Asna were dealing with him. If they didn't slow it down, everything that Felix says or does would appear to them in slow motion, since they were able to process information at 100 times the normal speed. "Junior Felix, welcome back. Haha, our hero has finally returned. You should have given us a heads up, so we could make a welcoming party." One by one, the presidents all jumped from their seats and started applauding with clear excitement written on their faces. No one acted disrespectfully or dared to think about it in his presence. In fact, some of them were sweating a little from their foreheads, but their expressions were as glowy as a light bulb. "One of them actually called you Junior Felix." Asna giggled in amusement, feeling like she was watching a bunch of ants still having thoughts of controlling a lion. If not else, he should have been addressed in a formal manner by being called Mr. or Sir Felix. While the presidents kept applauding while praising Felix to the sky, Mr. Rodriguez remained as silent as a mouse and kept watching Felix's face turn darker and darker. "Fucking imbeciles. You are just pissing him off even more." Mr. Rodriguez wanted nothing more but to bush those presidents' fake faces. He was honestly scared that one of them might say the wrong thing and end up screwing with them all. Thankfully, the presidents had enough common sense to talk dirty behind Felix's back and act as polite as possible in front of him. Except that retard that called him a junior. "Enough!" Felix snapped his finger and everyone's mouth and hands were forcefully stopped. "The hell? Why can't I move? Oh! My fingers!" Horrified, the presidents could only exclaim in their minds without having a single ability to move an inch. One of them started to cry painfully in his mind while staring at his twisted right-hand fingers. "Sit." Felix lowered his hand calmly and all the presidents sat down simultaneously. Only Mr. Rodriguez remained standing since he wasn't affected by Felix's spiritual pressure. Although they were in the UVR, Felix was still capable of using spiritual pressure since the owner of this room didn't make the queen ban it. How could he do so when he didn't even know about it? Spiritual pressure was a term that even most sixth-stage bloodliners had no idea about. Don't even mention commoners. I don't have much time to spend, so I will be brief. Felix looked at them indifferently and ordered. In the next few months before the war begins, you will peacefully hand over your countries to the association. You will no longer be presidents with authority on matters related to Earth. I know that you have earned a sizable chunk from tourism. I suggest that you take your coins and spend your retirement days as far as possible from power. Felix increased his spiritual pressure just a little as he warned coldly, "Otherwise, I will hunt you to the ends of the universe." The presidents had no idea how to react to his insane demands. They could only stare at him with widened eyes, not able to speak or make a gesture. They were just sleeping soundly in their king-sized beds with only a single worry in their minds: how to defend Earth so their self-interest wouldn't be harmed. Now, they were being told to give up on them and simply fuck off with their little amount of coins. They would rather start a nuclear war than do so. Felix could see the boiling rage in their eyes, knowing exactly what they were thinking. "You can try and do something stupid," Felix sneered. "Do you think my organization had no one planted in Earth to supervise you?" The moment they heard so, the presidents started to sweat from their foreheads, knowing that their lives would be over if the Phantom organization wanted them dead. They might be presidents, but in the great scheme of things, they were as worthless as dust. The Phantom organization had already established their intimidation due to Felix, making everyone who heard that they were targeted by them to fear for their lives. Upon seeing that all of them started to realize the situation they were in, and that their bargaining chips weren't really that useful, Felix turned around and addressed Mr. Rodriguez. "You will draft a new contract that everyone here will be required to sign." "Of course. SE, of course." Mr. Rodriguez snapped out of his daze and asked a bit fearfully, "What do you want me to put in it?" Felix before him was totally different from the junior that he was familiar with. He was emitting a pressure that forced Mr. Rodriguez to be as respectful as possible as he was standing before a king. This was due to the activation of spiritual pressure. Even though it wasn't used on him, he could still sense its pressure. "First, this planet will be registered as my property," Felix declared nonchalantly. "Greedy fucker. So this is how it is. Motherfucker." The moment he got strong, he wanted the entire planet for himself. The presidents all snapped at once and started cursing in their minds with veins popping in their foreheads. They could understand a little that Felix wanted them to give away their authority, so the planet could be united under one force. But to register the planet as his property, that would be the same as owning everything on it legally. Unfortunately for them, Felix always planned on turning Earth into his own property from the very beginning. He wasn't cultivating it and caring for it without a reason. He knew that owning a planet would play a huge role later on if everything went according to his plan. Now that a war was on the horizon, he could never entrust the safety of his planet on their hands. "Mr. Rodriguez will be officially representing me when I am away." Felix ignored their reaction and carried on. "Important decisions will be relayed to me. If I don't respond, you can act as you deem fit." "I will not disappoint you." Mr. Rodriguez's eyes brightened as he typed everything down. He would rather have Felix over his head than deal with those greedy bastards, who cared just about their gains. There were still presidential elections in most of their countries, making it impossible for them to hold into power for more than 8 years without a revolution starting. The U.S. president that Felix was familiar with had already been replaced a year ago. When dealing with universal matters, it was much better to have one leader that would remain consistent in power instead of newcomers arriving every 4 years to 8 and had to learn everything from the start. Lastly, make sure to add that everyone here will be executed by Queen AI if they dare to create trouble. Felix waved his hand causally. "You handle the details of the contract." "On it." Mr. Rodriguez quickly started drafting one, wanting to take full advantage of the situation to force those leaders away. He had no idea how long Felix would disappear again, and it was better to take advantage of his intimidation before he leaves. In about 3 minutes, the contract had been finished. It was 10 pages thick and approved by Queen AI. Felix suggested a few details in secret with Mr. Rodriguez as it was being drafted. It was faster to draft it since Mr. Rodriguez already had the original contract of the World Council in place. He simply added a few more terms to it. Naturally, the contract was applicable to himself as well, meaning if he screwed up, he would be punished just as hard as the others. "Sign it," Felix ordered as he forwarded it to everyone in the hall. After doing so, he removed his spiritual pressure on them, wanting to give them a bit of grace before they could fuck off once and for all. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they all fell head first into the table after the pressure was lost unexpectedly. Felix definitely didn't aim for it to happen, but the presidents were too humiliated and furious to think otherwise. "You have 3 seconds to sign before I mark you down." Felix eyed them indifferently, not caring about their murderous eyes. 3, 2. Felix paused for a second after seeing that almost everyone signed the contract with ugly expressions. They were unwillingly to give up on power over the planet, but they were rational and self-sustaining beings. They understood that their hired bodyguards from the UVR wouldn't stand a chance against either Felix or the organization. The worst part, they had no idea if Felix had already entered the planet and was simply waiting for them to revolt against him. They had seen his powers and weren't delusional enough to believe that they would survive an assassination against him. Why would they risk antagonizing him when they had merely a few years in authority before getting replaced? It wasn't worth it at all, especially when they finally had increased their longevity to more than 200 years. So, no matter how much it hurt them, it was better to play along and retire with the millions of coins they gathered. 3. By the end of his count, Felix had noticed that only a few presidents had yet to sign the contract. All of them were either dictators or kings, leaders who were supposed to own their territory for years to come, like North Korea. "Whatever you say or do won't frighten me." The North Korean leader narrowed his eyes and declared, "I would rather destroy my own country than hand it over." Such an insane declaration could be anticipated from at least one of the presidents. Not everyone was rational when it came to handing over an entire country. People find it hard to do lesser things in front of a gun. "Oh, really?" Felix chuckled faintly. "Mr. Rodriguez, I will leave the rest to you." Without bothering to address the North Korean leader, Felix left the hall as sudden as he appeared. That's it. The presidents were bewildered to see this, as they had anticipated that Felix would make an example of the North Korean president before he leaves. "For those who have yet to sign," Mr. Rodriguez declared with a cold grin, "you will hand over your control of your territories this instant." The North Korean president sneered, "Even that prick didn't scare me to do it. Don't even mention a bootlicker, you." "Is that your final decision?" Mr. Rodriguez asked with a faint grin, making everyone who seen it feel nervous for no reason. "There is no point in staying here anymore." North Korea president stood up, planning to leave. He knew that he had just offended Felix, and he needed to make sure that he would enter his most secured location in his country. Only then could he make threats with his nukes. The others, who didn't sign, tried to follow after his footsteps. "You left me no choice then." Mr. Rodriguez dialed his assistant and ordered him to capture everyone who rejected to sign the contract. His assistant was shocked by the order since the association was supposed to be neutral. That's why Mr. Rodriguez was the spokesperson of the World Council. "We will have them at the association in the next 3 days. The assistant confirmed the order. "Use any means necessary," Mr. Rodriguez added. "Even fatal methods if they resisted." "Understood." When Mr. Rodriguez hung up, the hall was left as quiet as a desert. Mr. Rodriguez looked at the presidents and advised them with a snicker before teleporting away. Never sign a contract without reading it fully. Upon hearing so, the presidents felt chills course to their spines after being reminded of the contract. They were given just 3 seconds to sign, making it impossible to read it carefully. Instead of offending Felix and give him a reason to get rid of them, they took the risk and signed it. They believed that Felix wouldn't do them dirty and slip in a term that would screw them over. After all, for someone with his kind of strength and fame, he didn't need to go that far to deal with a bunch of commoners like them. Even if they didn't want to admit it out loud, they knew that Felix merely saw them as ants. Phew, there is nothing that is harmful to us. President of Japan sighed in relief after realizing that the contract ensured their freedom and ownership of private businesses related to their deals with other civilizations. So that's what he meant. President of the USA sneered a little as he glanced at the presidents, who didn't sign. He couldn't help but feel glad that he decided to sign the contract after seeing the sneaky term placed within. Term 97. Each head of state that signed this contract agrees to hand over his voting right in the World Council to Felix Maxwell and his representatives. The moment the president of North Korea and the other dictators read this term, their expression couldn't help but turn ugly immediately. They knew that they were fucked since they couldn't use their armies, citizens, and nukes as a way of deterrence. That's because to use their nukes or such, the call would need to be passed over to the World Council. Then they would decide on it by votes. It was done like this so no one would resort to war or heavy weapons during a conflict between two members. After the presidents signed the contract, they had officially handed over their voting powers, making it impossible for North Korea or other dictatorship countries to use a single nuke. If the presidents kept their votes to themselves, they might have managed to use their nukes to threaten Felix. Since he actually had no power or authority within the planet besides his family, he honestly would have done nothing if they decided to balls up like that. Fortunately, Felix knew that the presidents cared about their lives more than ordinary people. A single threat from the Phantom Organization was more than enough to force them in retirement. You better escape the planet while you still can, South Korean president remarked sarcastically at North Korea president before teleporting away. One by one, the other presidents began to teleport as well, wanting to pass over their power as fast as possible. It was written in the contract that they had only a month to achieve so. The dictators also didn't remain around as they knew that the association was coming after them. This time, there was nothing to stop them. The instant those dictators think of going rogue and shooting nukes randomly as a last attempt, Queen AI would handle them personally. If they decided to break or remove their AP bracelets, Queen AI wouldn't let them. AP bracelet was a miraculous invention that made everyone's lives easier, but at the same time it could ruin it just as easy. If those dictators didn't wear it from the start and remained holed up in whichever country they were in, no one would dare to pull anything funny since they could use their nukes the moment they felt threatened. But now, they could only stare in daze at the walls of the assembly hall, knowing that they would never step here ever again. Although Felix was now considered as the owner of Earth due to the agreement of the majority of presidents, he still needed to get some paperwork done to make it legalized in the eyes of the SG Alliance. He called Mr. Igris and requested that he take care of those paperworks, knowing that owning a planet was the same as owning a car or a house. The SG Alliance consider the entire universe as its territory and all the races inhabiting it as residents, even if they weren't part of the Alliance. This meant the moment someone declared true ownership of a celestial object, they would be required to pay taxes on a yearly basis. The World Council wasn't paying it because they didn't own the planet. It was still a However, the moment Felix finishes the paperwork and privatize Earth, he could do whatever he wanted with it and the citizen on it. If he wanted, he could even kick everyone outside and leave the planet empty. It was his property after all. The best part, they couldn't even complain. Their leaders had signed the contract on their behalf since they were considered as their representatives in the eyes of Queen AI. Naturally, Felix didn't plan to do such a vile thing. He merely wanted to own the planet to avoid having those greedy slugs causing unrecoverable damage during the war. Plus, for another agenda that he always wanted to achieve but kept it under lids. After he hung up on Mr. Igris, Felix checked on his symbiote suite and realized that it was held in the warehouse of a cargo company in the Guardian Empire. Better leave it there until I am done here. Felix decided to not waste time and carry on his hatching process. He logged out and got fully nude after removing his AP bracelets. Obviously, he had used one wish to remove the penalty again. Then, he blinked back inside the void blob and continued sucking the void energy out of the seemingly never-ending sea. Months went by in a jiffy and the day of the war was fasting approaching. There were only 3 days left before the Queen give the green light to both sides to do as they deem fit inside the battleground. When it was created, Every background's territory was locked from outsiders, so neither the Anti-Royalty Alliance nor the royal family would attempt to sneak their fleets in the enemy territory before the green light was given. Right now, almost 30% of backgrounds decided to participate in the war by siding with the Anti-Royalty Alliance. It might seem few, but considering that the Mariana Empire housed hundreds of backgrounds, it meant that at least 100 background were in this war. Some of them were quality backgrounds like kingdoms belonging to the top 10, but still, most of them were too weak to raise concerns for the royal family. Nevertheless, their participation in the war had allowed the Anti-Royalty Alliance to take advantage of their territories and position their fleets strategically. The distance between the Anti-Royalty Alliance territories and the royal families was massive. Those backgrounds were positioned between them. This meant the Anti-Royalty Alliance was going to use them as nodes in this war. If one of them fallen, the royal family would be forced to deal with the other behind it. Since the wormholes had been replicated as well, they were the only method to bypass those nodes if the royal family wanted to make a decent ambush. Otherwise, they would be forced to take a long detour to arrive at the Anti-Royalty Alliance territories. In the best scenario, it would take them 20 years to cross that distance by traveling at the speed of light. In other words, the wormholes were the key to this war, and both sides knew that damn well. So, during this year of preparation, both sides had made sure to copy some of their defensive stations on their planets and place them in front of those wormholes. Since it was impossible to replicate the same object twice based on the rules, this meant that their planets had been left unprotected. But both sides didn't mind that for now, since they knew that they could build more defensive stations in the upcoming years and recover their protection. It wasn't like any of them would be able to sneak an ambush when all wormholes were defended properly and the distance between their territories was light years away. Meanwhile, the backgrounds who decided to stay out of the war would have their territories also replicated, though they would be empty of people and locked until the war officially starts. Those territories were being referred to as free nodes since no one had control over them. It would be of a great importance to secure them at the start because some of them had wormholes within. As we have discussed, we will be sending one Nova fleet to each nearby free node to us, Zojia explained as she pointed at yellow dots on a massive hologram in front of all the allies. The hologram was a map of the battleground. It displayed a quarter of the galaxy in 3 dimensions. At the far sides of the battleground, there were 2 massive clusters of red and green dots. The green dots represent the nodes of the Anti-Royalty Alliance and their allies' territories. Meanwhile, the red nodes represent the enemy. As for the yellow dots, they represent the free nodes throughout the battleground. There were hundreds of them scattered all over the map. Those nodes belonged to Semania country, Lukaka tribe, Hellfire bloodline clan, and lastly, the Peace Union. Zojia continued on. Those 20 nodes all had 1 or even 2 wormholes in their territory. Some of them are leading straight to our territories and some lead to random territories. At the very beginning, we will prioritize securing every hole that might screw us over. Only then can we think about launching an attack or using our middle ground nodes. Understood. After seeing them nod their heads, Zojia switched to another inquiry. If the royal family decided to break the mold and launch a primitive attack from day 1, we need to be fully ready to give them a proper welcome. So, keep your eyes wide open and don't let your guard down in the first month. Zojia warned. We can't afford to affect our troops' morals with a swift defeat in the first second of the war. Everyone agreed with her take on the matter, knowing that their entire planet was based on prolonging the war as much as possible. They had no intentions of attacks at all. They would be simply focusing of defending and counterattacking if the opportunity presented itself. That's because they knew that their mega alliance could handle the fees of the war if they won it a decade later or such. That's because they would be considered as a federation, making it possible to offer the SG Alliance plenty of the royal family's territories as a collateral. They simply wanted to feel safe in their territories without having the royal family holding that judgment sword on them every single day. On the other hand, the royal family think of the entire empire as their own rightful territory. So, they would not allow the war to be prolonged more than necessary to avoid giving some of its territory to the SG Alliance. They didn't start this war to reclaim them just to hand them over. That would be meaningless and stupid. Hence, the longer the war takes, the more agitated they would be and start making mistakes with shitty forceful strategies. Zojia and the Alliance were focusing on exploiting those mistakes to the maximum. This was the general plan they were working with. On the other side of the spectrum, Emperor Ravel was holding a meeting as well with his subordinates and leaders of annexed kingdoms. They had the same map of the battleground on top of their heads. The only difference was the coloring of the dots, as there were many more red dots than green ones. The difference in numbers was enough to make any leader feel hopeless. But Emperor Ravel looked as composed as ever, as he wasn't about to fight an alliance made out of 100 background. The only thing in their favor is manpower and number of scraps. Emperor Ravel spoke calmly as he eyed some of his nervous governors. Our armies and soldiers are 10 times better than them. They are well trained, equipped with the finest gear, and had the support of the best war battalion ships in the galaxy. Emperor Ravel sneered faintly as he glanced at the army of red dots. Meanwhile, they are just a bunch of ragtag maggots grouped up in less than a year. If just a few of them fell down, the others would be affected heavily and start regretting ever taking a part in this slaughter. Without a doubt, they will be playing for the long game. Emperor Ravel smiled coldly. So, our plan is to start by taking down the smaller targets one by one until those maggots gets forced into emerging from their shell. The general's eyes glimmered in eagerness, wanting nothing more than to start this war immediately. How could they not be excited when Emperor Ravel had promised them hefty rewards over their upcoming achievements? Promotion, noble titles, territories to govern, and more eye-opening rewards than would have been not possible without this war. After all, when they win, a huge amount of territory would be recovered and the royal family would need to hand them over to their subordinates to govern. The best part, even normal soldiers were eligible to receive those rewards. On the other hand, the generals and commanders of the anti-royalty alliance would not be rewarded with territories unless their achievements truly were astonishing. Even if they win, there wasn't enough to go around everyone in such a massive alliance. This might seem like an insignificant mention, but wars truly were decided by moral and motivation than anything else. Strategies would be useless if the ones carrying them weren't into it. Right at this moment, it was clear that the royal family's army was more thrilled about this war than the anti-royalty alliances. Emperor Ravel noticed this long ago and was planning on fully taking advantage of it. Days quickly went by peacefully as both sides stopped resorting to media to pressure the other or use other mind games to affect their soldiers. Meanwhile, almost every race in the universe had a large percentage of people tuning in to watch the stream of the war. It was supervised by Queen AI to show what needed to be shown and hid what must be hidden. Since they were in the UVR, it meant that she could literally place a camera anywhere she desired. At the hands of the wrong person, the war could be won or lost due to a single streaming mistake. For the SG Alliance to avoid being held liable for such a screw-up, the Queen needed to supervise the stream. This time, it would not be the basic Queen AI that's on everyone's bracelet, but the real mainframe of the Queen AI. The difference between the two was uncanny. Right at this instant, Felix was watching the stream of the anti-royalty alliance's forces being sent continuously through a wormhole that was leading to a free nearby node. The war had officially started an hour ago, and now both forces were trying to secure the free nodes near them. It will probably take at least a month or two before we see some action, Felix reasoned while getting undressed inside his spaceship. His second wish had expired, and he needed to emerge to use the third and last one in his pocket. The only good news about it was that his remaining wish could let him remain in the void energy slob for about 9 to 11 months. That's because it was the last wish he had gotten, which meant it had a better limitation. Who do you think will win? Asna inquired lazily. How will I know? Felix shrugged his shoulders. I am not a war expert. Felix could stare all day at both forces and still have absolutely no idea who had the upper hand. That's because one needed to have knowledge about spaceships, battalions, fleets, war machines, space strategies, wormhole strategies, nodes, etc. Felix was ignorant about all of this since he never crossed path with a war at this magnitude. Sure, he knew about that war in his previous life, but he didn't participate in it, nor did he bother to give it much attention. He only knew about some key moments that had gone viral, such as the death of Zojia by an Origin Abolisher weapon and the infamous 9 wormholes ploy. The rest of the war? He was as clueless as the others. "Do you want me to dig in your memories?" Asna offered, something she seldom does. "I don't know if you will find anything useful, but I will appreciate it." Felix smiled. He could have seen some footage that would be crucial in the war, but he had forgotten about them. Asna digging in his memories might actually salvage something that could be advantageous to him. Sure, he knew that the future had already derailed from the known timeline and his memories were almost crap. But still, he would rather know about something that might or might not happen than stay ignorant about it. While Asna was going through his memories, Felix decided to check on Earth in the stream. He simply typed the name of the planet and its unique ID that was given by the system. Then, it appeared in front of him, appearing as beautiful as ever with its blue gem-like luster. When Felix zoomed on it, he noticed that all of its defenses had been copied as well. Oh, they really went hard on protecting it. Felix smiled in satisfaction after he spotted hundreds of warships parked around the planet. All of them were 5 times bigger and appeared more fearsome than Earth's own fleet. When Felix searched for those particular warships, he realized that each one cost at least 100 million SC. It might sound little, but the fact that there were hundreds of them defending Earth meant that the Anti-Royalty Alliance had invested tens of billions of resources to keep their promise. Felix knew that when the royal family sees this protection, they would not be bothered to deal with Earth. That's because they would be forced to deal with the Corona Kingdom fleets, then the Alexander Kingdom's troops before they reach the planet. "This is more than enough to put my mind at ease." Felix waved the hologram away, free of worry about having his planet destroyed or captured while he was outside the loop. Sure, it was a very minuscule chance of it happening in the first years, but it could still happen nevertheless. Time to feed the Felix removed his bracelets and blinked back inside the energy blob that was now 70% smaller than the first time he had seen it. A full year of non-stop energy absorption had done that. Thankfully, everyone was too focused on the war to bother with a fallen planet. Otherwise, the guild would have sent someone to investigate the situation. In a few seconds, Felix had emerged on his space consciousness. As he was walking towards Asna's manor, he saw an elephant-sized raccoon lying on his back while scratching his bulgy stomach once in a while. Is he going to grow big enough we won't have space here, or what? Felix's eyelids twitched as he went around the fatty, not wanting to bother him during his meal time. Possibly. Our calculation could be wrong any moment, Lady Sphinx replied while drinking tea with the other 2 elders. Felix didn't expect an answer to his rhetorical question. Honestly, he dreaded the idea of their calculation being wrong. After all, his biggest issue wouldn't be Nemo's growth but the time. Asna said that the duration could range from a year to 2. But that was just an educated guess based on what she had seen so far. But what if Nemo's hatching had stages in it? What if absorbing pure energy was just the first step? No one truly knows since Nemo's existence was still a mystery. Even Lady Sphinx had claimed that she wasn't 100% certain about her theory. They truly picked the worst fucking timing to start a war. Felix let out a long exhale in frustration and stopped thinking about this matter. Whatever happens, he could only swallow his frustrations and carry on moving. Might as well start reading about wars. Felix decided to enrich his lacking knowledge. He had no idea what he could bring to the table in the war, and he had signed a contract to assist the Anti-Royalty Alliance in their endeavor, so he better start reading. "Master, do you books about—" Before he could finish his request, Lady Sphinx manifested hundreds of books in front of him. All of them were themed around wars, from strategies, basic knowledge, rules, tactics, etc. "Finish them quickly and return to your potion-making studies," she said calmly. When it came to seeking knowledge, Lady Sphinx would never block from Felix from doing so. It didn't matter if it was related to her alchemy domain or not, as long as he was learning. "Thank you." Felix encased all the books in a misty bubble and returned to Asna's room. The moment he sat down, he picked up a book about the basic knowledge of fleets and started reading it carefully. After a few pages, he reached at the separation of fleets and how to recognize them. As the book mentions, fleets in the galaxy were separated into 4 tiers to keep everything in order. Everyone starts with a star fleet. It was made from 10 warships. Each additional 10 warships add another star. So 20 warships meant 1 star fleet, 30 warships meant 2 star fleet, etc. When the number hit 100 warships in one fleet, they get referred to as Nova Fleet. With each additional 50 warships, the name changes to 1 star Nova Fleet. This continued to repeat until a 500 warships gets added. Only then could the name transform into a supernova fleet. The same equation get repeated until the name changes into a galactical fleet. The only difference was that each edition needed to be at least 500 warships instead of 50. In the Guardian Empire, the Galactical Army was in fact made of a 9-star galactical fleet that was spread out throughout the Empire. So far, not a single empire or kingdom in the galaxy managed to even reach a 2-star galactical fleet. That's because the requirement to add another star meant an additional 5,000 warships instead of 500. However, when the Anti-Royalty Alliance combined their forces, they had actually crossed over the limit and reached a 2-star galactical army. In other words, they had over a whopping 15,000 warships that were equipped with lethal weapons. Meanwhile, the royal family owned only a 1-star galactical fleet. So, they were down by 5,000 warships. That's a huge difference that every war analytic had claimed to be a fatal disadvantage in this war. So far, nothing is conclusive. Felix thought to himself, both armies are hiding at least 20% of their fleets. Those are the dangerous ones. He could still remember the final battle where Zojia died. Both armies had used fleets that no one knew about. More shockingly, those fleets were made out of the most advanced technological warships. They were equipped with white plasma weapons that could turn most spaceships into a junk in one hit. Sure, having more warships than the other side meant having more control over the battlefield. After all, they could cover more ground by taking advantage of their numbers. That's why Zojia was planning to send out Nova fleets into many yellow zones at once while the royal family didn't have that luxury. They could not send everyone out and leave their major nodes unprotected, such as the many wormholes in their territory that were connected with many backgrounds. In a few minutes, Felix had finished the book and picked another one that was about the basics of space tactics. He had 4 more books that spoke about intermediate tactics, advanced tactics, and improvised tactics. As he continued to read, he started to realize that even though those tactics were just basic and simple, there was a lot of depth into them. They had been optimized over the years to the point even the worst general could use one and end up leading his fleets to victory if the tactics succeed. Though, because they were used too many times and known by all, those tactics get countered pretty easily. For example, one of the tactics was called the wormhole bait. The core concept of it was to send an empty 1-star fleet inside a wormhole that was defended from the other side by the enemy. The warships would be filled with deadly cosmic explosions that were able to cause damage to anyone within thousands of kilometers. If the other side was too close to the wormhole, they would be sent straight to hell with a single button. To counter this tactic, the armies nowadays simply leave an explosives detector near the wormhole. So, no one continued to use this strategy anymore since it could be countered quite easily. As Felix kept reading books about tactics, they got more shrewd and hard to counter. When he reached the advanced tactics, he couldn't help but admire their inventors' intelligence for coming up with them. The most admirable part was that most of those strategies got invented during critical moments. Soon, he finished all of them and stashed them within his memory. With his perfect memory, he could spot any tactic and its counter in a heartbeat. He might not be as good as generals when it came to experience, but as long as he continued reading, his knowledge would be even better than theirs. After a few months, most of the battleground streams had been turned into ghost lands. No one was watching them, neither did they bother to speak about the war. Other viral interesting things had grabbed their attention as they waited far too long for some action to happen. Unfortunately, there was no way the Anti-Royalty Alliance and the royal family would rash their plans for the sake of entertaining those viewers. This wasn't a game but an actual real war. That's why even the SG Alliance didn't interfere to force both sides to make it interesting with at least some skirmishes. That's right. Not a single skirmish had occurred in the past few months. Both sides placed their entire focus on securing the nearby yellow nodes and the wormholes within them. Since we are talking about space here, it was normal that the spaceships would be spending most of their time journeying at the speed of light. When they finally reach their destination, they begin building defensive stations around the wormhole and the capital city of that background. So, how could there be skirmishes when doing those two things literally take forever? The viewers didn't give a shit that both sides wanted to lay down a good foundation before going ham on each other. They simply wanted to see blood get shed and spaceships go boom boom. Still, the faithful viewers remained active consistently, watching both sides doing their things. Actually, most of them were working for those two to supervise the advancement of the other. Watching the stream wasn't blocked for each side, making it a fair deal. Since both of them could take advantage of it, no one would whine about having their progress getting streamed to the enemy. Plus, it wasn't like they could complain about it to the SG Alliance. They were fighting in the UVR only thanks to Queen AI. Knock knock. Commander Zojia. I am here for my daily report. Zojia lifted her head from a bunch of holographic documentations and answered with a weary voice. Get in. Signs of mental exhaustion had already started to appear on her, even though she was in the UVR. There was simply so much to cover. She was finding it difficult to keep on. If it wasn't for Maganda Chief, Gabriel, Barry, and Roka sharing some of her load, she would have already tapped out. Speak, she ordered. The assistant brought out a holographic list and began going down the list of all important matters that needed to be handled today. Some of them were finished and some of them had yet to be crossed over. It's been a month already, and they have yet to conclude the defensive station construction? Zojia frowned her eyebrows as she asked, Are they lazing around or something is interfering with them? I think the workers stopped working as hard as in the start. The assistant offered his own take. After all, it's been months and the royal family had yet to make a move on us. In other words, the workers stopped fearing for their lives and began to adapt to the situation. In the start, everyone was nervous since this was the first war they ever took part in. Their fear had motivated them to work extra hard to build defensive stations, so they could protect themselves from any sudden ambushes. However, as days went by, the nervousness went away and so as their motivation. Are they stupid? Zojia cursed furiously. This is the time they should be working harder than ever. It's been months already. The royal family must have already picked up a target. The assistant remained quiet through her outburst as he was used to them by now. He could clearly see that she was overstressed about the royal family's move. If he had to guess, he honestly believed that the royal family would probably continue remaining quiet like this. Nothing is deadlier than the unknown. The royal family was making sure to keep their plans in check and hidden so Zojia would keep stressing on which node to defend. Tell them if the construction isn't finished by next week, they will not step foot inside the defense station. Zojia ordered coldly. It might cause a riot. The mentioned. I hope they do. Zojia sneered. I need to make an example of someone to keep the others in check. On it. The assistant noted her order down and continued reading his report. Thankfully, the rest of the projects were going as planned or close to their deadline. No one was far behind like the first group. This put Zojia's mind at ease a little. Is that all? Zojia inquired while returning to reading her documentation. The assistant hesitated to relay a piece of news that he heard from one of his subordinates, not wanting to stress her more over something that wasn't investigated properly. He could see that she already had plenty on her plate to handle. What? Zojia narrowed her eyes at him. You know I don't like having information pulled back from me. Upon seeing her cold stare, the assistant stopped caring about her well-being and reported, One of our stream moles that have been monitoring Topeki Planet has told me that he had spotted an asteroid approaching it rapidly. An asteroid? Zojia knitted her eyebrows. Yes. The assistant added, its size is about 30 kilometers, and it is estimated to hit the planet in the next 2 months. The assistant seemed natural about this because he knew that Topeki Planet was known to have suffered many strikes from meteors and asteroids due to its strong gravitational influence. That's why even though Topeki was quite close to a wormhole that was leading to the Maganda tribe territory, the Anti-Royalite Alliance didn't try to place their fleet there. The strong gravitational influence would make it a living hell to escape from it. So, they simply stationed their forces next to the wormhole and left the planet monitored from afar, unlike what they do with the other territories. An asteroid at this time? Zojia murmured with a cautious look. If it was any other time, she would have simply skipped over the information since it wasn't really that weird to have such a level of detail from the Queen AI's works. If she could replicate a quarter of the galaxy, then she could replicate almost everything that happens in it as long as it was in her database. Since it was known knowledge that Topeki planet suffered a lot from meteors, then she would make it occur in the replica as well. However, Zojia had been getting edgy lately due to the royal family's passiveness. So, even this little small unworthy detail was of a great importance in her eyes. Send a scouting crew to check it out, Zojia ordered, and then she returned to reading her documentations. In this wide battleground, asteroids hit planets quite often. Are we going to be scouting each one? The assistant shook his head lightly as he stepped outside the office. He knew that she was getting paranoid, and as a leader, that would be detrimental to her judgment. Still, he did as he was told and ordered the nearest scouting crew to embark on their journey as fast as possible. Inside a massive silver metallic space station that was at the borders of a cosmic wormhole, a blue-skinned youth in a military outfit stepped inside a small gloomy office. When he looked to his left, his eyes were met with a fair-skinned, white-bearded man, who had not a single wrinkle on his face. His long bent ears gave away his race almost immediately. An elf. Captain, we have just received new orders, the blue-skinned youth reported with a serious expression. Do tell. The captain spoke faintly without lifting his head. We have been ordered to scout an incoming asteroid that is going to hit planet Topeki in 2 months. Asteroid? The captain raised his eyebrows in surprise. Does the commander think we are getting bored doing nothing? Seeing that his subordinate refused to comment, the captain waved his hand nonchalantly. Whatever. Take the 3rd squad and go check the asteroid. Make sure to be through. Roger. The blue-skinned youth saluted and exited the office. When he was left alone, the captain shook his head as he thought. It seems like the great commander is starting to lose her calmness. Although Zojia was respected by the Alliance due to her strength and leadership, she had yet to truly display traits worthy of being a great commander. So, a lot of generals and leaders were still on the fence if she was the right commander for this war. God knows that many commanders of other backgrounds were dying to step up and take the lead. Sure, they weren't at origin realm like Zojia, but their experience in war was noteworthy. Right now, everyone was simply waiting for her to screw up, so they could file a motion to replace her. Zojia knew about this as well. It simply added more stress to her already stressful life. Half a month later, the scouting spaceship could be seen approaching a gigantic gray asteroid that was coated by a veil of blue mist. From afar it looked fascinating and pretty. But when one started to think that an asteroid of this size was capable of wiping out civilizations with a single hit, its beauty collapses immediately. Slow us down, the blue-skinned youth ordered as he sat in the cockpit with his crewmates. They were riding on a small-sized spaceship that resembled a bumblebee. Though no one could see it now since its alloy was made out of light reflective materials. Although it was just an asteroid, they were taking their scouting mission seriously. Minute by minute, hour by hour, they kept inching towards the asteroid while making sure to scout the area thoroughly. They had already used their spaceship's scanning device on the entire asteroid and noticed that no one was hiding behind the asteroid or such. Let's head back, Serg, one of the crewmen suggested while yawning. We are just wasting our time here. Agreed. Another one supported. We have scanned the asteroid, and we found nothing. This should be more than enough. It seemed like they were quite confident in their spaceship scanner. Well, it did make sense since it was the latest and best-known version in the galaxy. They knew that nothing should really avoid their scan unless the technology used was from the metal race or some unique races with bizarre techniques. We already reached this far. Let's get nearer. The blue-skinned youth recalled his captain's order to be through in their scouting. As you wish, Serg. His crewmates could only shake their heads in frustration and continue on their mission. After 3 more days, the scouting spaceship had finally entered the 10-kilometer radius of the asteroid. "Should we switch to autopilot, Zerg?" One of the crewmen asked after noticing that their vision had been hindered by the blue gas emitted from the asteroid. "Do it." The sergeant gave the permission, wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unlike them, Queen AI could use the spaceship scanner as her eyes to pilot the spaceship. However, as they approached a gigantic boulder without the Queen AI showing any intentions to change their direction, they started to feel slightly uncomfortable. If they could see the giant rock within the blue mist, then Queen AI should have seen it way before them. Yet, she still kept on her track. "Zerg." The crew started to get nervous the closer they got to the giant rock. When the sergeant realized that Queen AI seemed hellbent on continuing going forward, he couldn't help but forcefully switch control to manual. Luckily, he did it in the perfect timing, giving him a chance to turn the wheel to the limit and avoid a head-on collision with the giant rock. Naturally, their spaceship wouldn't have been damaged that much due to their alloy toughness. But the momentum would propel them backward or in a different direction. God knows if they would be smashed into another giant rock. "What the hell, what that?" Relieved and quite bewildered, one of the crewmates spoke as he wiped his sweaty forehead. Just like him, the others were as confused. In their eyes, everyone could make mistakes but the Queen AI. Such a basic directional mistake should have never occurred under Queen AI leadership. "Is our scanner faulty? It might be feeding the Queen wrong data." "Possibly. But if it was faulty, Queen AI would have warned us about it." "True. But just check anyway," the sergeant ordered with a stern look as he tried to operate the spaceship to the best of his ability. "I just checked. Everything is working just fine. Does this mean it's from the Queen?" "No." The sergeant narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I would rather believe that something is wrong with this asteroid than believe that Queen AI could make such a rookie mistake." Upon hearing so, his crewmates all showed serious expressions and started focusing on the front glass of the spaceship. At the start, they thought that the commander was getting paranoid by sending them to scout a random asteroid. But now, it was hard to ignore such an uncanny situation. "Should we report this?" "Not yet," the sergeant denied. "We need to make sure lest we raise concerns over nothing." His crewmates remained quiet after hearing so, not wanting to bother him anymore while he was manually operating the spaceship. They could see that the closer they got to the asteroid, the bigger the rocks got and the narrower the slits became. "Brace for impact," the sergeant warned as he knew that soon he would screw up and collide with something. Just as he expected, a medium-sized rock that was half the size of their spaceship emerged out of nowhere and tightened his pathway. This forced him to maneuver to the side reflexively. Unfortunately, another giant rock was waiting to walk them. Everyone tightened their grips on their chairs, preparing to get rocked hard. However, a few seconds went by and nothing happened. Everyone was left dumbfounded as they stared at each other, waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Even the sergeant had his focus broken by the situation, making him start messing up his maneuvers. Yet, just like earlier, the moment the spaceship was going to hit a rock, it simply doesn't. It goes through it like it was made out of clouds. When it happened again and again, the sergeant felt chills course on his spine. He absolutely had no idea what's going on and why did the rocks had no physical properties. But he knew that something bizarre was going on. Since they were in a virtual battleground, he understood that anything peculiar happening would almost always be related to their enemies. "Report this to the captain. We are leaving." The sergeant had no intentions of going deeper without proper reinforcement. "Row!" Boom! Alas, before his crewmate could reply, the spaceship was blasted out of nowhere. Peep peep. Breach in compartment 7. The sound of the alarm kept ringing throughout the entire spaceship, forcing the crew to get their shit together. "Luis, shut the alarm down." "Mara, check the scanner again and identify our enemies." "Noah, activate light speed mode and wait for my instruction." The sergeant laid out one order after the other at an implacable pace. He was certain that they were hit by a red laser instead of a rock. That's because only lasers were capable of breaching through their tough alloy. "Mara!" the sergeant shouted after waiting a few seconds, but no information was relayed to him. He couldn't do anything without seeing his enemies' positions first. "Serg, I got nothing on the radar." Mara cried out loud in fear as she watched their most advanced scanner fail to locate their enemies. Upon hearing so, the sergeant felt like his heart had sunk to the bottom of his stomach. "We are completely blind. No visible vision due to the mist and no working scanner." It wasn't far-fetched to call themselves blind in this situation. The sergeant had no idea why their scanner was blocked, and he knew that it wasn't time to wonder about it. "Queen, full speed forward," he shouted. In this fast-paced situation, it was better to make the Queen take over his crewmate's task to avoid mistakes or delays. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. Before Queen AI could activate the main engine, the spaceship got wrecked by 3 blasts at once. The worst part, one of the plasma beams had ended up hitting the engine compartment. Peep peep. Error. Can't activate main engine. The alarm started ringing yet again, making the atmosphere tenser than ever. When everyone heard so, despair began to cloud over their faces as they knew that without a working engine, it was impossible to shake off their enemies. "No, no, no, no. We are losing our base speed." The sergeant's expression got ugly after seeing that their speed meter was getting reduced each second. No main engine, declining speed, and most likely surrounded by enemies. The situation couldn't get any worse. "Ring ring. Serg, someone is trying to make contact with us," Luis informed. "It must be them." The sergeant knitted his eyebrows after noticing that their attacks had been stopped. "Noah, go check the engine and see if it's reparable or not," the sergeant ordered swiftly. "I will try my best to buy as much time as possible." "On it." Noah removed the seatbelt and flew outside the cockpit by using small boosters on his suit. Thankfully, the spaceship had been forcefully stopped after its engines got ruined. "Luis, accept the call." The sergeant took a deep breath to regain his composure. Luis did as he was told, and a connection was established. "You sure walked into the wrong neighborhood." Out of nowhere, a mocking mellow voice echoed in the cockpit, making everyone's expression to turn nasty. They recognized this voice immediately because it belonged to an infamous general of the royal family's army. He was known for his brutality and twisted punishments. Videos of him torturing captured pirates had gone viral long ago. Any soldier who saw what happened to those pirates knew that they would kill themselves than fall in his hands. The sergeant and his crewmates knew this as well, which made them feel hopeless about getting out of here in one piece. In wars, captured soldiers could be recovered if the price negotiated was right. In addition, they could be used as slaves for mining resources and building structures. But now, all of them had decided to commit suicide than get captured under that maniac. "Bastard Creed, you have no idea that you are already done for." The sergeant tried to buy time by making fake threats. He still had a tiny bit of hope that the main engine could be repaired. "You think we have been sent here alone?" The sergeant scoffed. "We are merely the scouting squad. The army is right behind us waiting for our signal." "Is that so?" General Creed chuckled in a funny manner. He was clearly not believing his crap. The sergeant knew that he had to do better to convince him or at least make him doubt a little. "Why do you think we have been sent here, to this random asteroid?" The sergeant snickered. "Heh, we already knew that the asteroid is used as a scheme by you guys." "Knew? Ha ha." Creed laughed loudly in amusement. He was sitting in the captain's seat while his crewmates were surrounding him, each on their own seat. All of them seemed to be trying their best to hold their laughter. "You little maggots know nothing." Creed stopped laughing at once as he sneered. "You have 10 seconds to surrender. You don't need me to tell you what will happen when the time ends." Cluck. The connection went off the instant he finished his sentence, not giving time for the sergeant to waste any more time. "Noah, we have only 10 seconds. Please tell me some good news." The sergeant swiftly asked Noah. "Serg, the damage is beyond repair." Noah answered with a disheartened sigh. Upon hearing so, the sergeant fell back on his seat with his eyes closed shut, knowing that it was over for them. His crewmates all seemed downhearted at the realization their lives had come to an end. They couldn't even log out without providing a reasonable excuse. Logging out to escape death wasn't one in the eyes of Queen AI since they were soldiers. Since we are dead anyway, let's go out with a bit of flair. The sergeant opened his eyes wide open, displaying a hardened resolve to die as a proud soldier. As a veteran soldier, he always expected his life to end on duty. When you expect something to happen, mostly like it will, he wasn't even that afraid or sad. It is what it is. Queen, activate all thrusters. 90% of thrusters are damaged. The engine is damaged. Queen AI warned, there is a 100% chance of the engines blowing up in 2 seconds after the initial thrust. The engines blowing up was the same as telling him that the spaceship would blow up. So, if he went with it, he would kill everyone on board without a shred of doubt. Still, do it. The sergeant gave his confirmation with relaxed shoulders. His crewmates heard what Queen AI said and knew what was about to happen. Instead of crying or cursing out the sergeant for his decision, they simply wrote a mental message for their loved ones and requested the Queen to deliver it after their death. Sequence starting in 3, 2, 1. Full thrusters activated. Queen AI announced monotonously while the spaceship started to shake like a tractor on a field. It was a good ride, fellas. The sergeant saluted his crewmates while staring right in front of him. Knowing that every second spent with his eyes open, Queen AI records it. Meanwhile, his crewmates saluted him back with a respectful look. Then, all of them were forced to hold tightly as the spaceship wheezed at a supersonic speed towards the main body of the asteroid. Just like before, it went through every rock in its direction like they were made out of air. Just as the spaceship was about to hit the asteroid's supermassive surface, the weirdest thing happened. The environment suddenly changed before their eyes. All of them had their eyes wide open in disbelief as they stared at a humongous dark battalion that was surrounded by hundreds of warships. Their blinking red and white lights made it seem like they were a cluster of beautiful stars. Impossible! Unfortunately, before the sergeant and his crew could react, their spaceship had expanded its last bit of juice and blew up almost instantaneously. The shockwave was strong enough it reached a few spaceships and shook them for a few seconds. Then, there was no then. The supernova fleet continued its journey towards planet Topeki under the disguise of an asteroid. Do you think they managed to see our fleet? Inside General Creed's spaceship, one of his staff asked with a worried tone. They certainly didn't. Creed glared at his crewmates. You better respond like this when asked in the Mother Battalion. Yes, General. Good. General Creed turned his focus from his crewmates back to the Mother Battalion. I have pushed them enough. If they still haven't seen the fleet, then I can't do much to further His Majesty's plan. General Creed thought to himself while tapping his finger on the armchair. Let's return and report this. He ordered one last time. One by one, tens of giant gray rocks began to flicker like they were made out an illusion and then transformed into spaceships of different sizes. Next, they formed a line and returned to the Mother Battalion by entering one of its 100 gates. At the same time of the explosion, the captain of the Scouts department had received notification of the scouting squad getting wiped out. He was left completely lost for words, not knowing how to accept such shocking news. As an experienced captain who received many notifications of his soldiers dying, he shouldn't have been caught off guard like this. But when the reality of the situation comes in play, he was excused. In his mind, they were sent for a spin to ease the commander's mind. Yet now he heard that they were killed? This can't be right. Queen, send me all of their recordings. The captain jumped from his seat in agitation, wanting to know what happened exactly. Since all soldiers had given permission for their recordings to be viewed after death, Queen AI could only oblige. Skip to 1 hour before their death. The captain requested as he focused on the sergeant's recording. A moment later, the recording got speed up until it started to show that everyone was making jokes inside the spaceship. The captain started to manually speed up until the squad reached the asteroid and weird things began to show up. Before the captain could work his brain on them, the spaceship got assaulted and continued getting bombarded until its engine got messed up. Then, it was followed by Creed's contact and concluded with the squad deciding to go out with a flare. Throughout the entire process, the captain didn't comment or pause. He just watched from the start to the final moments of his soldiers in utter silence. However, during the last split second, he couldn't help but gasp out loud. As an elf, his vision was extraordinary. So, he managed to spot the supernova fleet during the last moment of the sergeant. Without a second wasted, he replayed that final scene and paused this time. Dear Goddess! When he saw the supermassive Mother Battalion and the hundreds of warships accompanying it, he felt chills course on his skin. An entire supernova fleet was merely 2 months away from the wormhole that was leading to the Maganda tribe, one of the 5 cores of their alliance. Meanwhile, the defensive station posted in front of the wormhole was able to block only a Nova fleet. If the royal family's troops reached the wormhole, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Without hesitation, the captain used the emergency red line to contact Commander Zojia and the rest of the Anti-Royality Alliance's heads. In a few seconds, all of them picked up the call and joined a holographic meeting. What's the issue? Zojia asked with a serious expression. The others remained quiet and stared at the captain's pale face, knowing that what was about to come wouldn't please them one bit. A supernova fleet being led by a mother battalion is merely 2 months away from the Topiki's wormhole, the scout's captain informed with an agitated voice. Before they could ask him about the truthfulness of the news, he showed them the last scene that the sergeant saw and told them everything that happened. How is this even possible? Maganda Chief banged the table with a furious look. He should be pissed since his territory was the one getting targeted. I don't understand, Gabriel murmured. Is the asteroid real or just a fake hologram? It can't be a fake hologram, Barry added. No one has yet to reach such a level of technology besides the metal race. We all know that most technologies purchased from them are banned from being used in wars. The metal race had written this on the contract of most of their deals. They wanted to share their technologies with the others, but only if they were being used to serve the civilians and make their lives easier. The Anti-Royalty Alliance also purchased the technology to make supermassive realistic holograms that span over tens of kilometers. But they didn't plan on using them in this war since it was simply impossible. So how? Everyone turned back to the recording and played it again in slow motion, hoping to find out a key to solve this mystery. They knew that if they didn't solve it, the royal family would continue using this strategy against them. Even if they didn't use it, the Anti-Royalty Alliance would be forced to start scanning every asteroid or meteor in their territories. This wild goose chase would cost them too many necessary resources. If it's not a hologram, then it's got to be an illusion array, Zojia proclaimed calmly. That's impossible. Maganda Chief was the first to disapprove of her claim. The sage race will never sell such an advanced array to the royal family. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just like the witches and dwarves, they were a race that was part of the top 10 rulers due to their utility, not overpowering strength. While the dwarves were able to craft artifacts and witches capable of concocting potions, the sages were capable of making array scrolls. The system used was almost the same as the dwarves. The dwarves craft artifacts by engraving abilities into gems called futharks, then putting those futharks into weapons or equipment. Meanwhile, the sages used their own unique language to write down elemental abilities or skills on scrolls made out of special material. As long as one used the right keyword, the scroll would be activated and the ability written on it would manifest into the real world. They seem quite similar to the Taylism race. Both of them inscribe abilities on pieces of paper and then manifesting them as they wished. But in reality, the sages were much more dangerous than the Taylism race. That's because array scrolls could actually be used by other races and for multiple times. Meanwhile, talismans could be used only the Taylism race, and they were a one-time deal. The moment an ability manifests, the talisman gets burned forever. That's why the sages were part of the 10 rulers while the talisman race was part of top 30 races. Still, just because they could be used by other races, it didn't mean that anyone could get their hands on some arrays. Due to the sages' low population throughout the universe, their arrays were extremely hard to get. The top 9 races had almost a monopoly over the best arrays that gets released for sale, making it impossible for the other races to circulate some in their territories. For such a realistic illusion array that was able to manifest a 20-kilometer flying asteroid, Maganda Chief refused to believe that the royal family had enough pull within the Scallions' inner circle to get their hands on it. Don't forget that they had 200 years of preparation. Zojia knitted her eyebrows. God knows the things they prepared for this war. Upon hearing so, the others had no idea how to retort. 200 years was a long time. In addition, the royal family was one of the ancient families, who survived for millions of years in the galaxy. So, there was a small chance of them having a deal with a sage. This meant the royal family could have actually secured a scroll or more by their ancestors and were kept hidden for the right moment to be used. Array scrolls could survive through most extreme environment and also the passage of time just like the sages. In fact, Felix owned a scroll that allowed him to enter Lady Sphinx's lab that was placed in a pocket dimension. He simply had no idea about it due to his non-existent contact with array scrolls. I know it's hard to believe, but it does explain why Queen AI didn't avoid the rocks when she was operating the spaceship. Zojia reasoned. Why would she avoid a rock when she knows that it was unreal based on her data? Makes sense. I can back that. No wonder. This time, the others started to feel more inclined to believe in her theory. They knew that as the creator of this battleground, Queen AI recognized what's real and what's fake. So, she didn't bother to dodge the rock, forcing the sergeant to manually operate the spaceship. Right now, we shouldn't be focusing on the method used but how to stop their invasion as fast as possible. Maganda Chief swiftly changed the subject. There is a high chance of them completely dropping their disguise and going full speed in direction of the wormhole. If they did so, they would reach it in less than a month. He is right. Zojia approved and started giving out orders. The first thing we will do is transport a 5-stars Nova fleet to block the entrance of the wormhole. Isn't better to send out a supernova fleet? Barry inquired. A 5-star Nova fleet will merely slow them down. I know, Zojia retorted. Do you think that greedy geezer will be dumb enough to send out only one supernova fleet? By now, he must have known that his asteroid has been exposed. It was common sense to think so since all soldiers' recordings get sent back to their superiors after their death. Since they had been filmed getting ambushed, it was natural to assume that the asteroid was a ruse. He may not know that we actually found out about their fleet, but still, he will be prepared for our retaliation. Zojia concluded. So, we cannot pull all of our troops in the Maganda tribe to the wormhole. We must not leave them defenseless like that when we don't know if he had another fleet hidden somewhere. God knows how many more illusion arrays they got. The other leaders had nothing to add after hearing her reasoning. To put them at ease by knowing that Zojia played at her own pace instead of getting led by the royal family's pace. Other commanders or generals would have sent all of their troops to defend the wormhole since time was pressing them. But Zojia planned on simply using the defensive station as a way to delay the supernova fleet until the true reinforcement arrives. Those reinforcements wouldn't be from the Maganda tribe but from the other closest regions. Naturally, it would take more time for them to arrive, but it was better than pulling most troops from a single region. We need to prepare for a counterattack, Zojia added. We now know that they are one supernova fleet down. Figure out which region it is supposed to defend and send our troops there. I will handle it, Barry ensured. Gabriel, I need you to check other regions in case the royal family had sent another supernova fleet disguised as an asteroid or something. Zojia commanded. Will do. The rest will focus with me on this invasion. Zojia narrowed her eyes. The rest of the war will be 100 times more difficult if we got our ass handed to us in the Topeki region. Everyone understood what she meant. For an alliance made out of hundreds of backgrounds, moral and confidence was everything. Right now, everyone was pretty confident in their victory due to the numbers difference. However, if one of the main regions of the alliance got invaded in the first couple of months by a mere supernova fleet, then the morals would go down hard. It would be extremely challenging to restore it again. Zojia didn't know if this was their plan all along, or it was just a part of a larger sinister scheme. Whatever it was, she was preparing for the worst. Back in the mother battalion of the supernova fleet, General Creed was sitting with the commander and the rest of the generals. In front of them was a hologram showing Emperor Ravel and the great Commander Haid. "We have just received intel that the enemy is mobilizing a 5-star Nova fleet to defend the wormhole." General Creed shared with his head lowered. "In addition, a supernova fleet is preparing to march from Silk Isle region for reinforcement. We are estimating that they will reach the wormhole in about 2 months." Upon hearing so, Emperor Ravel smiled. "It seems like that kiddo doesn't want to leave the Maganda tribe defenseless." Only Emperor Ravel had the guts to call an origin bloodliner as a kiddo. It was understandable since he was as old as Gabriel's grandfather. Yet he looked even younger than Zoja's uncle. His longevity sure was enviable. Smart, but anticipated move. Commander Haid looked at the Emperor and inquired, "Should we follow up with our plan?" Emperor Ravel thought about it for a second and shook his head. "Not yet. We can start when we make sure that all eyes are on Topeki region." "Understood." Commander Haid nodded. For such a large mobilization, I believe that they had certainly seen our hidden supernova fleet. Creed added. The other generals nodded their heads in agreement. "If so, then get rid of the disguise and increase your speed to 70%. Emperor Ravel commanded. "We can't be too fast lest we end up breaching the wormhole before it's time." "Roger." Emperor Ravel looked at them one last time and spoke with a faint smile. "Don't disappoint me. Peep." His hologram disappeared the moment he said so, making the commander and the generals sweat a little. Even though his tone didn't carry an ounce of threat or coldness, they knew that heads would start rolling if they screwed up with his strategy. A few minutes later, "Commander, the royal family's fleet has removed the disguise. They are in plain sight now." The assistant walked in the office with a holographic screen, showing the Mother Battalion and hundreds of warships in all of their glory. It was expected that eyes would be placed on the asteroid after their discovery. Well, that was quick. Zoja's eyelids twitched, knowing that they must have seen their mobilization through the live stream. Honestly, if she tried to mask it, she would have done it pretty easily since Queen AI wouldn't forcefully attempt to stream her plans. This was the reason why she didn't stream the asteroid even though she knew that it was a supernova fleet hidden. As for streaming what's going on inside cockpits and such, that was off the limits unless she had been given permission. Whatever, they were bound to find out about it either ways. Zoja didn't try hard to hide her mobilization because she knew that the royal family had many insiders. After all, their alliance was made out of hundreds of backgrounds. Each background had some of their civilians participating in this war. There were simply too many people to make deals with. "Tell the generals to stay on plan. Nothing to be afraid of," Zoja said. "We have anticipated this much. On it." After the assistant walked away, Zoja lowered her head with a thoughtful look. "Why do I feel like something is missing?" So far, the ambush could be considered as almost nullified since she had noticed the asteroid before it was too late. If she didn't trust her guts and allowed the asteroid to continue on its path, the supernova fleet would have struck the defensive station before they could reinforce it. But now, they added more troops and also guarded the exit of the wormhole. So even if they succeeded in destroying the defensive station, they would be welcomed with warm hugs from the other side. This without adding the fact that reinforcement was already on the way. In her mind, the best decision to make was actually retreat and change target to another region. They must have something else prepared, Zoja ensured. Emperor Ravel isn't foolish to make a forceful invasion like this after he got busted. Zoja had spent decades learning everything there was to learn about Emperor Ravel. To erect her revenge against him for assassinating her family, she needed first to understand him completely. Based on her gathered information throughout the years, his intelligence was off the roof when it came to politics and wars. In fact, he wasn't even supposed to be the next emperor. He was the 10th heir, meaning that he should have never had thought about sitting on the throne. Yet, surprisingly, the other heirs began dropping like flies throughout the years. Some died in missions, some had gotten sick during the worst moment, some had decided to step down from the race by their own will, and so on. This kept happening until only Emperor Ravel was left as the first heir of the empire. Everyone knew that it was Ravel who caused those misfortunes to his brothers and sisters. But The previous emperor didn't punish him for it or allowed anyone in the family to touch him. Why? Because they had absolutely not a shred of evidence. Knowing was one thing, but proving it was another. The previous emperor respected his son's burning desire for the throne more than he loved his other children. Till this point in time, no one knew how Emperor Ravel had managed to get rid of his brothers and sisters. When he sat on the throne, he was barely 100 years old. Now, his age almost reached 50,000 years. He still had plenty more years to live. Zojia didn't know if he was as smart as he used to be. But she did know that he had gotten greedier, lazier, and more self-centered than ever. If it wasn't for so, the empire wouldn't have turned to shit under his ruling. 16 days later, the stream chat room had been resurrected from the dead, as hundreds of billions of live viewers were logged in for days now. The news about the asteroid gimmick and the incoming clash had already circulated throughout the network. Right now, everyone were sitting in front of their screens, staring at the exterior of the defensive station in the Topeki region. The defensive station appeared to be the same as a towering metallic fortress that was geared to the max with grim dark plasma cannons. Since it was called a station, it was normal to assume that it had no thrusters or such. It was a static fortress that shields whatever you put in front it. At this moment, it was guarding the mesmerizing spherical wormhole behind it. The wormhole wasn't really that big since it was made by a space worm instead of it being natural. It was big enough to allow multiple spaceships to enter it at once, but not big enough it was the size of a planet. So, a single defensive station was more than enough to block any spaceship from passing through it. If it was a natural wormhole, it would take tens of defensive stations to cover it, and still, there would be hundreds of holes to be taken advantage of. Does anyone know when the supernova fleet of the royal family will arrive? I have been waiting for a week already. Based on my calculation, they should be merely a few hours away. They must be slowing down on purpose. If not, they should have already arrived yesterday. Let's go. I am getting pumped. I never watched live a space battle of such magnitude before. You guys are sick. People will die by the thousands. The forums and chat room were filled with excited and nervous chatter. The ones unaffected from the war just wanted to watch some excitement, while the ones affected could only wish it would end in triumph for their side. Wait, is that them? Shit, I can see them. It's about to go down. Abruptly, the chat rooms exploded in a frenzied spamming after they spotted the approaching humongous Dark Mother battalion. It was approaching the defensive station with a slow pace. The distance between them was actually in the hundreds of kilometers. But the size of Mother Battalion was too noticeable even in this pitch-black darkness due to its blinking lights. As for the warships with it, they appeared like tiny shimmering stars. After the Mother Battalion reached the 50 kilometers mark, it stopped. Meanwhile, the warships began moving around it, appearing like they were setting a formation. They were lining up in a straight line at the sides of the Mother Battalion, making it resemble a plane with wings. On the other hand, warships near the defensive station were already in a perfect formation for days now. Inside the center of operation of the defensive station, Zojia and the rest of the leaders were standing as holograms in front of the glass window. While Zojia seemed as cool as a cucumber, the other four had signs of nervousness on their face while they watched the enemy formation. They are going with a progressive formation. Why? Zojia wondered in confusion. She assumed that the formation they pick would be focusing on breaching their defenses as fast as possible. In her eyes, they must have known about their incoming reinforcement. Hence, slowing down the pace of the battle should have been their own thing, not theirs. I have a bad feeling about this. Zojia could sense that the royal family was scheming something sinister under the shadows from their fleet's movement. Don't get riled up. Zojia calmed herself. It might be a reverse psychology power play, aiming to disturb my thought process. In a war, any small move could have thousands of layers into it. Or it was just a simple small move. So overthinking could be good, but at the same time could push one to make mistakes that shouldn't have been made in the first place. Great Commander orders? The defensive station's director inquired as he looked at the holographic image of Zojia above him. As long as she was here, the leadership get passed to her. since they are planning on prolonging the battle. Zojia smiled faintly as she commanded. Activate the anti-plasma barrier and inform all warships to stand behind it, and prepare to launch a counterattack at any moment. Zojia, Maganda Chief and the others wanted to say something about her sudden change in the plan but refrained. They didn't want to undermine her authority in front of everyone. Barrier is up in 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown had ended, the defensive station had been covered in an enormous spherical translucent blue hue. The warships inside the blue hue all exited and stood behind the defensive station. The anti-plasma shield was able to block plasma beams from both sides. The warships needed to leave so their attacks wouldn't be blocked and weaken the shield in the process. After a few minutes, only the defensive station was left visible to the anti-royalty alliance troops. Should we commence our attack, Commander Edward? General Creed inquired from the commander of the fleet. He was a frail man with wrinkles all over his face. However, everyone in the operations center was looking at him in veneration and respect. Even the infamous General Creed didn't dare to display his wild side in front of him. Focus our firepower on the shield and ignore the other warships, Commander Edward said calmly. They have been baited into pulling out their shield, so make sure to destroy it as fast as possible. You heard him, General Creed shouted at the others as he eyed the spherical shield from the front window. In a few moments, the order had been relayed to every warship in the fleet. Prepare to fire. The Mother Battalion and the rest of the warships took out their weapons and aimed them at the shield. Then they began to brighten up at the tip in a slow manner, appearing like energy was being condensed into one point. Since there were hundreds of warships and the Mother Battalion alone had more than 100 plasma cannon, it was truly a sight to behold. Will the shield hold? In the corner of the operation room inside the defensive station, a nervous staff member murmured next to his friend. Seeing more than 600 plasma cannon all planning to fire at once was an experience that would make anyone piss themselves in fright. You have no idea. Before his friend could finish, his breath was taken away by a blinding light coming out of the window. Since sound could not be transmitted through vacuum, there were no explosions at all when the plasma beams collided with the shield. This caught everyone off guard besides the viewers in the stream. Haha! Fucking awesome! I never saw so many warships firing at the same time. Thank God for Queen AI adding special effects. It will be hella boring to watch this without explosions. I can't believe the shield is still standing after such an organized attack. What the hell is it made of? Believe it or not, it's made out of plasma as well. So, instead of blocking the incoming plasma attacks, it simply absorbs it. Isn't that too overpowered? How can they break it then? With non-stop attacks. The moment the viewer typed his answer, the spectators were surprised to see that the anti-royalty fleet was already preparing another organized strike. Tell everyone to keep holding, Zojia ordered. I believe they will hit us 3 times before their cannons get overheated. Why did they do this? Gabriel was bewildered. In common space warfare, the commanders usually fire plasma beams in rotation with multiple divided smaller fleets. This allowed warships to cool down their weapons after each attack while at the same time placing continuous pressure on their enemies. On the other hand, if the royal family fired off 2 more times, they would be left completely naked to a brutal counterattack. Can the shield even handle a 3rd attack? Raka asked with a worried tone. The second one still didn't break the shield down, but it did weaken it tremendously. Don't forget that it takes time for it to recover back to its peak form. Barry added to Barry's worry. The staff and soldiers on the operations center all got extra nervous at the sound of that. They knew that he was right. The shield needed appropriate time to recover before handling another blast of such magnitude. Yet, seeing that the anti-royalty alliance was already prepared for the 3rd strike made them understand that they were adamant at getting it destroyed. So what if they destroyed it? Zojia sneered. We still have the toughness of our defensive station's alloy. They will simply expose themselves to heavy fire by using everything to get rid of the shield. The defensive station didn't have just the anti-plasma shield as a way of protection. In fact, it was merely a bonus. Its Real defense was actually its alloy that required red-colored plasma beams to penetrate it in one hit. Boom, boom, boom. It's down. They took it down. Well, that was a dumb move from the royal family army. The ignorant viewers cheered in excitement at the fall of the shield after it got hit by the third strike. Meanwhile, the intelligent ones knew that was a bad move and were waiting for a proper counterattack. Zojia didn't disappoint them. More than 100 organized black lean warships emerged from behind the defensive station and flew rapidly towards the royal fleet. As the distance kept shrinking between them, the black warships brought out their plasma cannons and prepared them for firing. Fire at will. Zojia commanded the instant she saw that the distance was close enough to not miss. Boom, boom, boom. They are aiming at the warships, not the mother battalion. No wonder they wanted to get closer. Smart. Take down the ads first before the final boss. The Anti-Royalite Alliance's troops were forced to ruin their formation since they couldn't remain standing still while under heavy fire. All of them tried their best to avoid the plasma beams while at the same using mini-weapons to fire back when the opportunity presented itself. Still, those mini-weapons like laser machine guns and missile launchers weren't as good as plasma cannons. Even when they landed on the warship's alloys, they merely damaged the exterior unlike the plasma cannons. One direct beam was able to penetrate through the entire warships, forcing it to explode instantly. This was the reason why in space warfare, it was the best decision to take down common military warships first. Their defenses weren't the best, but their offensive power wasn't a joke. Boom, boom. As explosions continued to arise in the infinite cosmos, Zojia and Edward merely kept watching the one-sided hunt. Since those warships were extremely quick, the Mother Battalion found it hard to aim at them with its side plasma cannons. Especially when the war zone was mixed with their forces as well. What's worse, the war zone kept moving from the sides of the battalion to in front of it. In a few minutes, the area between the defensive station and the Mother Battalion was packed with warships, chasing each other while firing colorful laser beams. Naturally, the Anti-Royalite warships were the ones dominating. Haha! Good, good, good. Look at their numbers dwindling. It seems like age has caught up with that geezer Edward. Based on their warship's model, it will take them at least 15 minutes for their cannons to be cooled. I hope we get rid of at least 30% of the warships before we retreat. Such a miserable one-sided beating was celebrated inside the defensive station as the staff and soldiers had their eyes glowing in delight. However, Zojia had her eyebrows knitted while heartbeats started to accelerate slowly. This is too easy. It shouldn't be this easy. Zojia kept tapping a finger on her elbow. She should have been pleased by the results of their first round. In everyone's eyes, she was clearly the winner. The anti-plasma shield could be recovered after some time, but the warships destroyed would be gone forever. Yet, her gut feeling kept poking her, warning her that something bad was coming. No matter how much she thought about it, she had no idea what it was. I hope I am just overthinking. Before she could try to ease her unwarranted agitation, her eyes were widened in disbelief after spotting many shimmering red lights appearing on the front of the Mother Battalion. Maganda Chief, Gabriel, Barry, and the others on the defensive station all had their pleased expressions frozen at once when they spotted those red lights. This can't be right. Even demons won't do this. Maganda Chief mumbled with a horrified expression after seeing the red lights getting more intense. Back off! Zojia screamed in the intercom connected with all their warships. Alas, she was a bit late with her warning. Out of nowhere, the booming battle zone in the stream had been silenced by 10 enormous dark red beams fired at the defensive station. The viewers could only stare in utter horror at the 10 red pillars engulfing tens of warships in their way. It didn't matter if they were warships from the royal family or the Anti-Royalite Alliance. The dreadful red beams penetrated through everything and anything indiscriminately. A split second later, boom, boom, boom. A long string of explosions rung throughout the battleground. Not a single warship survived after being touched by the beams. The worst part, they were merely the side dish. The real target was the defensive station that had been directly hit by all red plasma beams at the same time. The toughness of their alloy was absolutely useless in front of red plasma beams. It was able to defend against orange plasma beams just fine, but red ones? Even the artificial symbiote skin had difficulty defending against them. Felix's weapon sword of judgment that was attached to his spaceship was able to fire red plasma rays. He spent over 500 million SC for it to penetrate the artificial symbiote skin of Mr. Gamma's spaceship. At this moment, in front of the universe watching, the royal family showed their deep pockets by modifying a mother battalion to hold into 10 red plasma weapons when it should have just 1 or 2 at best. What the fuck has just happened? Oh lord, the defensive station is fucked. Did the royal family just hit their own troops, or am I tripping? The viewers were left dumbfounded by the newest development in the war zone. They were just enjoying warships trading fire between each other before everything went to shit. Warships were scattering away from the center of war zone like bugs. Metallic scraps were flying around the defensive station after getting hit in multiple areas. When some viewers zoomed on the gigantic holes left behind, their blood went cold in horror at the sight of people getting sucked outside. The image of their bodies getting frozen solid while floating in nothingness had finally made some viewers wake up to reality. This was a war, not a reality show to watch spaceships firing at each other. Peep peep. Inside the defensive station, alarms were going off through multiple floors and sectors. When added to the screams and painful bellows, it was difficult to not feel overwhelmed. The staff and soldiers inside the operation center had been overwhelmed alright as they watched the ongoing horrors within the defensive station. There were staff members holding into their dear life while the wind kept getting sucked through the blasted holes. Some were lying dead on the floor after getting penetrated by a glass shard or a metallic scrap from the blast. Some were heavily injured without the ability to even stand up and get away from the breached areas. Zojia was watching all of this happening without blinking once. Great Commander! We need to send bots to start the reparation as fast as possible. This is bad. One of our power plants has been hit and blew an entire floor to smithereens. 200 confirmed deaths already, and it's climbing rapidly. Commander, we need to move now. The experienced director and the staff were the first to break from their days due to their extensive training. The first thing they did was report the aftermath of the attack and seek orders from Zojia. Unfortunately, Zojia seemed like she was completely shaken from the attack. The generals shook their heads after seeing her reaction. As experienced veterans in warfare, this sudden attack sure shocked them, but they recovered almost immediately from it. As leaders, it was their job to be the only ones with a leveled head no matter what happened. Zojia had just displayed to them that she didn't have what it took to be a leader. Apollo. Just as one of the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation and step up to the helm, Zojia took a deep breath and started firing orders one by one with a composed expression. Send out the bots and seal off the exterior breaches. Pump back oxygen the moment they get sealed. Send firefighter squads to deal with the burnt equipment. Send the rescue crews to the floors with the heaviest casualties after the breaches get sealed. Prepare to fire XR-401 and XR-241 at the mother battalion. Inform the captains to stay away from the center but keep hunting the enemy warships. They must be unfocused after surviving getting hit by their own people. Just like cogs in a machine, the staff members began following her instructions without wasting a single second. Meanwhile, the generals merely stared at Zojia with stunned expressions, not knowing what to think. As for the general who wanted to step up, he quickly closed his mouth shut and lowered his head, too scared at the thought of being found out by Zojia. Army hierarchy was strict, and what he tried to do almost costed him his head. Sure, if Zojia was truly out of it, no one would hold it against him if he voiced his orders and fixed the situation. Thankfully, Zojia didn't have time to waste on him. She kept voicing her instructions and asking for updates each minute. Weapons ready? 10 seconds. How many bots are working outside now? 84 bots. The rest either have it to arrive to the breaches or has been destroyed during the attack. Although she was just a holographic image, Zojia kept releasing an authoritative pressure that made everyone work even harder without bullshit. What are you doing here? Zojia suddenly turned to the generals and glared at them coldly. I don't need spectators. Make yourself useful and go help with the rescue." "Yes, Commander." Not a single general or soldier dared to remain inside the operation room after seeing her dreadful glare. They knew that she was beyond pissed and was looking for someone to vent. How could she not be pissed? Hundreds had been killed due to her failure in predicting that the royal family didn't have a bottom line or honor in the war zone. The moment she saw the 10 red plasma brightening up, she knew that her gut feeling was right all along. From the very start of the battle, every single movement was following a place-down strategy. Even Zosia's counter-tactics were for the sake of this result. Without seeing the progressive formation, she would have never changed her troops' formation and activate the anti-plasma shield. When the Anti-Royalite Alliance used everything to destroy the shield, she knew that something was missing, but she couldn't say no to a free counterattack. If she didn't send out the warships to thin down their troops, everyone would have bashed her for being stupid and lacked the correct judgment. The moment they were sent and started blowing up warship after the other, the same bad feeling resurfaced since everything was going too smoothly. She never considered that the Mother Battalion would use the red plasma weapons at them because they would end up hitting their own people as well. That was the mistake she made. If she thought that Commander Edward would stoop so low to kill his own soldiers willingly, she would have never sent out her own troops to skirmish with theirs or give up on her anti-plasma shield. If she kept it, they would have never used the red plasma cannons since it took at least half an hour before they cool down after each attack. In addition, the fire sequence was noticeable. So, the instant she spotted the red lights, she would have activated the anti-plasma shield to cover the defensive station. "Red plasma weapons are ready, Commander," the director shouted. Upon hearing so, Zosia opened her eyes and stopped chiding herself over this failure. She knew that it wasn't time to face her mistakes. "Return the favor, please," Zosia said frigidly. The instant he was given permission, the director pressed on a red button and watched 2 gigantic long cannons began to brighten up from a holographic screen. Meanwhile, Commander Edward and his subordinates managed to spot the 2 glittering red lights from afar. "Activate the anti-plasma shield," Commander Edward ordered calmly. General Creed and the staff snickered in amusement as they watched Mother Battalion getting shielded from the front with the same blue-hue shield. The sides were left exposed, but no one seemed to worry about it since they knew that the defensive station could not move freely like them. It was able to only strike what in front of it with those 2 cannons. Motherfuckers! They even added anti-plasma shields to the battalion. Gabriel's expression turned nasty as he eyed the damned shield. Compared to red plasma weapons, the anti-plasma shield was 10 times more expensive. That's why it was used only on defensive stations and important structures instead of battleships. Yet, the royal family modified one in their battalion, which was totally unexpected and honestly quite wasteful. Especially when they protected only the front and left the sides open. It would be absolutely useless when the reinforcement arrives and bombard the battalion from all sides. Sigh. They really went all out to leave an impression. Zosia could only massage her temples and watch the 2 fired red beams get absorbed by the shield. They did not manage to break through it, but they still weakened it significantly. Unfortunately, by the time their weapons cool down, the shield would be restored fully just like theirs. It might seem like the entire interaction from the start to the end had resulted in a few casualties from both sides, but Zosia knew that she had lost something more pivotal to the rest of this war. Her credibility as the great commander of the Alliance forces. It seems like the first clash can be considered in favor of the royal family. Sigh, after I saw how they killed their own soldiers, I really wanted them to get hit. Madame Zosia truly has gotten outsmarted by Commander Edward. She might be an origin bloodliner, but she is still too green in front of that monster. If she can't even outsmart Edward, then how can she live up to great Commander Hades and Emperor Ravel? You guys might not know, but in front of those 2, Commander Edward still lacked a lot. After the failed attempt to return fire, the viewers couldn't help but express their frustration and disappointment in Zosia's leadership. This was what Zosia meant. She knew that this failure would make her look like she wasn't a match to Emperor Ravel and the great Commander Hades. If she couldn't even defeat Commander Edward, then the war would be extremely tough on the Anti-Royalite Alliance. The generals, soldiers, workers, citizens of the Alliance all were watching the stream and saw her screw up live. The confidence they had in their army and their leader started to waver. The only way to restore it was by getting a major win, and soon. Unfortunately, Commander Edward wasn't planning on giving Zojia the opportunity to redeem herself so soon. He ordered everyone to retreat, forcing the Alliance's warships to stop their attacks and return to the defensive station. Their job was still to defend the wormhole and buy time until the reinforcements' arrival, not destroying as many warships as possible. Fuck! 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 Gabriel cursed furiously as he watched the Mother Battalion pull further and further away from them. It seems like they want everyone to focus on our defeat. Maganda Chief's expression wasn't pleasant as well. If the royal family continued attacking them, the viewers would soon forget about their defeat and focus on the ongoing battle. However, now that they had left, they have given everyone plenty of time to write about this. The media was sure going to write the hell out of this defeat. Ignore them for now. Just focus on repairing the station and keep your eyes open for sudden ambushes. Zojia requested, "Call me when you get an update." After saying so, her holographic image flickered for half a second then went off. Maganda Chief and the others warned them to stay alert as well and followed Zojia. The director and the staff looked at each other for a few seconds in silence before restarting their rescue and repairing operation. No one said anything about their defeat, but most of them felt like it would have been better if Zojia never took over the leadership here. A few weeks later, the conflict in the Topeki region had yet to emerge again after the first clash. The royal family's supernova fleet stayed hundreds of kilometers away from the wormhole without showing any intention of restarting the conflict. At least not a big one like the first clash. In those few weeks, the only battles that were showcased were between small fleets, attempting to sneak a few hits before retreating. Occasionally, they succeeded, and sometimes they end up intercepted and destroyed. As for Zojia, she never returned to the defensive station again. The public believed that she was affected heavily by the media's nasty coverage of her failure, as they highlighted even further. Some media platforms took a little far and twisted the facts to get more clicks. Sure, the ones who knew the truth didn't believe the shit they were spewing and condemned them, but the ignorant viewers still took the bait. Naturally, there were many media outlets that defended Zojia and condemned the royal family for striking down their own warships to hit the defensive station. It was truly a sickening and vile decision. The royal family had separated themselves from this sickening decision by claiming that Commander Edward had acted on his own instead of following the Emperor's orders. Not many people believed their excuse, since it was known fact that Emperor Raval abhorred having his orders ignored. The fact that Commander Edward just received a fine and remained in his position was an obvious proof that Emperor Raval had approved of his decision. It didn't matter to the royal family if they believed it or not, as long as they actively distanced themselves from those sorts of atrocious decisions. Was it worth it to go this far? Seeing how Zojia's credibility had fallen inside and outside the army made it crystal clear that their strategy did its job. The reinforcement will arrive in a month at best. Aren't they being too easygoing? Indeed, they should start their invasion as fast as possible and enter the wormhole. Otherwise, they will be forced to retreat to their region. It's not that easy. They had the perfect opportunity to destroy the defensive station and failed. The forums were packed with discussions about the ongoing war. Everyone believed that the royal family was wasting time. If they refrained from attacking due to applying media pressure on Zojia, then they already succeed. Yet, they were still hiding and sending only a few warships to poke around once in a while to keep the alliance on their toes. Now, only a month remained before a supernova fleet arrives. The worst part, it was actually a 2-star supernova fleet. This entailed that they were triple the forces of the royal family's fleet. Adding the 5-star Nova fleet that was already here, it would be a one-sided slaughter. To add more salt to the wound, even if they moved now and breached the wormhole, they would be blocked by the Maganda tribe fleets from the other side. Honestly, their only solution is back off now. They already won the first round, and there is no shame in walking away. Agreed. The moment their disguise was exposed, they shouldn't have even continued on their mission. Let's wait and see. There must be a reason why they are staying. If even forums dwellers noticed the abnormality of the royal family's decision, then the alliance's upper echelons could not miss it. Any news? Zojia inquired from her assistant in the office. Nothing yet. The assistant disclosed. We are doing our very best to comb the Topicky region. Keep searching, Zojia murmured. I have a feeling that they might have snuck other troops inside the region and hiding them in the darkness. It was quite to pick a dark spot in space and hid within it. As long as the anti-surveillance system was advanced and remained far from population, it would be extremely difficult to get located. Since the Topicky region wasn't a small one, there was a high chance that the royal family had used other illusion array to infiltrate the region and separate them. One for distraction and the others biding for the appropriate opportunity to strike. This would explain their confidence in taking things slow even though they knew that reinforcement was fast approaching. I can't fail again. I can't lose twice in a row, Zojia stressed as she analyzed the holographic map of the Topicky region. Failing once could be excused, but failing twice in a row? In today's media, she would get crucified in public. Naturally, no one would be able to remove her from the post besides the 5 elders. But still, she would start struggling to have her orders followed. The generals would begin to question them and outright denying them. She could punish a few to regain control, but she would be leading with fear instead of respect. She didn't want that at all. So, for the past weeks, she was pushing herself day and night to read the incoming data from her subordinates. It didn't matter if the discoveries were big or small. She missed nothing. Her persistence and handwork had finally paid off when she read a report coming from Airfield region. This region was controlled by an annexed kingdom that was loyal to the royal family. The report had come from one of their civilian insiders, who was working in the cafeteria of a space station near the capital planet. 2 soldiers has mentioned that their turn is about to arrive? Zojia frowned her eyebrows. Turn for what? Based on the report, the 2 soldiers switched to telepathic conversation after they brought out the subject. The one who spoke looked around him with shifty eyes like he was worried that he was heard. Since Zojia was grasping for any clue to figure out the royal family's hidden scheme, she didn't move to the next report but started to investigate this matter. The first thing she did was bring out the old data for the Annexed Kingdom's troops. She placed the hologram on the right. Then, she brought out the latest information that was updated just a few days ago and placed it to the left. The moment she started comparing between them, she realized that more than 5% of their troops were missing. Since they owned a 2-star supernova fleet, it signified that more than 50 warships had gone missing. A number that was not noticeable at all. A number that would never raise concerns. A number that could be considered as a joke when compared to the Anti-Royalty Alliance fleet. Yet, Zojia couldn't remove her eyes from this harmless number. Especially when she connected the 2 soldiers' conversation with this missing 5-star fleet. Turn for what? Zojia pondered. It's best to check other regions. Maybe the results with match. Having nothing to lose, Zojia requested, Queen, please compare the data of the royal family's regions in the same way. The royal family still owned almost an entire quarter of the empire to themselves. In their territory, it was split into many regions and governed by different leaders to keep things in order. There were more than 40 regions without counting the Mariana region at the center of the territory, where the capital planet was situated. So, when the Queen AI displayed 2 holograms for each region, it covered almost the entire office. Zojia didn't bother to read them on her own as she requested, Queen, tell me the differences between them. Zetran region is missing 80 warships and 1 battalion from a 2-star supernova fleet. Koflal region is missing 30 warships from a 9-star Nova fleet. Tustriosia region is missing 45 warships from a supernova fleet. As the Queen AI kept comparing the data from months ago and the updated version, Zojia's heart skipped a beat in alarm. She named more than 30 regions and all of them were missing from 1% to 9% of their fleet in the past months. Gleep Swingtun region is missing 100 warships from a 1-star supernova FLE. That's enough. Zojia stopped her before she could finish the last region. She had heard more than enough to realize that something fishy was going on. If only a couple of fleets were missing from a region or 2, she wouldn't have batted an eye. But from every single region, she would be a fool to ignore it. Queen, calculate the total of missing fleets, please. She requested swiftly. 3,000 warships and 2 battalions. Zojia took a deep breath after hearing such an alarming number. That's a 5-star supernova fleet gone missing without anyone knowing about it. What's worse, it was accompanied by 2 mother battalions. God knows if they were modified heavily just like the other one. Zojia couldn't sit still when she had absolutely no idea the location of such a massive fleet. She quickly called over her assistant and updated him of her findings. Just like her, he was spooked by the whole thing. I want you to recruit a trusted investigation task force and tell them to try their best to find the current location of those missing fleets or their destination. Zojia warned with a strict tone. Ask them to be as secretive as possible. We can't alarm the royal family that we are on to them. Zojia didn't know if this missing massive force was the royal family trump card prepared for the Topeki region or not. But still, it was better to act ignorant on the matter, so if the royal family went forward and used this force, she wouldn't be startled. In fact, she would be prepared to counter it. On it! The assistant nodded his head and left hastily. He knew that it would be difficult and time-consuming to investigate this matter, especially when they needed to be careful not to expose themselves to the royal family. Sadly, they didn't have a lot of time. The Topeki region has been quiet for too long, and God knows when the invasion would restart. No wonder they were lying low, Zojia concluded. They were waiting for the arrival of their reinforcement as well. Zojia felt a sudden chill at the thought of a 5-star supernova fleet ambushing them during their battle. Everyone thought that the royal family fleet would get crashed when the Alliance's reinforcement arrives. After all, they sent a 2-star supernova fleet. But now, Zojia knew that nothing but humiliating defeat await them if the royal family's ambush succeeded. What's worse, they would be able to invade the Maganda tribe region successfully with 2 supernova fleets. To provide support, they would need to wait at least a couple of months before the second reinforcement arrives. By that time, the Maganda tribe region would have been already infiltrated by thousands of warships. Based on Zojia's calculation, the hidden fleet should have already crossed half the Topeki region if they traveled at the speed of light. The distance between the royal family territory borders and the Topeki region wasn't that far. In fact, the Topeki region was one of the many separating nodes between them and the royal family. That's why it was easy for the royal family to reach the wormhole. Still, Zojia believed that it should have taken them a couple of months even if they traveled with the speed of light. The hidden fleets had disappeared for over 3 months now. Zojia knew that she couldn't keep this information to herself. She set up a meeting with the other heads of the Anti-Royalite Alliance and exposed her findings and also her dreadful prediction. Good work, Zojia, Maganda chief praised. If we have been in the dark about this, my region would have suffered heavily. This is not the time for compliments, Zojia said with a stern tone. We need to pull a supernova fleet from Ashiris region to balance things out. The others agreed with her decision, knowing that they would need more reinforcement to counter the royal family's hidden forces. Sure, there was no solid proof that they were going to the Topeki region, but Zojia didn't want to wait until they appear out of nowhere then send additional reinforcement. It would be already too late by then. But if we did so, we will leave the Silk Isle region and Shiris region with minimum defenses, Raka mentioned with a worried tone. Although he agreed that they needed to act fast, but he didn't like the notion of leaving 2 regions almost defenseless just to defend the Topeki region. We will send the reserve to cover them simultaneously, Zojia noted. This time, we have to make sure that our mobilization remain as secretive as possible. So, use the same method as theirs and pick small fleets from different planets in the region. Zojia knew that the instant their mobilization get exposed, it would alarm Emperor Raval and make him reach the conclusion that the Alliance had found out about their hidden forces. After all, what's the point of sending extra reinforcement when the first one was more than enough to deal with a supernova fleet? We will do our best to keep it under lids, Barry ensured. Secondly, I have already ordered to investigate the location or at least the direction the hidden forces had taken, Zojia informed. This will help us narrow down their destination. Who knows, they might actually be heading for a different region, and all of this to gaslight us into pulling more forces to Topeki region. Zojia wasn't stupid to not consider this to be a bait. She knew that it was a risky move to mobilize her additional troops into the Topeki region when things hadn't been made clear yet. But she really didn't have much of a choice here. Either trust her judgment and send extra reinforcement now to counter the ambush if there was any, or remain passive and wait until the hidden forces appear, then defend the targeted region. If she went with the second decision, there was a high chance of the Maganda tribe region getting invaded. Zojia would rather give up on two regions belonging to newly joined backgrounds than let the enemy infiltrate the Maganda tribe this early in the war. Naturally, she could allow it to happen and count on the Maganda tribe forces to deal with them since they still had a strong army to rely on. But she believed that the notion of successful infiltration on one of the 5 cores of the alliance would be horrible for morale. The war was literally still on its first half year. It was too soon to accept such a massive slap in the face. "Gabriel, update us on your mission," Zojia sneered. "We can't be defending only." Zojia wanted to hit the region that was missing the supernova fleet since it should have weakened defenses. Sadly, Gabriel disappointed her with bad news. "Based on my subordinate's extensive investigations, we found out that the troops were moved from the furthest region in the Empire." "Ah! The wormhole network sure is a huge advantage to them," Maganda chief sighed in frustration. He realized instantly that the royal family had taken advantage of the wormhole expressway network within their territory. You see, the space worm had established the wormhole expressway in ancient times when the empire was still a whole. So, almost every region was connected with the heart of the empire. The royal family took advantage of this network and brought the troops of the furthest region from the war. Even if the alliance wanted to do the same, they couldn't. The wormholes connecting them with each other were few and between. The only way to take advantage of troops from the furthest region in their territory was by entering a wormhole connected with the interior of the royal family's territory and use the one leading to that said region. Obviously, that's impossible to do since both sides were defending those wormholes with everything they had. The anti-royalite alliance would never reduce their fortification of those wormholes when they were a direct entry to the heart of their territory. Every one of those wormholes had at least 4 defensive stations standing guard and a supernova fleet. The royal family knew that as well, which forced them into starting their invasion from the front. It was already difficult to take down a single defensive station. Don't even mention 4 of them at once. That's why Zojia was confident that the royal family would not attempt to send out those hidden forces through one of those wormholes while they were busy with the Topeki region. "Let's get moving already. We don't know how much time we have left before they restart their invasion." Maganda chief waved his hand as he disconnected. The others followed him, knowing that time was out of essence. They still needed to hold a gathering and inform the other leaders in the alliance. They were obliged to keep them updated before every big decision was taken, especially the ones involving their troops. After Zojia was left alone, she brought out the holographic map of the wormhole area in Topeki region. Then, she began to plan ahead for all possible scenarios if the hidden forces ended up hitting them as she anticipated. This time, failure wasn't an option. 3 weeks later, the Topeki region was still somewhat peaceful without anything major happening. Most of the viewers had already gotten bored and switched to another entertainment platform. Meanwhile, the Alliance was still struggling to find the location or the destination of the hidden fleets. The investigations had reached to a dead end due to being a tad too late. Most of the fleets had gone missing months ago. Fortunately, the Alliance still enjoyed some good news as their additional reinforcement had been snuck successfully out of the Shiras region. Honestly, they didn't know for certain whether the royal family had found out about their mobilization or not. They could only hope that the royal family hadn't caught wind of it since their informants were useless when it came to dealing with the upper echelons. "Commander, should we begin? Their reinforcement is merely a few hours away based on our calculation," General Creed asked as he saluted Commander Edward inside the operations center. Commander Edward glanced at his bracelet for a few seconds before responding, "Go for it." The moment he said so, the operations center was enlivened. All the staff members and soldiers had cheerful expressions as they focused on their jobs. The previous victory had boosted their confidence immensely and made them quite antsy to restart their invasion over the past few weeks. In a few minutes, the Mother Battalion and its warships had begun approaching the defensive station rapidly. Since the distance between them was in the hundreds of kilometers, the defensive station director was informed of their movement almost immediately. "Bring Commander Zojia and be prepared to activate the anti-plasma shield at any moment," the director ordered with an unwilling look. It was written all over his face that he didn't want to give up his authority again to Commander Zojia, especially when he knew that the reinforcement was merely a few hours away. In his eyes, the next battle was going to be a free win as long as he focused on buying time. When the reinforcement arrives and take care of the invaders, he would be honored with medals due to his achievement of guarding the wormhole successfully. Too bad. Zojia had made it obvious that she wasn't planning on handing over the command here anytime soon. What did I miss? The moment she was called over, her holographic image appeared above everyone and was followed with the other 4 heads of the Alliance. "Nothing much. They are still approaching us," the director replied as he enhanced the image of the royal family's fleet getting closer and closer. Just like last time, they were moving in the progressive formation that made them resemble a flying plane. "Are they mocking us?" The director's eyelids twitched in irritation. "Ignore them," Zojia requested. "Do a full ultra-wide scan around us and keep it active all the time. Plus, send out a few scouts just to be safe." "Ultra-wide scan and scouts?" The director titled his head slightly confused. Is she anticipating an ambush or something? Although he was curious, he still did as he was commanded. Zojia hadn't informed him or anyone in the operations center to minimize the risk of having her findings leaked. Although she knew that anyone able to make it here was trustworthy and had gone through many checks, she still kept the intel from them just to be safe. "How are we looking?" she asked the director for results. "Nothing on the scanner." The ultra-wide scanner was able to cover up to 500,000 kilometers more or less. As long as an object wasn't traveling at the speed of light or had a better anti-surveillance system, they were bound to appear on the radar. Since most advanced anti-surveillance systems were expensive as hell, Zojia knew that it was impossible for every warship to be equipped with one. Hence, if the hidden fleet was coming, they would show up in the radar one way or another. "All right, I will be spectating for now." Zojia nodded at the director. "You know what to do. I won't disappoint you." The director saluted respectfully with glowing eyes. He truly didn't expect for her to hand over the leadership like this. After a short while, the royal family fleet had stopped at the 50-kilometer again. Only this time, the director wasn't planning on waiting for them to make the first move. "Fire in 5. All the weapons on the defensive station and the warships had emerged and began glowing brightly. The instant Commander Edward saw this, he ordered everyone to take cover behind the Mother Battalion. The Mother Battalion's alloy was tough enough it blocked the first salvo of orange beams without receiving any significant damages. Still, the director kept the pressure applied by allowing the warships to cool down their cannons while continuing to use the defensive station cannons. This forced the royal family's warships to keep taking cover. However, Commander Edward wasn't a pushover. He started trading fire with the Mother Battalion's cannons. He focused on the Alliance warships, driving them into trying their best to evade the orange plasma beams. Boom boom. A few captains weren't lucky enough to evade in time and had their warships blown up, getting everyone within it killed. This back-and-forth trade-off continued on for a while until both behemoths had all of their cannons overheated. The moment that happened, the warships had graced the stage and restarted their own battle in the center of the war zone. Only this time, the director had his eyes focused on the Mother Battalion, so if they dared to use the red plasma cannons, he would have his anti-plasma shield ready to block it. Thankfully, Commander Edward wasn't an idiot who would repeat the same strategy. Plus, he didn't even need to do anything since his warships were completely dominating the war zone. Their overwhelming numbers were too much for the Alliance warships. "Retreat! Retreat!" The director shouted the instant he was informed that some of the defensive station's cannons had cooled down. He wasn't firing them at the same time as a buffoon but on a rotation sequence. When Commander Edward saw that the warships were returning to the defensive station, he ordered the captains to leave the war zone as well. A few seconds later, the two behemoths restarted their shootout, hoping to penetrate that tough alloy anytime soon. It was hard but not impossible to break apart. If it wasn't for Zojja wouldn't have activated the anti-plasma shield to protect the defensive station in the last clash. Minutes went by, then hours. The war zone was still as heated as before. There were some breaches on both sides, but they were dealt with by using repair bots. So far, no one had fired off the red plasma cannons. As long as the Mother Battalion refrained from using theirs, the defensive station intended to hold into theirs. That's because the director had only one purpose: delay and delay. Although more than 100 warships had ended up getting destroyed, his job could have been considered as done splendidly. He held off the royal family's advancement for hours until the reinforcement had closed in to the war zone. While everyone in the operations center was beyond relieved by their arrival, Zojja was getting anxious each minute. Where is the royal family's hidden fleet? She really didn't want for their reinforcement to engage without knowing the whereabouts of the hidden fleet. If they appeared while they were in the middle of the fight, it would be awful. After all, they had more than 3,000 warships and 2 Mother Battalion. An ambush of such magnitude would ruin them. The worst part, the additional reinforcement coming from the Shiras region were still days away from them. There are only 2 options. Zojja tightened her lips. Either attack them and take them down as fast as possible or hold off the reinforcement. She believed that the royal family might be waiting for the reinforcement to intervene, then send their own and take everyone down at the same time. Hence, if she kept the standoff from breaking to buy time for their additional reinforcement, the royal family would most likely keep their hidden forces away. It was known knowledge that the ultrawide scanner had a maximum range of 500,000 kilometers. They just needed to stay outside the scanning area, and they would be invisible. Additionally, the scouts she sent would need more time for their search to come into fruition. I can't hold them off for days. Zojja sighed and refrained from speaking. She let the director conduct a joint strike at the Mother Battalion with the reinforcement. She knew that deciding not to use the reinforcement would backfire on her horribly. More warships would get destroyed, and more crews would get killed. All of that for what? A hunch that she couldn't share with anyone? Hell, she would be even accused of assisting the enemy since no one was dumb enough to not use available reinforcement. Prepare for our counterattack. The reinforcement will appear shortly on the enemy's radar. The director hollered. So, make sure to pressure them enough to forego the thought of escaping. Let's hope we stand for a few days. Zojja closed her eyes as she wished. She wanted to avoid admitting it, but she knew that she was as rotten as the other politicians. Zojja knew that by folding like this, many lives would be lost if the royal family's hidden fleet appears out of nowhere and starts slaughtering everyone akin to sheep. No one would blame her for this because she was going to save the day when the Shiras' troops arrives. On the other hand, if she chose the second option and intervened, she could not save herself from the ramification. The cavalry is here. The royal family is doomed. Damn. They have them cornered from every direction. They really should have left this wormhole alone when they had the chance. As the viewers mentioned, the current development in the war zone wasn't in favor of the royal family. 1,500 warships emerged from every direction and began to rain down hellfire on the royal family's warships. Their Mother Battalion couldn't even attempt to help them out since it was being fired at from behind by red plasma cannons. The Alliance's battalion crew were already informed that it had an anti-plasma shield equipped only on the front. They took advantage of their ambush and targeted their engines, in hopes of avoiding any hope they had to escape. Since red plasma beams were powerful, they sure did significant damage to their main thrusters, blowing up at least 4 of them. When the director saw this, he joined the party and used his 2 red plasma beams, hoping that their operations center was shaken enough to not activate their anti-plasma shield. Unfortunately, Commander Edward wasn't even fazed by any of this, like he already anticipated everything. He turned on the anti-plasma shield in time and blocked the red plasma beams successfully. Still, this was merely a tiny victory that helped with nothing. The Alliance forces had them surrounded. Their warships were collapsing rapidly. And what's of all, more fleets were emerging from the wormhole and joining this witch hunt. Director, anyone on the scanner? Zojja inquired abruptly. Huh? No. Besides our forces, no one has entered the scanned area. The director answered swiftly after seeing her serious expression. Keep me updated. Okay. The director returned to leading his troops with a hidden thrilled look. He was already imagining himself standing on a big stage and handed a Medal of Valor for his achievement. Who knows, he might even get promoted into being the director of one of the major defensive stations in the core territory of the Alliance. While he was in his dreamland, Zojia was speaking telepathically with Maganda Chief and the rest. It's getting bad for them, and the hidden reinforcement has still not shown up. Raka spoke nervously. Do you think Zojia's prediction is false? I doubt it. Maganda Chief defended Zojia. If no one is coming to rescue them, then they should have already attempted to escape before the reinforcement got here. Yes, it was weird to keep fighting us when they knew that the reinforcement will arrive in less than a few hours. They must be relying on something to protect them, Barry added. Nothing makes sense besides the hidden forces coming to the rescue. That's what Zojia thought as well. There was no way the Emperor would sacrifice thousands of his troops by leaving them here stranded. It wasn't because he couldn't handle the guilt. Instead, if he did so, the rest of his troops would be unwilling to remain loyal to the cause. Sure, they signed a contract and they were unable to defy direct orders, but what about the future generations? No one would dare to sign up to be a soldier for the royal family when they see that they were being treated as slaves or toys. They could pin hitting their warships with red plasma beams on Commander Edward and escape some heat. However, they could never do the same if they willingly left thousands of soldiers to die unnecessary deaths. Presently, the Mariana Empire true citizens were already protesting in the stream chat room as they watched the harrowing situation. Are they stupid? Why did they remain for so long without backup plan? Curse the royal family. Soldiers are dying meaningless deaths. They can only surrender and be captured. The Alliance will not brutally execute them when they can negotiate for a sweet deal. Everyone recognized that the only solution left was surrendering peacefully. The Queen would be the middleman between the two sides and help them process the capture without any issues. Unfortunately, an hour went by and the royal family supernova fleet was still struggling. Their warships' numbers had already diminished tremendously. Meanwhile, the mother battalion looked quite shabby as it had suffered big damages over the past hour. No matter how tough its alloy, it still couldn't handle being showered with hundreds of orange plasma beams simultaneously for a long period of time. Everything was going smoothly for the Alliance and everyone had already started tweeting about their victory online. The only ones who weren't celebrating were the 5 heads of the Alliance. How could they be happy when an hour went by and the hidden forces had yet to show up? At this point, Zojia really wanted them to appear and attempt to save their people even if it meant the death of her troops. In her eyes, this was 100 times better than not knowing the true destination of the hidden forces. At least, if they showed up here, she had countermeasures prepared for them. But if they appeared elsewhere? She truly dreaded the thought. Meanwhile, in the throne chamber inside the royal palace of the royal family, "Are we ready?" Emperor Raval asked composedly while watching the live stream of the massacre. He didn't seem bothered or slightly saddened that his people were getting killed left and right in front of the whole universe. In fact, he felt a bit humiliated by the sight. "Everything is set. We are just waiting for your approval." Great Commander Haid replied. "Let's start the real war then," Emperor Raval joked causally. "We have given that kiddo a trial run lest she cries that I bullied her." The great Commander Haid nodded his head in confirmation and then gave a signal to all of his generals that were participating in their plan. "Should we go there in person?" "Why not?" In a few moments, both of them appeared as holographic manifestation in front of large transparent window that was showing a medium-sized spherical wormhole. It was big enough to allow the entry of hundreds of warships at once. Yet there was still a long queue in front of it. "How about the other fleets?" Emperor Raval asked telepathically. "Is this the last one?" "Yes," Commander Haid said. "They have invaded our targeted regions successfully in the past few days." "Good. With everyone having their eyes focused on the Topeki region, they won't see us coming." Emperor Raval smiled. Great Commander Haid eyed the Emperor with a tint of worry and asked, "Is it worth it though? We will be found out eventually and sanctioned heavy penalties by the SG Alliance. Not to mention, our relationship with the space worm race will hit rock bottom. Firstly, I doubt they will find solid evidence to convict us. We have been planning strategy for years now, and I have taken everything into consideration. Emperor Ravel spoke calmly, even dealing with the penalties and the space worm race. Just command the army properly in our invasion and let me deal with the rest. I won't let you down. Commander Haid saluted respectfully and stopped mentioning this matter again. In a short while, the last warship had crossed over to the other side of the wormhole and joined the rest of the fleet. It was a big one. More than 500 warships of all types and shapes and 1 battalion in the helm to lead them. This battalion was a must since it was more of a portable station. It deals with the linguistics needed for the war, making it the heart of each fleet. Let's get moving. Our bait can't buy us more time, Emperor Ravel ordered. Without further ado, Commander Haid relayed the Emperor's order to every fleet participating in this invasion. There were 10 other supernova fleets all positioned in a different region. The moment they received the order, they traveled at the speed of light towards the nearest major planet in that said region. All 10 regions belonged to the weakest members of the Federation Alliance and also the nearest ones to the royal family's territory. In fact, they could be considered as the borders between the two territories. This meant their wormholes were protected heavily by the Alliance. Yet, the royal family's fleets didn't even use them to infiltrate those regions. What they used would make anyone admire their guts besides the Federation Alliance's members and the space worm race. Naturally, the abrupt disappearance of such large portion of the royal family army hadn't gone unnoticed by the Federation Alliance watchers. They immediately reported the news to their superiors, and they forwarded it to Zojia. When she saw that more than 4,000 warships had gone missing simultaneously, her heart almost stopped beating. She had a horrible feeling that something bad was going to happen. She knew that it was impossible for their troops to breach any region without going through an intense fight or getting spotted beforehand. She had that much confidence in her preparation. Yet the horrible feeling refused to go away. What the hell is he up to? To make matters worse, the original missing 3,000 warships and 2 battalions had yet to be located. This entailed that more than 60% of the royal family's forces were on the move, and she had absolutely no idea of their target. Director, I leave things here to you. Zojia passed over the command completely and disappeared from the operations center. Maganda Chief and the others had received the same news, making them realize that the Topeki region wasn't their worst problem now. After they grouped up with Zojia, she set up an emergency gathering with the rest of the leaders and addressed them. I want everyone to be on high alert, Zojia stressed. It's clear to us now that the Topeki region war was meant to attract our attention while they aim at other regions. To be fair, Zojia and the others did assume that this might be their strategy. But it seemed too simple and predictable. She believed that the infamous cunning Emperor Ravel would think of something more sinister. We have a list of the region they pulled those troops from. Zojia forwarded the list to everyone and said, unfortunately, all of them came from regions that are inaccessible for us. We need to break through the heart of the Empire to reach them. Our latest intel made it certain that it would be impossible to achieve that. Most of the reserve troops had been pulled into the capital region to bolster their defenses even further. So forget about going on offense. Zojia paused for a second to check if they understood her. She really didn't want anyone to propose a counterattack by taking advantage of the fact that 60% of their forces were not in the royal family territory. She focused more on the horrific notion that those forces would aim at a single region and attempt to break through forcefully. It was possible with a 7,000 fleet. We need to prioritize defending the Silk Isle region and Shiras Regio. What the fuck? Zojia was interrupted mid-sentence by a long-horned skinny man who was sitting in the front seats. Before Gabriel could berate him for his crass behavior, the leader eyed them with a horrified look and exclaimed, 3 of my planets are under attack at this moment. What? Bob, get a grip already. The only 2 wormholes in your region are being defended heavily. The leaders next to him started condemning him with irritated looks. knowing that it was impossible for an attack to be carried out on his territory. If he said that the wormholes were being under attack, they would have believed him. But 3 planets at the same time? That's just impossible. Huh? My mining asteroid belt is under attack. Before Bob could defend his statement, another leader exclaimed with a dazed look. Not you too. I am under attack as well, King Salumas said while listening to a telepathic report from his subordinate. He was informed that the economical hub of his territory had been raided by 500 warships. Since he was the king of the kingdom, naturally he received the news before Zojia. After hearing that even King Salumas was saying the same, the leaders had no idea how to react. No one was stupid enough to believe that an Origin bloodliner would joke around like this, even when the content was truly unimaginable in their minds. Unfortunately for them, the nightmare wasn't over yet. 7 more leaders followed King Saluma's footsteps and declared that multiple planets were being invaded simultaneously. Some of those planets were for resources like big patches of farming fields or elemental mines, while some planets held major cities in them and could be considered as part of the backbone of their kingdoms. Whatever it was, no one had expected that a full wide-scale invasion like this was even possible without them knowing about it. What's going on? Why is this happening? How is this happening? Stunned and confused, Zojia kept murmuring while supporting herself with podium. She was absolutely shell-shocked by the revelation of having 10 regions being invaded while they were here discussing which targets would be aimed at. She knew that it was impossible for the royal family fleets to reach the mentioned regions in less than 10 minutes. All of those regions were tens of millions of kilometers away from the royal family's major planets, even if they shared the borders. The hidden fleet could reach those regions' wormholes since she believed that they were on the move for months now. She would have actually been fine if they targeted one of the wormholes and attempted to breach it. But that wasn't the case. 10 regions were invaded, multiple planets were hit at once, and not a single warship had been spotted near those wormholes. How? Zojia felt like she was losing it. Her mind reached only 2 possible conclusions for this insane scenario to be carried out. Either the royal family had used 9 different undiscovered wormholes that popped out of nowhere in the past months in each region, or they were assisted by space worm elders, the only ones able to create long-distance wormholes for transportation besides the universe itself. Both theories were laughable in Zojia's eyes. The first theory was self-explanatory, while the second one was absurd to even think about. The space worm race was completely banned from participating or selling their services in wars due to their advantageous gifts. The first-ever wars in the SG Alliance era were almost single-handedly decided by who owned more support from the space worms tribes. After all, they were able to open wormholes and close them in the battleground as they wished, making it impossible to do anything without them. Even the junior space worms could drop nukes in important facilities with a single unexpected space rift. It wasn't far-fetched to call them the scariest race in wars. Thankfully, the space worms tribes had noticed that their participation in wars were causing civil rifts between them. After all, they were forced to fight against each other in the wars to support the side that was paying them. In addition, they were starting to carry bad karma with the citizens around the universe due to the bloodshed they cause. They preferred not to be the most hated race in the universe. So, they signed a pact that their race would never meddle in wars again, even thought it was truly too profitable. Instead of moping about it, they switched their entire focus on being the overlords of transportation in the universe. Queen, were there any cases of space worm elders assisting anyone in their war even while being banned? Zojia was desperate for an answer. She could only throw cautions out of the window and question the second theory. She knew that without knowing about the method used, she could never be fully concentrated in dealing with this disastrous invasion. There were a few cases of using enslaved space worm elders within wars. Queen AI replied, it made sense for this to be possible since slaves were property of the owner, especially if they signed a strict slavery contract that forced them to give up on their racial status and identity. The moment they do so, they became nothing but an object that could be used just like any other tool. Did they enslave a space worm elder? They dare. Zosia's eyes widened in disbelief at the notion that Emperor Ravul was crazy enough to enslave a freaking space worm elder. She never considered this scenario to be an option since enslaving a space worm elder was the same as enslaving a god. The consequences of being found resulted in one thing: death of the owner, his family, his friends, and anyone close to him. If he was a leader, king, or even an emperor, his citizens and territory would feel the true wrath of enslaving a member of the ruling power in the SG Alliance. The 10 rulers weren't to be messed with at all. The only reason Queen AI didn't rat on people who enslave those higher beings was because it wasn't banned. After all, humans, goblins, fishermen, orcs, vampires, slimes, werewolves, and other races part of the Alliance could be enslaved as well. As long as slavery wasn't banned across the board for all races within the Alliance, there was no way the 10 rulers could exclude their race from the equation. This was an alliance after all, not 10 dictators doing as they wished with the rest. Since it was impossible to ban slavery when the 10 rulers were taking the most advantage of it, the only thing they could do to minimize having their people enslaved was using other methods. Regarding space worm race, any king or emperor found to be enslaving their people and taking advantage of them would cause not only his downfall but for his entire empire. In this case, the complete shutdown of all transportation wormholes indefinitely. If that happened in the Mariana Empire, it was a death sentence for everyone living within it. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no! When Zosia reached this part and realized that if Emperor Ravul got caught they would suffer with him, she couldn't help but let out a long, heart-wrenching, painful scream. The chaotic gathering went deathly silent almost immediately after hearing it. Everyone eyed her with a stunned expression. Yet Zosia didn't seem to care about any of their looks. She gritted her teeth in pure rage and fury at both the Emperor and herself. How could she not behave like this when she figured out the true mortifying and cunning scheme of Emperor Ravul? She didn't know if she guessed correctly, but based on the lack of options, there was a high chance that she was right. What's the point of getting ownership of an empire that had no transportation system? It was the same as ruling over a deserted galaxy. This meant even if she had evidence of him actually using an enslaved space worm, she would actually be forced to hide it. Zosia, calm down. We can handle this, Maganda Chief assured after seeing that Zosia had snapped. You are right. We can handle this. Zosia took a deep breath to regain her composure. She knew that losing control of her emotion would merely make things worse, especially when if she lost them over an educated guess instead of facts. Chief, you are in command now, Zosia informed. I need to meet with someone. Before Maganda Chief could react, she disappeared on them. This naturally didn't fly well with the leaders. They were amidst a surprising invasion and their important planets were already being contested. Yet, the great commander of the army was bailing on them? Focus everyone, Maganda Chief bellowed. Whatever Zosia is doing, I assure you that it is for the Alliance. I am out of here, King Salumas scoffed. I will take care of my people by myself. He had no patience to listen to Maganda Chief defending Zosia when his territory was being invaded. If the great commander refused to give out commands to help out his people, then he would take matters in his hands. If I knew you guys will be this incompetent, I would have never joined this cause. One of the leaders left a snarky remark as he followed King Salumas. Ever since this war started, she was always 10 steps behind Emperor Ravul. I have no idea why I believed in her. Pa! I should have listened to my advisors and stayed out of this mess. The other leaders of the invaded regions expressed their negative emotions on the matter and went away too. Maganda Chief attempted to stop them, but it was useless. Even Zosia would have struggled to keep them here when their territories were getting raided. I am leaving as well. I need to bolster the defenses around my planets. A bloodline clan leader mentioned with a worried tone and then disappeared. His region wasn't targeted, but it was connected with one of the 10 regions that were hit. Although he heard nothing worrisome from his subordinates, he was still terrified that he would be next. The alarming method used to infiltrate those regions had scared the shit out of everyone here. If the royal family had the capabilities to bypass using the wormholes in their territories, then what's the point of defending them heavily? In fact, King Saluma's and the other targeted leaders knew that the situation was beyond terrible for them. Almost 70% of their forces were positioned to defend the wormholes in their territories. They were like the gates of a castle with 100 meters tall walls. What the royal family had just shown them that they could easily fly over the walls and hit them whenever they wanted. Because the wormholes were quite far from the invaded planets, it would take many days to return and provide their assistance. Hence, everyone in the gathering had thoughts of pulling some of their forces from the wormholes to the heart of their territories immediately. This is bad. Barry trembled as he watched everyone leave the gathering with clear intent to mess up their entire defensive structure. He couldn't fathom the chaos that would arise when all of them begin pulling their forces from the wormholes to defend their planets. It was the same as giving up on the gate and simply focusing on defending the throne chamber. The royal family's alliances wouldn't even be required to use that shady method of infiltration anymore. They could simply walk through those undefended wormholes and spread their fleets throughout the Federation territory. When that happens, the war would take a really horrible turn for them. Zojia, where are you at? Maganda Chief could only sigh in frustration, knowing that nothing he could do to stop them from leaving. Honestly, even he was freaked out by what's going on and felt chilled at the thought that his tribes were getting enclosed in by the royal family. Might as well check on our territories first and inform the elders. Maganda Chief informed Gabriel and the rest. Then he left the gathering. No one was thinking reasonably at this moment, making it impossible to order them around. It's not like he could ask them to send backup to those infiltrated regions when the others were scared to the point they were planning to pull back their forces. This was the real aim of Emperor Raval's strategy. From the get-go, his general plan was to strike the newly added alliance members. He predicted this exact reaction since he knew that a ragtag group of backgrounds would be too easy to break apart. All of them cared only for their territories. If they won the war and gotten a seat in the Federation, then it was worth celebrating for. However, the instant their territory's survival was on test, they would drop everything and concentrate solely on their benefits. The leader's reaction had just validated Emperor Raval's reasoning. In the throne chamber of the Norfolk Royal Palace, Zojia could be seen standing in front of Emperor Raval and Commander Haid. He was sitting on the throne with a leg above the other and a faint smile as he observed Zojia. She wasn't trying one bit to hide her fury. Her murderous eyes made it abundantly clear that if she wasn't just a holographic image, she would have already attempted to slit his throat. "Are you here to beg for mercy?" Emperor Raval joked. "Those aren't the eyes of someone giving up." When Zojia left the gathering, she requested Queen AI to set up a meeting with Emperor Raval. It was easy to do so as long as both sides agreed to it. Since she was the one voicing the request, Emperor Raval had the right to pick the place of the meeting. As Zojia expected, he had chosen his throne chamber as a power play. "How could you do such a foolish thing?" Zojia gritted her teeth as she accused him. To be stupid enough to enslave a space worm elder is one thing, but to actually bluntly use him in this war is another level of stupidity. Zojia wasn't the only smart one in this universe, who would figure out that the sole option to succeed in infiltrating 10 regions simultaneously without using the wormholes was related to space worm elders. The leaders were simply a bit slower than her, and when they concentrate on the method used, they would end up with same conclusion as hers. Since this war was streamed live, everyone already knew about the insane wide invasion and would start to ask questions. The answer would be found in no time when trillions of viewers all around the universe were watching the live stream. This signified that the space worm elders would hear about it as well and kick off their investigation on the matter to find out if the emperor truly enslaved one of their people. She knew that their investigation rarely end up with nothing. Enslaving a space worm elder? Emperor lifted his eyebrow in surprise. "I don't know if I should be mad at your false accusation or flattered that you think I am able to enslave one of those beings." Emperor Raval was right. Just because it was possible to enslave a space worm elder, it didn't mean that anyone could pull it off. They are beings able to create large-sized wormholes that connect 2 points light-years away from each other. That was just the most common use of their space elemental manipulation. If they wished, they could create pocket dimension and isolate themselves there or even trap someone in it. In addition, they could literally slice anything by slicing space itself. Whenever they were out in the open, they create a space domain around them. It made them able to interact with the real world but at the same time be in a different space. This meant that nothing could harm them whatsoever. Finally, their physical properties gave them one of the best durability in the universe. Even if they were cut into millions of pieces, they would persevere and regrow again like nothing happened. So, how the hell could anyone manage to enslave one of those beings? Zojia knew that she was giving too much credit to Emperor Raval for believing that he pulled off such an impossible feat. But it was the only option that made sense at this moment. I'm aware that you won't admit it, Zojia sneered. But how long can you play dumb? I just need to capture one soldier who used one of those wormholes, and you will be exposed. In other words, she had no issue using potions or other vile methods to retract memories from any captured soldier. That's naturally if they were unwilling to talk. Typically, removing the AP bracelet makes it easier for them to confess to avoid getting tortured. With a live confession from a solider that they had used a wormhole, the only thing left would be proving that an enslaved space worm elder created it. Go ahead. Emperor Raval shrugged his shoulders carelessly. His reaction just pissed off Zojia even further. She could see that he was either unconcerned about the harsh consequences of his insane actions, or he simply knew that she wouldn't rat on him even if she found solid evidence. You might think that I will hold back from exposing you to avoid losing the transportation system, but you are terribly wrong. Zojia reassured. When I hand over the evidence to the space worm elders, I will negotiate to remove only the wormholes in your territory. If it was possible to negotiate just the death of the entire royal family and leaving the transportation system alone, she wouldn't hesitate to do so. Unfortunately, space worm race had suffered from a bad case of kidnapping and enslavement. They were extremely heavy-handed in their punishment to let everyone see that they could tolerate anything but enslaving their people. Especially if the enslaved space worm was an elder. If they simply killed off the family or the person responsible for it, the others would not feel the gravity of their fury. However, shutting down the transportation wormholes and refusing to do business with anyone who was connected with the kidnapper would leave a nasty mark for eons. Sure, shutting down the transportation system in the royal family's territory would affect everyone involved in them terribly and cause an unfathomable loss of profit for the space worm race. But that's a sacrifice the space worm tribes were always ready to pay just to keep emphasizing one thing. In this universe, you can do anything you want except enslaving one of their people. Such a level of protection and unity was a concept that humanity as a whole would never reach. It's sad, but it's the truth.